Hello there, my Twilight souls. Tonight, we journey through the complete saga of impossible love and inevitable transformation. From the moment an ordinary girl arrived in a small, rainy town, to the moment she became something extraordinary and eternal, guided by a love that transcended mortality and a choice that would change everything about her existence and her understanding of what forever truly means. This is Bella Swan's story from beginning to end. Her path from human fragility to vampire immortality. Her transformation from alone to belonging with a family built by choice rather than blood. I don't love asking for this, but if you've been enjoying the videos, I'd really appreciate a subscribe. I'm working toward 1,000 subscribers before Christmas, and that would honestly mean so much to me. Your support is what keeps me motivated to keep making these Twilight stories. Rest now. As we drift back to January 2005, as a 17-year-old arrives in Forks, unaware her life is about to slip beyond the human world. The decision to leave Phoenix and to move to Forks existed as the kind of sacrifice that teenagers rarely made willingly. Bella Swan, choosing to uproot her entire life and to abandon the sunshine and the familiar rhythms of living with her mother Renee in Arizona, in favor of moving to the wettest town in the continental United States, to live with her father Charlie, the police chief of a community so small that everyone knew everyone, and where Bella's arrival as Charlie's daughter after years of absence would mark her as simultaneously familiar and foreign to the people who had watched her grow during brief summer visits, but who did not actually know her beyond her identity as Charlie's kid, who lived with her mum in Phoenix and who sent birthday cards, but who had not spent significant time in Forks since early childhood, when her parents' divorce had split her life between two worlds and two parents who loved her, but who could not live together without making each other miserable in ways that had made separation necessary, and had made Bella's childhood involve careful navigation between her mother's chaos and her father's quiet routine. Bella made this choice because Renee had remarried, her new husband Phil playing minor league baseball and traveling constantly for games and for training, his career requiring Renee's presence and Renee's support in ways that made Bella feel like burden or obstacle, preventing her mother from fully embracing this new chapter of her life with a man she loved, and the adventure of following his baseball dreams across the country to various cities and various temporary homes. Bella recognized that her mother's happiness depended on freedom to travel with Phil without worrying about leaving her teenage daughter behind or disrupting Bella's final years of high school. So Bella volunteered to move to Forks despite her lack of enthusiasm for rain and for small-town life, and for living with Charlie, whose awkward silences and whose simple routines would make their cohabitation comfortable, but not particularly communicative or emotionally expressive. in ways that Renee's chaos and Renee's enthusiastic oversharing had characterized Bella's childhood in Phoenix, where her mother treated her more like best friend than like daughter requiring parental guidance. The drive into Forks occurred during January, when the rain fell steadily, and when the green of the forest seemed overwhelming and oppressive to someone accustomed to desert landscapes and to sunshine that defined Arizona's climate and Arizona's entire aesthetic in ways that made the Pacific Northwest feel alien and slightly threatening through its dampness and its darkness and its heavy cloud cover that blocked the sun for months at a time, according to Charlie's warnings about what Bella should expect from Forks weather during the winter and spring seasons when precipitation measured in feet rather than in inches. Charlie had bought Bella a truck as welcome home gift. The vehicle ancient and loud, but reliable, according to Billy Black, who had sold it to Charlie for cheap, because Billy's son Jacob had rebuilt the engine and had made the 1953 Chevrolet run. Despite its age, and despite its tendency to maximum loudness that would announce Bella's arrival anywhere she drove within Forks' limited radius of destinations and gathering places. Bella appreciated the truck despite its obvious age and despite its complete lack of modern conveniences like air conditioning or advanced safety features or even a working radio that played anything beyond static and occasional fragments of distant stations. The gift representing Charlie's understanding that Bella would need independence and would need transportation to navigate Forks and to maintain some autonomy during her time living in his house under his theoretically watchful eye. Though Charlie's parenting style involved minimal supervision and maximum trust that Bella would make reasonable choices without requiring the kind of hovering that some parents inflicted on their teenagers through constant monitoring and constant questioning about whereabouts and activities. The truck became Bella's escape vehicle and her mobile sanctuary, the loud engine and the familiar steering wheel providing comfort during moments when Forks felt too small or too curious about Charlie's daughter, who had returned after so many years away, living in the warmth and the sunshine of Phoenix. Forks High School existed as typical small-town educational institution, where graduating classes numbered fewer than 70 students, and where everyone had known each other since kindergarten, making Bella's arrival as a new student during second semester of junior year an event that generated significant curiosity and significant attention that Bella found uncomfortable and unwelcome, given her preference for invisibility and for avoiding the kind of social scrutiny that came with being new and different in community, where sameness and familiarity define most social interactions, and where anyone breaking pattern or introducing novelty became subject of discussion and speculation. Her first day began with awkward navigation of the office procedures and the student body's overwhelming friendliness that felt suffocating to someone who preferred observation over participation, and who had spent years perfecting the art of blending into backgrounds rather than standing in spotlights that highlighted her ordinariness and her lack of any qualities that should make her interesting to people desperate for novelty in their predictable small-town existence, where the same faces and the same stories recycled endlessly through limited social circles. Jessica Stanley attached herself to Bella immediately during that first day. Her enthusiastic guidance through the school's social landscape and her running commentary about who was dating whom and who was worth knowing and who should be avoided making Bella's head spin with information that she had no context for processing or remembering, beyond the immediate moment when Jessica pointed out various students whose names and faces blurred together into indistinct mass of strangers who would become familiar eventually, but who currently existed as overwhelming evidence that Bella did not belong here and would never truly belong, despite everyone's apparent eagerness to welcome her and to include her in their established social circles that had formed over years of shared history and shared experiences. Mike Newton demonstrated obvious interest in Bella from the first moment they met. His friendly puppy dog enthusiasm and his immediate offers to carry her books and to show her around campus, making clear that he viewed Bella's arrival as romantic opportunity rather than simply as chance to help new student adjust to Forks High School's rhythms and expectations. His attention flattering but also slightly overwhelming, given that Bella had barely learned his name before he was positioning himself as her personal guide and potential boyfriend. Angela Weber proved to be the exception to the overwhelming friendliness. Her quiet kindness and her genuine warmth, creating foundation for actual friendship, rather than the superficial inclusion that Jessica and Mike offered through their self-interested motivations to claim the new girl as their discovery and their project to integrate into Forks High School's social ecosystem. Angela worked on the school newspaper and carried herself with calm confidence that made Bella feel less anxious about navigating the social complexities of high schooling community, where everyone's business became everyone else's entertainment and where privacy existed as theoretical concept rather than as actual practice that anyone respected or honored beyond the minimum required by politeness. Eric Yorkie ran the school newspaper and immediately recruited Bella for an interview about her impressions of Forks and her experiences moving from Arizona to Washington, his enthusiasm for journalism exceeding his actual talent, but his genuine friendliness making the attention bearable even when Bella wanted nothing more than to disappear into the background and to avoid becoming the subject of school-wide discussion and speculation about why Charlie's daughter had returned after so many years away, and what her presence meant for the social dynamics of their small community. The cafeteria during lunch on that first day revealed the social hierarchy that governed Forks High School's complicated ecosystem of cliques and couples and individuals navigating the space between popularity and invisibility. The various tables representing different social groups, whose boundaries remained generally fixed despite occasional movement between categories as relationships formed or dissolved, or as individuals gained or lost social capital through achievements or scandals. But the hierarchy became irrelevant the moment Bella saw them sitting together at a table in the corner. 5 impossibly beautiful people who looked like they had walked out of fashion magazine or movie screen, rather than belonging in small-town high school cafeteria, where everyone else looked ordinary and forgettable by comparison to their supernatural beauty and their obvious difference from every other student in the room, whose conventional attractiveness could not compete with the Cullen's perfection. Jessica followed Bella's gaze and immediately began providing information about the Cullens, her voice mixing admiration and resentment in equal measure, as she described how Dr. Cullen and his wife had adopted all 5 of the teenagers currently sitting together in isolation from the rest of the student body, who recognized that the Cullens existed in category entirely separate from normal high school social dynamics and normal social expectations about integration and participation. Rosalie Hale sat with her twin brother Jasper Hale. Though Jessica explained they were not actually related by blood, but had been adopted by the Cullens after their parents died in car accident years earlier. Their striking blonde beauty and their models' faces making them the most physically perfect humans that Bella had ever seen in person, rather than in carefully edited photographs designed to present impossible standards of beauty that normal people could never achieve through any combination of genetics or effort or cosmetic enhancement. Rosalie's beauty seemed almost aggressive in its perfection, her features too flawless and too symmetrical to belong to actual teenage girl, rather than to artistic rendering of idealized feminine beauty. Her blonde hair falling in perfect waves, and her posture suggesting someone absolutely confident in her superiority and her desirability, despite her apparent complete disinterest in leveraging that beauty for social advantage or social connection with anyone outside her immediate family circle. Jasper sat beside her with military bearing that seemed unusual for a high school student, his posture rigid and his expression controlled in ways that suggested careful management of his presentation and careful awareness of his surroundings. His blonde hair lighter than Rosalie's, and his features holding tension that made him seem older than his supposed age, suggested he should appear. Emmett Cullen existed as massive presence whose size suggested football player or wrestler, but whose face held boyish charm that contradicted his intimidating physicality. His arm wrapped around Rosalie in possessive display of their relationship that apparently had lasted for years, despite high school romances typically measuring their duration in weeks or months, rather than in the years that the Cullens seemed to maintain their couple pairings without the drama and the breakups that characterized most teenage relationships. Emmett's easy grin and his obvious affection for Rosalie created interesting contrasts with Rosalie's Ice Queen beauty and her apparent disinterest in engaging with anyone outside her family. His enthusiasm and his warmth somehow complementing her coldness in ways that made their relationship seem balanced despite their obvious differences in temperament and presentation. Alice Cullen appeared tiny and pixie-like, with short black hair that stuck out in every direction in style that should have looked messy, but somehow looked perfect and intentional. Her energetic movements and her animated conversations with Jasper suggesting personality that matched her unusual appearance and an obvious difference from her adopted siblings' more reserved presentations. Her constant motion and her bright expressions making her seem more alive and more present than anyone else in the cafeteria, despite her family's general tendency toward stillness and toward minimal interaction with their surroundings. But Edward Cullen captured Bella's attention completely, despite her attempts to look away and to focus on Jessica's continued narration about the Cullens' wealth and their aloofness and their tendency to keep to themselves, rather than participating in the normal social activities that characterize high school existence in forks like football games or dances or parties. Edward sat slightly apart from his siblings despite being at the same table, his bronze hair disheveled in ways that looked deliberately styled, but that probably required no effort, given his perfect features and his perfect posture, and his entire perfect presentation, that made Bella feel uncomfortably aware of her own ordinariness and her own lack of any qualities that would explain why she could not stop staring at him, despite knowing that staring was rude, and that she should focus on her lunch and on Jessica's ongoing commentary about the Cullens' family dynamics. His face held a kind of beauty that seemed almost painful to look at directly. His features too perfect and too symmetrical and too refined to belong to actual human being, rather than to sculpture or painting designed to represent idolized masculine beauty that transcended any individual person's actual appearance. His straight nose and his strong jawline and his perfect lips creating combination that made Bella's breath catch in ways that embarrassed her, even though no one could see her reaction or judge her for staring at the beautiful boy who sat in the corner looking simultaneously bored and alert. Jessica explained that none of the Cullens dated anyone outside their adopted family, despite multiple attempts by various students to crack their closed social circle. Their apparent disinterest in normal teenage romantic pursuits, creating frustration and creating rumors about whether they were simply too good for everyone else, or whether something strange about their family dynamics prevented them from forming connections with people outside their immediate household. The fact that Rosalie and Emmett dated each other, and that Alice and Jasper dated each other despite all four being adopted siblings living in the same house, seemed weird to outsiders. But apparently Dr. Cullen and his wife had no objections to their adopted children forming romantic attachments with each other, given that no blood relation existed between them, and given that teenage hormones and proximity made such pairings almost inevitable. Edward in particular generated significant female attention, despite his complete lack of response to any overtures or any attempts to engage him in conversation beyond the minimum required for classroom participation. His beauty and his unavailability creating mystique that made him more desirable precisely because he seemed entirely uninterested in the romantic attention that his appearance naturally attracted from girls who normally would never work up courage to approach someone so obviously out of their league in terms of physical attractiveness and social status. Biology class introduced Bella to Edward Cullen directly when she discovered that the only available seat existed at his lab table, his presence beside the empty chair making Bella nervous in ways that she could not quite articulate or justify, beyond the obvious fact that sitting next to the most beautiful person she had ever seen would make anyone feel self-conscious and awkward about their own appearance and their own ordinariness. She approached the table carefully, while Mr. Banner directed her to the empty seat, her awareness of Edward's presence making her clumsy and making her hyper-conscious of every movement and every breath as she settled into the chair and began unpacking her books from her bag with hands that felt uncoordinated and graceless. Edward's reaction to her arrival seemed extreme and seemed inexplicable, his entire body going rigid the moment she sat down, his hand gripping the edge of the table with enough force that his knuckles turned white, his face contorting into expression that looked like disgust, or like horror, or like someone experiencing physical pain that required all of his concentration to endure without screaming or without fleeing from whatever was causing his obvious distress and obvious revulsion. Bella felt confused and felt hurt by his reaction, despite having no rational reason to care what this stranger thought about her proximity or her presence in his space. His behavior suggesting that something about her offended him or repulsed him in ways that made her want to check whether she had forgotten deodorant, or whether some other hygienic failure explained his extreme response to sharing lab table with her for 50 minutes of biology instruction. He leaned as far away from her as possible while remaining in his seat, his body angled toward the aisle, as though preparing to bolt from the classroom at any moment, his breathing shallow and controlled in ways that suggested he was holding his breath or attempting to minimize his oxygen intake for reasons that Bella could not begin to understand or explain through any rational framework that made sense given the apparent absurdity of someone reacting with such visceral disgust to mere proximity to another student. She tried to focus on Mr. Banner's lecture about cellular anatomy and mitosis, but Edward's strange behavior made concentration impossible, his obvious discomfort creating tension that filled the space between them and that made every minute feel like an hour-long ordeal that she had to endure without understanding what she had done wrong or what about her presence warranted such extreme negative reaction from someone she had never met before today. The class finally ended after eternal 50 minutes, during which Edward never looked at Bella and never spoke to her, despite their shared lab table, requiring some minimal acknowledgement of each other's existence for practical purposes like sharing equipment or coordinating on assignments that Mr. Banner might assign to lab partners. His immediate departure the moment Mr. Banner dismissed them, confirming that his reaction had been about her specifically, rather than about some other unrelated issue that had coincidentally manifested during their first shared class. Bella watched him leave with confused hurt that she tried to dismiss as ridiculous oversensitivity about strangers' inexplicable rudeness, but the memory of his disgusted expression and his obvious desire to escape her presence lingered throughout the rest of her first day and throughout the drive home in her loud truck and throughout the dinner with Charlie, where she tried to focus on his questions about school while her mind kept returning to Edward Cullen's beautiful face, twisted with revulsion at her proximity and at whatever quality about her had triggered such extreme response. Edward disappeared from school for the rest of that week, his absence noted by Bella, despite her attempts to convince herself that she did not care whether the rude, beautiful boy attended classes or stayed home for reasons that had nothing to do with her presence in his biology class, or with his obvious disgust at having to share space with her. Jessica mentioned during lunch that Edward sometimes missed school for family trips or for Dr. Cullen's medical conferences that required the family's presence in other cities, for presentations, or for continuing education requirements that doctors needed to maintain their licenses. But Bella suspected that his absence had everything to do with avoiding her, and avoiding whatever about her had triggered his extreme reaction during that first biology class, when he had looked at her like she was something foul and contaminated that he could not bear to exist near. The empty seat beside her in biology felt like accusation, or like confirmation that something about her was fundamentally wrong or fundamentally repulsive in ways that she had never encountered before moving to Forks and before sitting next to Edward Cullen, whose beauty and whose mysterious behavior occupied far too much of her thoughts during that first week, when she should have been focusing on adjusting to her new school and her new life rather than obsessing over a stranger who clearly wanted nothing to do with her. The following Monday brought Edward's return to school. His presence in the cafeteria during lunch making Bella's heart do strange things that embarrassed her, given that she should not care about someone who had been so obviously repulsed by her during their first encounter. But when she entered biology class that afternoon, Edward sat at their shared table with completely different demeanor than he had displayed the previous week. His posture relaxed rather than rigid, his expression pleasant rather than disgusted, his entire presentation suggesting that the previous week's reaction had never occurred or had been figment of Bella's imagination, rather than actual event that had left her confused and hurt. He introduced himself with a smile that made Bella's breath catch, his voice smooth and his manner friendly, as he apologized for being rude during their first class together, his explanation about being out of sorts that day sounding reasonable, even though Bella suspected it was complete fabrication designed to smooth over his inexplicable behavior without actually explaining what had caused his extreme reaction to her presence. Bella accepted his apology with cautious relief, her hurt feelings from the previous week fading as Edward engaged her in conversation with apparent genuine interest in her background and her reasons for moving to Forks, and her impressions of small-town life after growing up in Phoenix, where population and opportunities exceeded anything that Forks could offer to someone accustomed to urban amenities. Edward asked questions that suggested real curiosity rather than polite small talk, his attention focused entirely on her responses in ways that made Bella feel simultaneously flattered and uncomfortable, because she could not understand why someone like Edward Cullen would care about her boring life or her ordinary experiences. Their conversation during that biology class established a pattern that would continue through subsequent weeks. Edward's intelligence and his wit making their discussions range far beyond the immediate subject matter of biology lessons. His observations about books and music and philosophy revealing depth that seemed unusual for high school students, but that made conversations with him more interesting than any interaction Bella had experienced with her peers in Phoenix or in Forks. But Edward's behavior remained contradictory and confusing, despite the apparent friendship developing between them through their biology class conversations and their occasional encounters in the hallway or in the cafeteria, where Edward would sometimes acknowledge her with small smile or brief greeting that suggested awareness of her existence beyond their shared class time. Sometimes he seemed warm and engaged, his attention making Bella feel like the only person in the room, and his questions suggesting genuine interest in her thoughts and her opinions about topics ranging from literature to ethics to the nature of human consciousness. Other times, he seemed cold and distant, his responses to her attempts at conversation minimal, and his expression suggesting that he regretted encouraging any kind of relationship between them, and that he wished she would stop trying to engage him beyond the minimum required for lab partner coordination. The inconsistency confused Bella and made her question whether she was imagining the connection she felt during their good moments, or whether Edward was deliberately sending mixed signals for reasons she could not begin to understand or explain through any framework that made sense, given the apparent absurdity of someone like him caring enough about her to bother with mind games or with manipulation. The beach trip to La Push occurred during one of those rare Pacific Northwest days when the sun broke through the perpetual cloud cover and made the coast seem almost inviting despite the cold wind that blew off the Pacific Ocean, and despite the water's temperature that would make swimming suicidal even during summer months, when the air warmed enough to make beach activities theoretically pleasant for those brave enough or foolish enough to attempt immersion in waters that remained frigid year-round, regardless of season or weather patterns. Jessica organized the excursion with her typical enthusiasm for social events that would allow her to position herself at the center of attention and to orchestrate interactions between various members of their friend group. Her invitation to Bella, framed as essential bonding experience that would solidify Bella's integration into Fork's social circles, despite Bella's general preference for avoiding group activities that required sustained social performance and required maintaining energy and enthusiasm that she did not naturally possess for situations involving multiple personalities and multiple competing agendas. Mike Newton's obvious excitement about Bella's attendance made the trip slightly awkward, given that Bella had no romantic interest in him, despite his persistent attention and his clear hope that spending time together outside school might encourage Bella to see him as potential boyfriend, rather than as simply friendly classmate whose company she tolerated without enthusiasm, and without any desire to encourage his hopes for relationship that she had no intention of pursuing. The beach itself stretched grey and rocky along the coastline, the sand darker than Arizona beaches, and mixed with smooth stones that made walking uncomfortable without proper footwear. The landscape beautiful in harsh way that emphasized nature's indifference to human comfort or human preferences for softer, more welcoming environments that accommodated bare feet and beach blankets. Angela walked beside Bella along the shore, while Jessica and Mike and Eric explored tidal pools and threw driftwood for dogs that belonged to other beachgoers, enjoying the unexpected sunshine that would probably disappear by evening when the clouds returned and the rain resumed its endless falling that characterized Fork's weather during most months of the year. The Quileute Reservation bordered the beach area, the tribal land representing complicated history of treaties and displacement and survival that most visitors never considered while enjoying the natural beauty that the indigenous population had stewarded for thousands of years. Before white settlement had disrupted traditional ways of life and traditional relationships with the land and the sea that had sustained Quileute people through centuries of existence on this coastline. Jacob Black appeared with several friends from the reservation. His recognition of Bella immediate and his greeting warm despite years having passed since their last interaction during childhood summer visits, when both had been young enough that awkwardness about bodies and attraction had not yet complicated simple friendship based on proximity and parental connection through Charlie and Billy's long-standing relationship. Jacob had grown tall and had filled out with muscle that suggested physical labor or athletic dedication. His long black hair and his russet skin marking his Quileute heritage, his easy smile and his obvious pleasure at seeing Bella again making her feel less anxious about the social dynamics of the beach trip and less concerned about Mike's possessive hovering that had been making her uncomfortable since they arrived at La Push. Jacob introduced his friends Quill and Embry, both Quileute teenagers whose friendly teasing and whose comfortable camaraderie suggested years of close friendship and years of shared experiences growing up together on the reservation. Their easy acceptance of Bella into their conversation, making her prefer their company to Jessica's group, whose dynamics involved more competition and more careful navigation of social hierarchies that exhausted Bella with their complexity and their unspoken rules about who could say what to whom and under what circumstances. Bella mentioned the Cullens during conversation with Jacob, her curiosity about Edward and his family prompting her to ask whether Jacob knew them or knew anything about why they kept to themselves despite living in the area for several years and despite their apparent wealth and education, suggesting they should be more integrated into the community rather than maintaining their isolated existence. Jacob's reaction to the Cullen name suggested complicated history, his expression shifting from friendly openness to something more guarded and more careful, as he explained that his father Billy and the tribal elders remembered old stories about the Cullens and about their family's previous presence in the area during earlier decades before they had moved away and then returned under circumstances that the tribe viewed with suspicion and with careful watchfulness. Jessica had mentioned that the Cullens did not visit La Push, despite the beach's proximity to Forks, the restrictions seeming arbitrary, until Jacob explained with dramatic flair, clearly designed to impress Bella, and to make the story more entertaining, that old treaty existed between his tribe and the Cullens. The agreement preventing the Cullens from entering Quileute land in exchange for the tribe's silence about what the Cullens truly were beneath their perfect appearances and their careful integration into human communities that should not welcome them if humans understood the danger they represented. The story Jacob told belonged to Quileute legends about the Cold Ones, vampire beings who hunted humans and who had threatened the tribe during historical periods when supernatural dangers had been more common and more openly discussed before modern skepticism had relegated such tales to entertaining mythology rather than to genuine warnings about actual threats that required vigilance and required protection through treaties and through territorial boundaries that supernatural beings would respect out of self-interest, if not out of genuine concern for human welfare. Jacob described how his great-grandfather had encountered the Cold Ones during his youth, how the tribal warriors had learned that these creatures could be killed, but only through specific methods involving dismemberment and fire that would prevent their stone-hard bodies from regenerating damage that would kill normal humans instantly, but that vampires could survive and recover from given sufficient time and sufficient access to blood that would fuel their healing abilities. The treaty had been established when different group of Cold Ones had arrived in the area claiming to be different from the traditional vampire mythology, claiming to hunt animals rather than humans, their golden eyes marking them as abstaining from human blood, despite their fundamental nature as predatory immortal beings, who could never truly be safe for humans to exist around without constant vigilance and constant awareness of the danger they represented, regardless of their claimed dietary preferences. The tribal elders had agreed to maintain silence about the Cullens' true nature in exchange for the Cullens' promise never to enter Quileute land, and never to bite or transform any humans within the territory that the treaty covered. The agreement maintaining uneasy peace between species that should have been at war, but that found coexistence preferable to the violence and the exposure that open conflict would create. Jacob delivered the story with tone that suggested he was indulging Bella's curiosity about local legends rather than sharing information he actually believed represented literal truth about the Cullens, or about vampire existence in general. His smile and his theatrical presentation making clear that he viewed the Cold One stories as entertaining mythology passed down through generations, but not as factual history that had genuine relevance to contemporary life in Forks and La Push. But something about the story resonated with Bella's observations about the Cullens, their pale skin and their golden eyes, and their impossible beauty and their cold hands. When Edward had touched her during the van accident that had revealed his supernatural strength and his supernatural speed, when he had crossed the parking lot impossibly fast and had stopped the van, with his bare hand positioned between the crushing metal and Bella's fragile human body that should have been crushed if not for his intervention. The pieces began assembling in Bella's mind despite the absurdity of considering that vampires might be real and that Edward Cullen might be something other than human, despite appearing to be perfect teenage boy, attending high school and living apparently normal life with his adopted family in the White House on the edge of town. The drive home from La Push occurred in silence as Bella processed the implications of Jacob's story and the possibility that her growing fascination with Edward Cullen might be explained by supernatural reality rather than by simple teenage attraction to beautiful, mysterious boy whose contradictory behavior had confused her since their first biology class together, when he had looked at her with such disgust and such obvious desire to escape her presence. She spent the evening in her room researching vampire mythology on the internet, her searches revealing countless variations on the theme across different cultures and different historical periods. The common elements including immortality and blood consumption and superhuman strength and speed and beauty that attracted human prey and made hunting easier for predators who relied on getting close to victims before revealing their true nature and their deadly intentions. Most legends agreed that vampires could not enter sunlight without dying or without suffering serious harm. But some variations suggested different vulnerabilities or different rules that govern vampire existence depending on the cultural origin of the particular legend being examined, and depending on whether the legend served as warning or as a romantic fantasy about immortal lovers transcending death through supernatural transformation. The meadow existed as place Edward had mentioned during one of their conversations about favourite locations around Forks. His description of the wildflowers and the peaceful isolation suggesting it held significance for him beyond simple appreciation for natural beauty that humans might feel when encountering particularly lovely landscape. Bella convinced him to show her this place during one of those rare sunny Saturday afternoons when the forecast predicted clear skies and when Edward's usual excuses about family obligations or about needing to avoid her for her own safety seemed less convincing than usual, given his apparent inability to actually stay away from her, despite his repeated warnings that she should be afraid of him and should maintain distance for her own protection and for the protection of her continued human existence. The hike to the meadow took longer than Bella expected given her human pace and her human limitations that made Edward impatient, despite his attempts to hide his frustration at moving slowly enough for her to keep up without exhausting herself completely before they reached their destination. The meadow opened suddenly from the forest trail, the circular clearing filled with wildflowers in shades of purple and yellow and white, the grass soft, and the whole space seeming enchanted or separate from the normal world in ways that made Bella understand why Edward had described this as his favorite place to come when he needed solitude or needed escape from the constant performance of humanity that his existence required whenever he moved through human spaces and human communities. Edward stood at the edge of the meadow with expression that suggested nervousness or uncertainty about what would happen next. His usual confidence replaced by vulnerability that made Bella's heart ache with tenderness, despite her growing certainty about what he was and what revealing himself would mean for their relationship and for her understanding of reality itself and for the future that she wanted with him, regardless of the danger or the impossibility. He asked whether she was afraid, his voice quiet and his posture tense, as though preparing for her to scream or to run, when he showed her the truth that he had been hiding behind careful performance and careful control since the moment they met in biology class, when her scent had nearly destroyed his century of practiced restraint. Edward stepped into the direct sunlight that filled the meadow, his skin immediately beginning to sparkle as though covered in thousands of tiny diamonds embedded in his flesh. The effect, beautiful and alien and completely inhuman in ways that confirmed everything Bella had begun to suspect after Jacob's story and after her research into vampire mythology that had prepared her intellectually but had not prepared her emotionally for the reality of seeing Edward transformed by sunlight into something that could never pass as human to anyone who witnessed this sparkling phenomenon. He stood motionless while Bella approached him slowly, her hand reaching out to touch the sparkling skin of his arm, the temperature cold and the texture smooth like marble rather than like human flesh. That would be warm and soft under her fingers, his stillness absolute in ways that made clear he was not breathing and was not performing any of the small unconscious movements that characterize living human bodies. Edward explained what he was with voice that held centuries of self-loathing and centuries of struggle against his nature. His description of vampire existence, revealing the constant thirst and the constant temptation and the constant danger he posed to every human he encountered, including Bella, whose blood sang to him more powerfully than any human's blood had ever called to him during his 100 years of existence as vampire, trying to live among humans without killing them. His story unfolded across hours in the meadow, Bella listening with fascination rather than fear, as Edward described his transformation in 1918, during the Spanish influenza epidemic that had killed his human parents and had nearly killed him before Carlisle Cullen had found him dying in Chicago hospital and had made the decision to transform him rather than to allow death to claim another victim of the pandemic that was devastating populations across the world. Edward's human memories remained intact despite the transformation. His recall of his mother's face and his father's voice perfect and permanent, unlike human memories that faded and distorted across years of normal mortal existence. Carlyle's history stretched back centuries to his birth in 1640s London, where his father had been Anglican pastor who hunted vampires and witches and other supposed servants of Satan. Carlyle's transformation occurring during a vampire hunt gone wrong when he had been attacked and had hidden during his 3 days of transformation, rather than seeking help that would have resulted in his execution by his own father, who would have viewed his son's transformation as damnation, rather than as tragic accident requiring compassion or understanding. Carlyle had spent centuries learning to resist human blood and developing the vegetarian lifestyle that his coven practiced. His decision to become doctor representing his commitment to preserving human life rather than to taking it despite his vampire nature creating constant temptation. Whenever he encountered bleeding patients, or whenever he performed surgery that exposed him to blood, that his instincts screamed at him to consume despite his intellectual commitment to his chosen path. The creation of the family had occurred gradually across centuries as Carlyle encountered dying humans whom he chose to save through transformation rather than allowing death to claim them. Each member of the Cullen coven representing Carlyle's compassion and his belief that vampire existence did not have to mean embracing monster nature and abandoning all connection to humanity and human values. Edward described his own rebellious period during the 1920s, when he had left Carlyle's guidance and had spent several years hunting humans. His justification being that he only killed murderers and rapists and other criminals, whose deaths benefited society by removing dangerous predators from human populations who would continue harming innocents if allowed to live. But the rationalization had eventually failed. Edward's gift of reading minds making him aware that even the worst humans loved and were loved by someone, that every death created ripples of grief and loss that made his vigilante justice seem less righteous and more simply murderous, regardless of his victims' crimes or their likelihood of re-offending if given opportunity. He had returned to Carlyle and to the vegetarian lifestyle with renewed commitment after recognizing that killing humans, regardless of their moral status, made him monster rather than hero, that his gift did not grant him the right to judge who deserved death and who deserved life among the humans whose thoughts he could hear, but whose experiences he could never fully understand, from his position as immortal predator, pretending to be civilized and pretending to be capable of existing peacefully alongside the species that should have been his natural prey. The family dynamics emerged through Edward's descriptions. Rosalie's bitterness about her transformation and her loss of human life, making her resent Bella's presence and making her protective of the family's secret, despite her own unhappiness with vampire existence that had stolen her human dreams of marriage and children and normal life that she had wanted before violence had ended her mortality. Emmett's transformation had occurred after grizzly bear attack had left him dying in the Tennessee mountains. Rosalie, carrying him hundreds of miles to Carlisle rather than allowing him to die, because she had been moved by his face and by something about him that had made her want to save him. Despite her general philosophy, that transformation was curse rather than gift that should be inflicted on dying humans. Alice and Jasper had arrived together decades earlier, with Alice's visions having shown her exactly where to find the Cullens and exactly when to arrive to join the family that she had seen waiting for them in. Her gifts predictions about futures that had not yet occurred, but that had been certain enough for Alice to trust and to follow across years of waiting and preparation. Jasper's history involved decades serving in vampire armies in the South, when newborns fought territorial wars, his gift of emotional manipulation making him valuable as soldier and commander, despite the psychological cost of feeling every emotion of every vampire he killed and every human he consumed during those violent years before Alice had found him and had offered him alternative to the endless violence. Bella's lack of fear confused Edward, and frustrated him in equal measure. His expectations that she would run screaming, or would, at minimum, maintain sensible distance from the monster, who had just revealed himself as predator designed specifically to hunt humans like her, proving completely wrong as Bella moved closer, rather than away, and asked more questions rather than making excuses to leave. But Bella felt no fear, only fascination and growing certainty that Edward represented something she had been searching for without knowing what she sought. His difference and his danger, making him more appealing rather than less appealing to someone who had never quite fit into normal human existence and who had always felt slightly disconnected from her peers and their conventional concerns about conventional futures involving college and career and marriage and children. She asked the question that had been forming since the sparkling began, whether he would transform her and make her vampire like him so they could exist together without the constant danger and the constant concern about his control failing and his nature overwhelming his century of practice restraint against the temptation that her blood represented. Edward's refusal came immediately and absolutely, his voice fierce with conviction that Bella deserved human life and human experiences and human soul that transformation would steal from her, along with her mortality and her warmth and everything that made her human rather than making her immortal predator damned to existence without end and without hope of redemption or peace. He described vampire existence as curse rather than gift, despite the strength and the speed and the beauty. His century of life having taught him that immortality without humanity created emptiness that no amount of experience or knowledge could fill completely, or could compensate for the loss of human connection and human possibility. Bella argued that staying human meant eventual aging and eventual death, and eventual separation from Edward, whose immortality would continue long after she died, her human lifespan measuring mere decades against his endless existence that would make their relationship temporary rather than eternal, unless she became like him and joined him in immortality that would allow them to remain together across centuries, rather than across the few short years that human life would permit before age or accident or illness claimed her. The conversation about transformation would continue through subsequent weeks and months as their relationship deepened, and as Bella's certainty about wanting vampire existence grew stronger despite Edward's continued resistance and despite his arguments about what she would lose versus what she would gain through the transformation that would change everything about her existence and her nature and her possibilities for experiencing life. But in the meadow during that first revelation, Bella simply sat beside Edward in the sunshine that made him sparkle like diamond, her hand in his cold marble hand, her acceptance of his true nature complete, and her fear absent, despite every rational reason she should be terrified of the beautiful monster who had just confessed to being predator designed by nature to hunt humans exactly like her, and whose century of control could fail at any moment if circumstances overwhelmed his carefully maintained restraint against instincts that screamed at him to drink her blood and to claim her as prey, rather than protecting her as a human girl he loved impossibly and dangerously. The introduction to the Cullen family occurred with careful orchestration by Edward, who wanted Bella to understand the people who had become his family across decades of living together, and who would need to accept Bella's presence in Edward's life if their relationship continued beyond the initial fascination and the initial discovery period, when everything felt new and urgent. The Cullen house existed on the outskirts of Forks, in a location that provided privacy and provided distance from human neighbors, who might notice unusual behaviors or unusual routines that characterize vampire household, pretending to maintain normal human existence, despite none of them requiring sleep or requiring food, or requiring any of the biological necessities that govern human daily rhythms. The house itself appeared modern and expensive, its glass walls and its open architecture suggesting wealth and suggesting aesthetic sensibilities that differed from the practical, modest homes that characterize most Forks residences built for functionality rather than for beauty or for architectural statement. Esme greeted Bella with maternal warmth that made clear she had been hoping for Edward to find someone who could make him happy after his century of solitary existence among coupled family members whose romantic partnerships emphasized his isolation and his difference from siblings who had found mates while Edward remained alone despite his beauty and his intelligence and his century of opportunities to form connections. Her gentleness and her obvious delight at meeting the human girl who had captured Edward's interest made Bella feel welcome despite her anxiety about meeting vampires who might view her as food rather than as potential family member worthy of protection and worthy of inclusion in their complicated household dynamics. Carlyle's greeting combined professionalism with genuine curiosity. His doctor's assessment of Bella's health and his doctor's concern about the danger Edward posed to her, creating interesting tension with his obvious pleasure that Edward had finally found someone he cared about enough to risk exposure and to risk the family's carefully maintained secrecy. Alice practically attacked Bella with enthusiasm that suggested they were already best friends rather than strangers meeting for the first time. Her visions having shown her Bella's importance to the family's future, and having shown her the friendship that would develop between them across years of shopping trips and conversations and shared experiences that Alice had been anticipating since her visions had revealed Bella's eventual arrival in Edward's life. Alice's acceptance felt absolute and felt unconditional in ways that made Bella understand why Edward spoke of Alice with such affection, despite her sometimes overwhelming personality and her tendency to organize everyone's lives according to what her visions showed would produce optimal outcomes. Jasper maintained careful distance from Bella, his struggle with the vegetarian lifestyle making him more dangerous around humans than his siblings, whose decades or centuries of practice had given them better control over their instincts and better ability to resist the constant temptation that human blood represented to vampires, whose nature designed them specifically to hunt and to kill humans. Emmett's booming greeting and his obvious amusement at Edward's predicament of falling for human girl created lighter atmosphere that helped ease Bella's nervousness about being surrounded by vampires who could kill her effortlessly if their control failed, or if they decided she posed threat to their security. His jokes and his easy acceptance of Bella as Edward's choice suggested that the family valued Edward's happiness over the complications and the dangers that human girlfriend would create for their carefully maintained cover story and their carefully maintained distance from the human community they lived among. Rosalie's coldness provided stark contrast to the rest of the family's welcome, her beautiful face showing resentment and showing disapproval that made clear she viewed Bella as threat rather than as addition to their family. Her reasons complex and rooted in her own loss of humanity and her own bitter understanding of what vampire existence meant for those who had not chosen transformation willingly. The baseball game occurred during one of the rare thunderstorms that provided sufficient noise to mask the sounds of vampires playing with their full strength and their full speed, rather than maintaining the careful restraint that characterized their movements in human spaces, where superhuman abilities would reveal their true nature. Alice had organized the game with her typical enthusiasm for activities that allowed the family to be themselves without performance or without pretense. The clearing in the forest serving as their private field, where they could run and hit and play without concern about human witnesses or human questions about their impossible athletic abilities. Bella watched from the sidelines with Esme, who explained the rules and explained the family dynamics that made baseball their favorite activity, despite most sports seeming pointless to beings whose strength and speed exceeded human capabilities so completely that competition among humans could never provide actual challenge or actual entertainment. The game itself demonstrated vampire nature in ways that Bella had not fully appreciated despite Edward's explanations, and despite her research into vampire mythology, their speed making them appear as blurs rather than as distinct individuals moving across the field, their strength allowing them to hit the baseball with such force that it created sonic booms that the thunder masked from human ears that might otherwise hear evidence of supernatural beings existing in the forests around Forks. Alice pitched with precision that her visions allowed. Her ability to see Jasper's decisions about where to swing, making her pitching impossible to hit, except when she chose to allow contact for the sake of keeping the game interesting. Edward and Emmett competed with sibling rivalry that made their plays more about outdoing each other than about strict adherence to baseball rules, their competitive natures finding outlet in the game that allowed them to use their abilities without restraint. The arrival of the 3 nomadic vampires interrupted the game with timing that Alice had not foreseen. Her visions apparently blocked by decisions made in the moment rather than planned in advance. The gap in her precognition creating dangerous situation where the family had no warning about the approaching threat. James and Victoria and Laurent appeared at the edge of the clearing with casual curiosity about the baseball game, their presence immediately creating tension as the Cullen family positioned themselves between the nomads and Bella, whose human scent carried on the wind despite Edward's attempts to shield her, and despite the family's attempts to appear casual about the human girl's presence at vampire sporting event. Laurent spoke for the group with diplomatic courtesy that suggested experience navigating vampire social dynamics and experience avoiding unnecessary conflict with established covens whose territories the nomads were passing through during their wanderings. Carlyle responded with equal courtesy, his explanation that they were just finishing their game serving as polite dismissal that the nomads should have accepted and should have used as signal to continue on their way without creating problems. But James caught Bella's scent when the wind shifted, his tracker instincts immediately focusing on the human girl whose presence among vampires represented interesting puzzle and interesting challenge for Hunter, whose gift made him exceptional at finding and killing prey that other vampires might lose or might give up pursuing. The shift in James's posture and the shift in his expression made clear that he had identified Bella as prey worth hunting. His decision to pursue her, made in instant before Edward and the other Cullens, could prevent the scent from reaching him, or could prevent his tracker nature from engaging with the challenge that Bella represented as human protected by vampire coven. Victoria's wild appearance and her obvious partnership with James suggested years of hunting together. Her survival instincts and her gift for escaping danger making her valuable ally for Tracker, whose single-minded pursuit of challenging prey sometimes led him into situations that required quick escape or required strategic retreat. Laurent's nervous assessment of the situation and his obvious discomfort with James's interest in Bella suggested that he recognized the danger of challenging an established coven over single human whose death or whose survival should not matter enough to risk confrontation with 7 vampires defending their territory and defending their companion. The Cullens' protective formation around Bella made clear that they would fight to protect her, despite the risk and despite the exposure that vampire battle would create if humans discovered evidence of the confrontation or discovered bodies that would require explanation. James's smile suggested that the Cullens' protection made Bella more interesting rather than less interesting as prey. The challenge of taking human defended by powerful coven, appealing to his hunter instincts and appealing to his ego, that required difficult hunts to maintain his interest and to maintain his reputation as Tracker, who never lost prey once he committed to pursuit. Edward's reading of James's thoughts revealed the Tracker's immediate strategizing about how to separate Bella from her protectors and how to use her human connections and her human vulnerabilities to draw her away from the Cullen family's supernatural protection. The confrontation ended without violence as Laurent convinced James and Victoria to leave with him, but the temporary retreat meant nothing given James's obvious intention to continue pursuing Bella regardless of the Cullens' warnings or the Cullens' threats about what would happen if he persisted in hunting human under their protection. The family's immediate response involved strategy session about how to protect Bella from Tracker, whose gift made him nearly impossible to evade and nearly impossible to stop once he committed to hunt. Alice's visions showed fragments of possible futures depending on decisions that had not yet been made, her gift revealing that James would separate from Laurent and Victoria and would focus entirely on Bella while using her human family and her human connections to manipulate her into vulnerable positions where the Cullens could not reach her in time to prevent James from succeeding. The plan involved splitting up to confuse James's tracking, Rosalie and Esme wearing Bella's clothes to lay false trails, while Edward and Alice and Jasper took Bella away from Fawkes and away from Charlie, whose proximity to Bella made him potential target or potential leverage that James might use to force Bella into situations where she would be unprotected. The days of hiding tested everyone's patience and tested everyone's control as they moved between hotel rooms and safe houses, while Alice monitored her visions for any indication of James's location or James's strategy. Bella's guilt about endangering the family and about disrupting their lives made her suggest that she should simply face James alone and should remove the danger her presence created for vampires who had done nothing except protect her and care for her despite the complications her humanity created for their existence. Edward's absolute refusal to consider allowing Bella to sacrifice herself revealed the depth of his love and revealed his willingness to risk everything, including his family's safety, to protect the human girl who had become more important to him than his own existence or his own peace. James's trap came through video he had created showing Bella's mother, Renee, supposedly held captive in their old ballet studio in Phoenix, the location significant from Bella's childhood, and the threat to her mother sufficient to make Bella willing to trade herself for Renee's safety, despite knowing that James had probably already killed her mother, and that walking into the ballet studio meant walking into ambush, designed specifically to separate her from her vampire protectors. Alice's vision of Bella in the ballet studio came too late to prevent Bella from sneaking away from Alice and Jasper at the airport. Her note explaining that she had to protect her mother, creating horrible understanding that Bella had walked into James's trap alone and unprotected, despite all their efforts to keep her safe from the tracker, whose patience and whose planning had finally succeeded in isolating his prey. Edward's anguished race to reach the ballet studio in time competed with James's methodical torture of Bella, who discovered upon arrival that her mother had never been in danger, and that James had used old home videos to create the illusion of current captivity. James's attack broke Bella's leg and cracked her skull, his casual violence demonstrating that he was playing with his prey rather than killing her immediately, his desire to make the hunt last and to make the kill memorable, overriding the efficient dispatch that less theatrical vampires might employ. The bite to Bella's wrist occurred moments before Edward and his family crashed through the ballet studio windows. James's venom entering Bella's bloodstream and beginning the transformation process that would kill her humanity and would make her vampire unless Edward could extract the venom before it spread beyond the wound site and beyond the possibility of reversal. Edward's face over Bella as she screamed in agony showed his tortured decision about whether to suck the venom from her wound and risk killing her through blood loss, or whether to allow the transformation to continue and to change her into vampire. Despite his philosophical objections to stealing her humanity and her soul through transformation, she had not consciously chosen in moments of clear decision-making. Carlyle's calm voice guided Edward through the extraction process, while Alice and Jasper and Emmett destroyed James's body and burned the pieces to prevent any possibility of regeneration or survival. Victoria's escape during the chaos, creating future threat that none of them recognized as significant, given their immediate focus on saving Bella from death or from unwanted transformation. The venom extraction succeeded, Edward stopping before he drank enough blood to kill Bella, but after he had removed enough venom to prevent transformation from progressing beyond reversal point. The hospital stay involved careful lies to Charlie about how Bella had fallen through window in Phoenix and about how Edward had been visiting and had saved her life. The explanations vague enough to avoid specific scrutiny, but detailed enough to satisfy Charlie's parental concern about his daughter's injuries. The broken leg and the head injury would heal across weeks of recovery. Bella's human fragility emphasized by the extensive damage that James had inflicted in minutes of casual violence that vampire could have continued indefinitely if Edward had not arrived when Alice's visions had finally shown where Bella had gone. Edward's guilt about bringing danger into Bella's life competed with his relief that she had survived, and competed with his growing understanding that Bella would never be truly safe as long as she remained human girl connected to vampire family. whose existence attracted attention from others of their kind. The prom occurred weeks later after Bella's cast came off, and after her injuries healed enough that dancing seemed possible, even if not advisable given her natural clumsiness and her tendency toward accidents even without recent broken bones. Edward had insisted on taking her, despite Bella's protests, that prom represented everything she hated about high school social rituals and high school expectations about formal dances and formal clothes. But the evening in Edward's arms swaying to music in the decorated gymnasium made Bella understand why people treasured these supposedly important high school moments, his presence transforming the ordinary experience into something magical and something worth remembering, despite her earlier cynicism about prom's significance. She asked him again about transformation during their slow dance, her near-death experience having strengthened rather than diminished her certainty that she wanted a vampire existence and wanted eternity with Edward, rather than the few short human years before age separated them, or before another James found her and succeeded where the tracker had failed. Edward's continued refusal carried less conviction than before, his own fear during her hours in James's control having taught him that protecting Bella's humanity might ultimately require stealing that humanity to keep her safe from dangers that her connection to him created, and from dangers that her knowledge of vampire existence made inevitable given the Volturi's eventual awareness that human knew their secret and lived among them without transformation or without death. The birthday party existed as Alice's creation rather than as anything Bella wanted or had requested, her 18th birthday marking transition to technical adulthood that felt meaningless given that she still lived with Charlie and still attended high school and still functioned as teenager, despite the arbitrary legal designation that she could now vote and could now be tried as adult for crimes and could now make decisions without parental consent or parental oversight in ways that technically granted her independence, even though practical reality of her life remained unchanged by the number 18 that now defined her age. Alice had decorated the Cullen house with flowers and with carefully chosen presents and with enthusiasm that overwhelmed Bella's protests that she did not want celebration or attention, focused on the fact that she was now officially older than Edward would ever appear to be, despite his actual age of 108 years, making her 18 years seem infantile and insignificant by comparison to the century he had existed as vampire frozen at 17 years old for eternity. Edward had reluctantly agreed to Alice's party plans, despite understanding Bella's discomfort with being center of attention, and despite his own growing concern about the danger that Bella's humanity represented in a household full of vampires, whose control varied and whose instincts remained predatory, regardless of their vegetarian lifestyle and their decades or centuries of practice. Resisting human blood that called to them constantly whenever they existed in proximity to humans, whose warmth and whose heartbeats and whose scent reminded them of what they were and what they could never fully escape regardless of their philosophical commitments or their moral choices. The party felt forced despite Alice's genuine excitement and despite Esme's maternal warmth as they welcomed Bella into their home for celebration that marked Bella growing older while Edward remained frozen, and while their age difference became more pronounced with each passing year that would eventually separate them through mortality, unless Bella's transformation occurred before time and age stole her youth and her vitality. The gift opening proceeded awkwardly, as Bella unwrapped presents that the Cullens had chosen with care that made her uncomfortable about accepting expensive items from family whose wealth exceeded anything her middle-class background had prepared her to navigate gracefully, or to reciprocate in ways that would not seem insulting through their inadequacy compared to the luxury that the Cullens considered normal and unremarkable. Edward had given her photograph of himself and tickets to visit her mother in Jacksonville, the gifts reflecting his understanding of what she valued, even though Bella would have preferred his agreement to transform her over any material present he could offer. Alice's gift involved designer clothes that Bella would never have chosen for herself, but that Alice insisted would look perfect once Bella accepted that fashion mattered and that appearance reflected care for oneself and care for how others perceived you in social situations where presentation affected opportunities and affected how people treated you. The paper cut happened as Bella opened Alice's gift, the edge of the wrapping paper slicing her finger deeply enough that blood welled immediately and blood scent filled the room before anyone could react or could position themselves between Bella and Jasper, whose newest addition to the family and whose decades of blood consumption made his control most precarious among the Cullen vampires who had all learned to manage their thirst around humans, but who found fresh blood more difficult to resist than the ambient human scent that characterized their normal existence in Forks. Jasper lunged toward Bella with expression that showed his vampire nature overwhelming his practiced humanity, his instincts responding to blood scent with attack reflex that decades of vegetarian lifestyle had not fully suppressed despite his genuine commitment to the Cullen way of existing, and despite his daily practice of resisting temptation and resisting the easier path of hunting humans whose blood would satisfy him completely, rather than requiring the constant feeding and the constant struggle that animal blood demanded. Edward's defensive move threw Bella backward into the glass table that shattered under her impact, the broken glass cutting her arm and her shoulder and creating more blood that made the situation exponentially more dangerous as Jasper fought against Emmett and Alice, who restrained him, while Edward positioned himself between Bella and his brother, whose struggle against their hold demonstrated the strength of newborn-like bloodlust that the scent of fresh human blood could trigger even in vampires who had maintained control for years without incident or without serious temptation, overwhelming their carefully maintained restraint. The chaos of the moment and the violence of Edward's protective reaction that had injured Bella more seriously than Jasper's initial lunge would have injured her created scene that burned itself into Edward's consciousness as proof that his presence in Bella's life represented constant danger and represented inevitable tragedy waiting to occur whenever circumstances aligned badly or whenever control failed at wrong moment. Carlyle's calm medical assessment and his careful cleaning of Bella's wounds occurred while the rest of the family removed Jasper from the house, and while Edward stood rigid with self-loathing about his family's danger to Bella, and about his own responsibility for bringing her into environments where paper cut could trigger attack from brother, whose gift of emotional manipulation meant he felt everyone's thirst amplified through empathic connection to their hunger, and whose struggle with vegetarian lifestyle made him most vulnerable to losing control in situations involving fresh human blood. The stitches that Carlyle placed in Bella's arm represented physical manifestation of the danger that Edward had been warning about since their relationship began. The evidence that vampire nature could not be fully suppressed or fully controlled. Regardless of intentions or regardless of practice, creating crisis in Edward's understanding of whether loving Bella justified the constant risk her presence created for herself and created for his family, whose exposure would result from any loss of control that led to Bella's death or led to Bella's transformation without the careful planning that would be necessary to avoid Volturi attention. Bella tried to minimize the incident and tried to comfort Edward, whose guilt and whose fear made him withdraw emotionally in ways that Bella recognized as dangerous to their relationship and dangerous to the future she wanted with him as vampire rather than as human, whose mortality created constant anxiety and constant awareness of how easily she could die through accident or through attack or through simple bad luck that characterized human fragility. Edward's silence during the days following the party and his careful distance when they were together suggested that he was processing the incident in ways that worried Bella, even though she could not read his thoughts and could not access his internal deliberations about what the birthday disaster meant for their relationship and for her continued safety in his presence. The dread that settled in Bella's stomach felt prescient in ways that proved justified when Edward asked her to walk with him in the forest behind her house, his formal tone and his careful expression suggesting that something terrible was coming and that her world was about to shatter in ways she would not be able to prevent or control. The conversation in the forest happened during afternoon that should have been ordinary. Edward's request that Bella walk with him seeming innocent until they reached sufficient distance from the house that his words would not carry to Charlie or to neighbors who might overhear Vampire confessing that he was leaving and taking his family away from Forks to protect human girl from the danger his presence created and from the inevitable tragedy that would occur if he continued risking her life through his selfish desire to remain near her, despite knowing better, and despite understanding that love sometimes meant leaving rather than staying. Edward's explanation that he no longer wanted Bella came delivered with wooden voice that suggested rehearsed speech rather than genuine emotional truth. His claim that she had been diversion or distraction during boring period of his existence sounding false, even as Bella's heart shattered with each word that denied the love she had believed was real and was mutual and was foundation for the future she'd been planning as vampire beside him across centuries of existence, together. The specific words Edward used felt designed to wound and designed to ensure that Bella would not follow or would not continue hoping for reunion. His claim that she had been amusing but ultimately forgettable human whose appeal had worn off after the initial novelty of silent mind and willing blood donor had faded into tedium. Bella's attempts to argue or to question or to demand a real explanation met Edward's cold insistence that she should return to her human life and should forget him and should move on to human relationships that would not endanger her or would not require her to sacrifice her humanity for love that Edward claimed had never existed beyond his curiosity about the silent mind and the human who had briefly interested him before becoming tedious and before he had recognized that immortal existence with human would be impossible burden, rather than romantic eternity that Bella imagined in her naive understanding of what vampire relationship actually meant across centuries of existence. The cruelty of his words and the finality of his departure left Bella standing alone in the forest as Edward disappeared with speed that made pursuit impossible and made following him impossible, even if Bella had possessed the physical capability to track Vampire through the woods, where his scent would fade within minutes and where no trail would remain to indicate which direction he had gone or where the Cullens were heading, as they left Forks permanently without intention of return. She stood frozen as evening became night, and as cold settled into her bones, her mind unable to process the abandonment or unable to accept that Edward had truly meant what he said about not wanting her and about leaving without intention of return or without possibility of future contact between them. The physical pain in her chest felt real rather than metaphorical. Her heart literally aching with loss that seemed to tear something essential from her body and leave gaping wound that nothing could heal or could fill with anything except the Edward-shaped emptiness that his departure created. Charlie found her hours later after search that involved half the town looking for the police chief's daughter, who had disappeared into the woods and who had not returned despite the darkness and despite the cold that should have driven her home to warmth and safety, rather than leaving her standing motionless in the forest, like statue or like person whose consciousness had left her body. Bella's catatonic state persisted through the following days and weeks, her physical presence in school and at home masking complete emotional absence that made her seem like ghost or like shell of person, rather than like functional human being processing normal breakup with normal teenage boyfriend, whose departure should have hurt but should not have destroyed her capacity to function or to engage with life continuing around her. The journal pages from this period remain blank except for month names marking passage of time: October becoming November, becoming December, becoming January, while Bella existed without really living and without really engaging with the world or with the people who tried to reach her through the numbness that Edward's departure had created. Charlie's threats to send her back to Renee in Florida finally penetrated the fog enough that Bella recognized she needed to perform functionality well enough to avoid being forcibly relocated away from Forks, where some part of her still believed Edward might return, despite his clear statements about not wanting her and about the Cullen family having already left the area without leaving forwarding information or leaving any way for Bella to contact them or to verify whether they had truly gone, or whether some possibility remained that Edward's departure had been temporary insanity rather than permanent decision. The performance of normalcy involved accepting invitations to movies with Jessica and to dinners with Angela, and to study sessions with classmates whose names Bella could barely remember, despite sitting beside them in classes where she took notes automatically without processing information, or without caring about grades or about college applications that should have been occupying her attention during senior year, when her future should have been primary concern, rather than distant abstraction that felt irrelevant compared to the loss that consumed her awareness. The reckless behavior began as accident when Bella recognized stranger on street corner in Port Angeles and followed him, thinking he might be one of the men who had threatened her the previous spring, before Edward had rescued her and had revealed through his protective fury how much he cared about her safety and about her well-being. The adrenaline and the fear triggered Edward's voice in her head, warning her away from danger, the hallucination or the memory providing first moment of connection to Edward since his departure and providing first relief from the endless numbness that had characterized her existence across months of his absence. The discovery that danger brought Edward's voice back created addiction to risky situations and created pattern of seeking danger deliberately. To hear the voice that sounded real, even though Bella understood intellectually that she was manufacturing the experience through her own desperate need to maintain some connection to Edward, despite his abandonment, and despite his clear statement that he did not want her trying to contact him or trying to follow him into whatever existence he had chosen without her. The motorcycles represented opportunity for sustained danger and sustained reckless behavior that would provide regular access to Edward's voice through the fear response that seemed to trigger the hallucination or the memory of his protective warnings and his constant concern about her human fragility. Bella found 2 broken motorcycles abandoned behind someone's house and paid $50 for both despite having no mechanical knowledge and despite having no clear plan for how to repair them or how to learn to ride them without killing herself in the process of pursuing the adrenaline rush and the Edward's voice reward that danger provided. The memory of Jacob Black and his mechanical skills from rebuilding her truck's engine prompted Bella to load the motorcycles into her truck bed and to drive to La Push, where she had not visited since the beach trip, when Jacob had told her the Cold One stories that had led to her discovery of Edward's vampire nature, and that had started the relationship that had ended with Edward's departure, leaving her broken and empty. Jacob's excitement about the motorcycles and his enthusiasm about teaching Bella to ride them created first genuine positive emotion Bella had experienced since Edward's departure. Jacob's warmth and Jacob's uncomplicated friendship providing relief from the endless grey of her depression and providing motivation to continue existing beyond simple avoidance of worrying Charlie into sending her away from Forks. The hours spent in Jacob's garage while he rebuilt the motorcycles provided structure to Bella's weeks and provided excuse to leave the house and to engage with someone who made her feel almost human again, despite the Edward-shaped hole in her chest that nothing could fill, but that Jacob's presence made slightly more bearable through his humor and his easy companionship. Jacob's crush on Bella was obvious, but unspoken. His hope that she might eventually see him as something more than friend, competing with his genuine care for her well-being and his genuine desire to help her heal from whatever had caused the obvious depression that she would not explain or would not discuss beyond vague references to previous boyfriend who had left. The first motorcycle ride ended in crash that left Bella bruised and scraped, but exhilarated by the danger and by Edward's voice, warning her to be careful and to stop risking herself unnecessarily through behavior that could kill her or could injure her seriously. The contradiction of seeking Edward's voice through behavior he would hate and would warn against did not escape Bella's awareness, but the addiction to hearing him again overrode rational concerns about safety or about the self-destructive nature of using danger as coping mechanism for abandonment and for heartbreak that had destroyed her ability to function normally or to care about her continued existence beyond the moments when Edward's voice returned to warn her about risks she was taking deliberately to trigger the hallucination. Jacob's concern about Bella's repeated crashes and Bella's apparent death wish made him question whether teaching her to ride had been a good idea. But Bella's insistence that she needed this, and that the motorcycles helped her in ways she could not explain, convinced Jacob to continue despite his worry about her safety and about her mental state that seemed fragile in ways that scared him, even though he did not fully understand what had broken her or what she was seeking through the dangerous behavior. Jacob's transformation happened suddenly during February, his abrupt withdrawal from Bella's life echoing Edward's departure in ways that made Bella feel cursed or feel fundamentally unlovable, in ways that drove away everyone who got close enough to truly know her, or to see past the performance of normalcy into the damaged person underneath. Jacob's avoidance lasted weeks before Bella confronted him at his house, his physical changes obvious in his short hair and his increased muscle mass and his membership in Sam Muley's group that Jacob had previously mocked as cult, or as gang, whose control over members seemed sinister and seemed like something Jacob would never willingly join. The cryptic warnings Jacob offered about staying away from him and about the danger he represented made no sense until Bella remembered the other Quileute legends that Jacob had mentioned, alongside the Cold One stories, the tales about spirit warriors and about tribal magic that allowed certain bloodlines to transform into walls for protection of their people against supernatural threats. The pieces assembled as Bella watched Jacob and the other pack members, their synchronized movements and their obvious pack dynamic suggesting that the werewolf legends were as literally true as the vampire legends had proven to be. That Jacob had undergone transformation into giant wolf and had joined the pack of shapeshifters whose purpose involved protecting La Push and protecting Forks from vampire threats that the treaty with the Cullens had temporarily neutralized, but that Victoria's presence in the area hunting Bella had reactivated. The confirmation came through Jacob's eventual admission after Bella pestered him relentlessly about what had changed and about why he was avoiding her. His explanation about the pack and about Sam as Alpha and about the treaty with the Cullens, providing context for his transformation and providing explanation for why he had been forbidden from seeing Bella, who remained connected to the Cullen coven, despite their departure and despite the months that had passed since Edward had left her in the forest, bleeding emotionally, if not physically. The pack's discovery of Laurel hunting in the area near Forks created immediate danger that the wolves addressed by killing the vampire who had been tracking Bella with intention of doing Victoria a favor by eliminating the human whose survival James had died trying to achieve during the previous spring, when the Cullens had still been present to protect Bella from threats that her knowledge of vampire existence and her relationship with Edward had created through exposing her to supernatural world that humans were supposed to remain ignorant of for their own safety and for the preservation of vampire secrecy that the Volturi enforced through violence and through fear that kept vampire populations dispersed and kept their existence hidden from human awareness that might organize against them. Laurent's appearance in the meadow where Bella had gone seeking memories of Edward and seeking connection to the place where he had revealed his sparkling skin and his true nature represented Victoria's preliminary scouting of Bella's routines and Bella's vulnerabilities before Victoria herself would attempt the kill that would avenge James's death by destroying the human whose protection had cost James his existence and whose continued survival offended Victoria's sense of justice and Victoria's mate bond grief that demanded equivalent loss be inflicted on Edward through Bella's death that would make Edward suffer as Victoria had suffered when the Cullens had destroyed her mate. The wolves' intervention saved Bella's life without her full understanding of what was happening. The giant wolves appearing from the forest and pursuing Laurent before he could attack Bella, or could carry through on Victoria's instructions to eliminate the human girl, whose continued survival offended Victoria's sense of justice and Victoria's mate bond grief that demanded equivalent loss be inflicted on Edward through Bella's death, even though Edward had already left Bella and had already experienced the loss of her presence in his life in ways that Victoria apparently did not know about, or did not consider sufficient punishment for James's destruction. Laurent's final words before the wolves tore him apart revealed Victoria's plans and revealed that Edward's departure had not actually protected Bella from vampire danger, but had instead left her vulnerable to Victoria's patient vengeance and vulnerable to attack without the Cullen family's protection to keep other vampires away from the human who knew their secret and who represented both threat to vampire secrecy and tempting prey for vampires less committed to vegetarian lifestyle than the Cullens had been during their time in Forks, when their presence had maintained some level of protection around Bella, even beyond her direct interactions with Edward and his family. Jacob's explanation of what had happened and what the pack had done to save Bella created complicated gratitude in Bella, who recognized that she had found different kind of family among the wolves, even while continuing to miss Edward and to long for the life she had planned with him before his departure had destroyed her future and had left her alone with her humanity that felt more like burden than like gift, worth preserving at cost of separation from Edward, whose absence continued to dominate her consciousness despite months having passed since his departure from the forest, where he had told her he did not want her anymore. The reality that Victoria was actively hunting Bella and that the red-headed vampire had been planning this revenge for months while Bella remained ignorant of the danger created new understanding of how vulnerable she had been during the period when Edward's departure had left her unprotected and had left her unaware that the events of the previous spring had created enemy who would not forget or forgive until Bella was dead and until Edward had experienced the same loss that Victoria had experienced when the Cullens had killed James in the ballet studio after his attack on Bella had nearly succeeded. The pack dynamics fascinated Bella as Jacob explained how the Alpha Command worked and how Sam's position as leader gave him authority that the other wolves could not disobey, even when they disagreed with his decisions or his strategies for protecting the territory from vampire incursions that the treaty with the Cullens had been designed to prevent, but that Victoria's presence had reactivated through her continued hunting in the area, despite the pack's efforts to catch her and to eliminate the threat she represented. Jacob's resentment of Sam's control and Jacob's chafing against the pack hierarchy that limited his autonomy suggested that being werewolf involves sacrifices beyond the physical transformation and the constant awareness of supernatural threats requiring vigilance and requiring readiness to phase and to fight at any moment when vampires crossed into their territory or threatened the humans under their protection, including Bella, whose status as Jacob's friend made her subject of pack protection despite her connections to vampires and despite the complications those connections created for the pack's mission. The loss of privacy represented one of the most difficult adjustments to pack life, Jacob explained, because the shared consciousness during wolf form meant that all thoughts became accessible to pack brothers who could see every memory and every emotion and every secret that individual wolves tried to keep private during their human existence. But that became exposed and became communal property whenever they phased and joined the pack mind that connected them all. The pack consisted of Sam Yulee as Alpha, with Jared and Paul as his first members whose transformations had occurred years earlier when Victoria and James and Laurent had first passed through Forks during their nomadic wandering and had triggered the genetic response that activated the dormant shapeshifter abilities in certain Quileute bloodlines whose ancestors had been spirit warriors protecting the tribe from cold ones during earlier centuries when vampire threats had been more common in the area, followed by Jacob's transformation, and then Embry's, and then Quill's, each new wolf representing the tribe's genetic response to increased vampire presence in the area that the Cullen's residence and Victoria's hunting had created through bringing more supernatural activity to region that had been relatively quiet for decades before the recent vampire influx that had awakened the dormant genes and had created new generation of protectors. The mechanics of phasing involved allowing the intense anger or the intense fear to trigger the transformation that reorganized their molecular structure and that allowed them to become the giant wolves whose size and whose strength could match vampire speed and vampire power in combat that might otherwise result in human deaths if the vampires were allowed to hunt without opposition from supernatural force capable of challenging their predatory dominance. Leah Clearwater's transformation represented an unusual case because female shapeshifters were extremely rare in tribal history, her change occurring after her ex-boyfriend Sam had imprinted on her cousin Emily and had broken Leah's heart in ways that made her transformation feel like additional punishment rather than like gift or honor that male pack members seem to view their wolf nature as representing. Despite the sacrifices and despite the constant danger that came with being supernatural protectors of their people, Leah's bitterness and Leah's pain manifested in the pack mind, where all thoughts became shared during wolf form. Her suffering inflicted on her pack brothers who had to experience her heartbreak and her rage whenever they phased together and whenever the Alpha command forced them to maintain pack cohesion. Despite the emotional cost of Leah's presence in their shared consciousness, bringing up her memories of Sam's betrayal and Emily's unwitting theft of the man Leah had loved and had planned to marry before imprinting, had destroyed their relationship and their future together, and had left Leah alone with pain that was amplified by having to witness Sam's happiness with Emily during pack gatherings and during the inevitable encounters that small community and pack obligations created. Seth Clearwater's transformation following his sister's change made him the youngest pack member and made him the most enthusiastic about his new abilities despite the dangers and despite the responsibilities that came with being shapeshifter sworn to protect the tribe from supernatural threats that most humans never encountered and never believed existed beyond mythology and entertainment, that dismissed the real dangers as fiction designed to frighten children or to provide excitement through stories that audiences believed were safely imaginary. Seth's optimism and Seth's genuine excitement about being part of the pack provided counterbalance to Leah's bitterness and provided reminder that shapeshifter abilities represented gift and represented connection to tribal heritage and tribal purpose that extended back centuries to the spirit warriors who had first defended their people from cold ones during the earliest encounters between humans and vampires on this coastline, where the legends remained alive in tribal memory, even when the wider world had forgotten that monsters walked among humans, wearing beautiful faces and hiding predatory natures. Seth's friendship with Bella developed quickly despite his youth, and despite the pack's general wariness about Bella's connections to vampires, and about whether her presence represented danger to the tribe through attracting vampire attention to La Push, and to the reservation where families lived unaware of the supernatural conflicts occurring in the forests around their homes. The imprinting phenomenon that Jacob explained represented the shapeshifter's most profound and most inexplicable ability. The genetic imperative that caused wolves to form absolute bonds with specific humans whose presence triggered recognition at cellular level, that this person represented perfect mate or perfect partner, whose importance transcended all other relationships and all other loyalties, including family bonds and pack bonds that should have been paramount in the wolf's existence. But that became secondary to the imprint bond that dominated everything else once it occurred. Sam's imprinting on Emily, despite his relationship with Leah, had destroyed Leah's life and had created the bitterness that poisoned pack dynamics. Whenever Leah had to witness Sam's devotion to Emily, or had to experience through the pack mind Sam's absolute certainty that Emily was his soulmate, regardless of the pain that certainty caused Leah, who had loved Sam first, and who had believed they would marry before imprinting had stolen Sam's ability to love anyone except Emily, whose face had become center of Sam's universe the moment he had seen her. Despite years of loving Leah, and despite plans they had made together for future, that imprinting had obliterated in a single moment of seeing Emily and recognizing her as the person Sam was meant to be with, according to genetic programming that overrode all previous attachments and all previous commitments. Jacob's explanation of imprinting made clear that it was not controllable and was not chosen, the wolf having no agency over who they imprinted on, or when the imprinting occurred beyond the moment of seeing the person who would become center of their existence. Regardless of previous attachments or previous plans or previous loves that should have mattered, but that became irrelevant compared to the absolute certainty that imprinting created about who belonged with whom according to some mysterious genetic wisdom that wolves could not question or resist. Jacob's fear that he might imprint on someone randomly and lose his feelings for Bella created tension in their friendship, because Bella recognized that Jacob wanted more than friendship, even while fearing that imprinting might steal his ability to choose love, rather than having love chosen for him through genetic imperative beyond his control that would make his current feelings for Bella disappear or become subordinate to the all-consuming bond that imprinting created between wolf and imprint, whose needs and whose happiness would become Wolf's primary concern, overriding everything else, including self-preservation and including loyalty to pack or to family or to anyone except the imprint. Bella's inability to reciprocate Jacob's romantic feelings despite her genuine affection for him, and despite recognizing that Jacob represented healthier choice than continuing to mourn Edward, created guilt that complicated their interactions whenever Jacob's hope showed in his expressions or in his careful touches that suggested desire for more intimacy than Bella could offer, while still loving Edward despite his abandonment. And despite months having passed without contact or without any indication that Edward had thought about Bella, or had regretted his decision to leave her in the forest with cruel words about not wanting her anymore. The love triangle that developed between Bella and Jacob and the absent Edward represented an impossible situation, because Bella could not love Jacob the way he deserved to be loved, while her heart remained with Vampire, who had left her. But she also could not let Jacob go, because his presence provided the only relief from the endless pain that Edward's absence created in her chest and in her consciousness that remained fixated on Edward, despite her attempts to move forward and to embrace the human life that Edward had insisted she should live without him, and without vampires, and without the supernatural world that had briefly opened to her before closing again when Edward had taken his family and had disappeared. The weeks spent with the pack provided Bella with glimpses into a world that existed parallel to human society, the supernatural reality of shapeshifters and vampires, and the ongoing territorial conflicts that humans remained blissfully unaware of, despite the dangers that existed just beyond their perception and just beyond the treaty boundaries that kept the supernatural conflicts contained and kept human casualties minimal through agreements and through territorial divisions that both species respected out of self-interest, if not out of genuine desire for peace. The treaty between the Cullens and the Quileute tribe represented fragile peace that could be broken if vampires entered tribal land, or if the Cullens bit a human in violation of the agreement that had established boundaries and had established rules for coexistence between species that should have been at war, given their fundamental natures and their opposing roles as predator and protector of the human populations that vampires viewed as food source, while shapeshifters viewed as family and community requiring defense. Victoria's continued presence hunting in the area around Forks created ongoing danger that the pack addressed through constant patrols and through coordination that their pack mind allowed. The shared consciousness during wolf form enabling them to communicate instantaneously and to respond to threats with efficiency that individual hunters could never achieve through normal human communication methods. The pack's attempts to catch Victoria proved frustrating because her gift involved evading danger and evading capture through instinctive understanding of how to escape from any pursuit. Jacob's protectiveness toward Bella intensified as Victoria's attempts became more frequent. The restriction that Bella could not visit Edward's meadow or go into the woods alone representing necessary precaution, but also reminder that danger remained constant. The cliff diving incident occurred during one of Bella's reckless attempts to hear Edward's voice through dangerous activity, her jump during a storm nearly resulting in her drowning before Jacob's rescue. The black Mercedes in Charlie's driveway represented impossibility when Alice arrived. Her vision of Bella's cliff diving, having brought her back to comfort Charlie about Bella's supposed death, before discovering Bella had survived. Alice's explanation for her sudden appearance in Bella's living room involved vision she had experienced of Bella jumping off the cliff at La Push, her precognitive gift showing Bella's leap into the stormy ocean waters, but not showing Jacob's rescue, because Alice's visions could not perceive the shapeshifters whose presence created blind spots in her ability to see futures, and whose involvement in events rendered those events invisible to her gift that worked perfectly for humans and vampires, but that failed completely when werewolves entered situations and changed outcomes through their participation that Alice could neither predict nor see unfolding. Alice had believed Bella was dead, based on the vision showing Bella jumping and then showing nothing afterward, the blank space in her sight suggesting that Bella had died, rather than suggesting that Jacob had saved her from drowning in the freezing Pacific waters that would have killed her within minutes if the young wolf had not been patrolling the cliffs and had not seen her jump, and had not immediately dove in to pull her from the waves that were trying to drag her under or smash her against the rocks that lined the coastline where the ocean met the land. Alice's grief about losing Bella and Alice's genuine shock at discovering that Bella was alive and was sitting in her living room dripping wet but breathing created emotional reunion that reminded Bella of everything she had lost when Edward left, and reminded her of the family she had believed she would join before Edward's departure had stolen that future from her and had left her alone with her humanity and her grief that had consumed months of her existence. The relief in Alice's expression and the fierce hug that Alice pulled Bella into, despite Bella's wet clothes and despite the impropriety of vampire embracing human with such intensity, made clear that Alice's affection for Bella had survived Edward's decision to leave, and had survived the months of separation that Edward had imposed on his family's contact with a human girl he had claimed no longer interested him or mattered to him beyond the brief curiosity that her silent mind had represented. Alice explained that she had come to Forks to attend Bella's funeral and to comfort Charlie about his daughter's death, her intentions demonstrating the depth of connection Alice felt toward Bella, despite Edward's orders that the family should have no further contact with the human, whose knowledge of their existence represented ongoing security risk, and whose presence in Edward's life had nearly caused Jasper to lose control during the birthday party that had precipitated the family's departure from Forks. Jacob's hostility toward Alice became immediately apparent when he arrived at Bella's house, responding to the vampire scent that had triggered his protective instincts and his pack obligations, requiring him to investigate vampire presence on territory that should have been safe from cold ones, according to treaty boundaries that the Cullens had agreed to respect during their time in Forks, and that should have continued protecting Forks even after the Cullens' departure. The tension between Jacob and Alice represented broader conflict between vampires and shapeshifters, whose species existed in opposition despite current treaty arrangements that maintained fragile peace between groups, whose fundamental natures made them enemies regardless of individual personalities or individual relationships that might develop across species lines that normally kept vampires and werewolves separated. Jacob's anger at Alice's presence and his insistence that the treaty had been violated by vampire entering Forks without pack permission created argument that Bella had to mediate despite her own confusion about why Alice had returned, and despite her desperate hope that Alice's presence meant that Edward might follow and might explain why he had left her months earlier with such cruel finality that had destroyed Bella's ability to function normally. The phone call that interrupted their tense conversation would prove to have consequences that none of them could have anticipated in the moment when the telephone rang, and when Jacob answered with his typical casual greeting that identified him as friend at the Swan residence rather than as Bella herself or as Charlie, who would have answered more formally given his position as police chief, whose phone manner reflected his professional identity and whose careful speech patterns characterized his interactions with anyone calling his home number. Edward had called from somewhere distant, seeking information about funeral arrangements he believed were being made for Bella, whose death Alice's vision had shown, and whose loss Edward was processing with grief, that had driven him to break his own rule about maintaining no contact with Bella or with anyone connected to Bella's life in Forks, where he had insisted the Cullens would never return. Jacob's response to Edward's questions about Charlie's whereabouts and about funeral arrangements inadvertently confirmed Edward's belief that Bella was dead. Jacob's mention that Charlie was arranging a funeral sounding like confirmation that Bella's funeral was being planned, rather than clarification that Charlie was actually attending Harry Clearwater's funeral after the elder Clearwater had died from heart attack, brought on by stress of discovering that his children, Leah and Seth, had become shapeshifters whose transformations represented both honor and burden for family, whose bloodline carried the spirit warrior genes. The misunderstanding created by Jacob's words and by Edward's interpretation of those words in context of Alice's vision, showing Bella jumping off cliff, set in motion events that would nearly result in Edward's death and would require a desperate race across continents to prevent Edward from provoking the Volturi into killing him through public exposure of vampire nature that would force the ancient vampire rulers to eliminate threat to their secrecy that Edward sparkling in sunlight would represent if he carried through with his plan. Alice's gasp of horror and Alice's immediate explanation that Edward believed Bella was dead and that Edward was planning to die created panic in Bella, who finally understood that Edward's departure had been motivated by misguided belief that leaving would protect her rather than by genuine lack of feeling for her, that Edward's cruel words in the forest had been lies designed to make her hate him and make her move on with her human life rather than truth about his emotions or his desires regarding their relationship that had consumed both of them despite the impossibility and despite the danger that Edward's vampire nature represented. The vision Alice described showed Edward travelling to Volterra in Italy, where the Volturi maintained their ancient seat of power and where vampire law was enforced through violence and through fear that kept vampire populations in check and kept exposure incidents minimal through swift punishment of any vampires whose actions threatened the secrecy that protected their species from human awareness and human response that might organize against them. Edward's plan involved provoking the Volturi into killing him by exposing himself as vampire in the public square during the festival of San Marco, when the city would be filled with humans celebrating, and when Edward's sparkling skin in the sunlight would create undeniable evidence of supernatural existence that the Volturi could not ignore or could not allow to pass without executing Edward for his violation of their most sacred law about maintaining secrecy and about never revealing vampire nature to human populations who might respond with fear and with violence if they understood what lived among them. The timeline Alice's visions showed gave them hours rather than days to reach Volterra before Edward would step into the sunlight and would force the Volturi's hand. The narrow window requiring immediate departure and requiring travel arrangements that would push the limits of how quickly humans could cross continents even with money and with connections that Alice possessed through decades of accumulated resources and through careful management of investments that had made her independently wealthy. Bella's decision to go to Italy to save Edward required no deliberation, despite the danger, and despite the likelihood that the Volturi would kill her. Along with Edward, once they discovered that human knew about vampires and had known for months, without being transformed or killed according to the law that governed vampire interaction with humans who learned their secret and who represented security threats. Jacob's furious protests about Bella rushing off to save Vampire who had abandoned her and who had left her broken for months made logical sense, but could not overcome Bella's desperate need to save Edward, regardless of whether Edward still wanted her, or whether Edward had meant what he said in the forest about not loving her anymore, and about her having been merely temporary diversion during boring period of his existence. The confrontation between Jacob and Alice escalated as Jacob tried to prevent Bella from leaving with Alice, and as Alice insisted that time was running out and that Edward would die if they did not leave immediately for the airport, where Alice had already arranged tickets on the next available flight to Italy through connections and through money that made such last-minute arrangements possible. The frantic drive to Seattle and the agonizing wait at the airport and the endless hours on the plane created torture for Bella, who kept imagining Edward stepping into the sunlight and dying before she could reach him and before she could tell him that she was alive and that his sacrifice was unnecessary and that she loved him despite his abandonment and despite the months of pain that his departure had caused. Alice's visions kept showing possible futures depending on variables that had not yet resolved. The images shifting between outcomes where they arrived in time and outcomes where Edward succeeded in provoking the Volturi before Bella could stop him. The uncertainty making the journey more agonizing because Alice could not promise that they would succeed in saving Edward despite their best efforts and despite the speed with which they were traveling toward Volterra across continents and across time zones that made the journey feel both endless and insufficient. The connection in Paris and the final flight to Florence and the rented car that Alice drove at terrifying speed through the Italian countryside brought them finally to Volterra as the festival was beginning and as the crowds were gathering in the plaza where Edward would make his final appearance if Bella could not reach him in time to prevent his exposure and his execution. The ancient city of Volterra rose on its hilltop with medieval walls and narrow streets designed for pedestrians and horses rather than for cars. The architecture and the atmosphere creating sense of timelessness and creating appropriate setting for vampires who had existed for thousands of years and who maintained their power through tradition and through fear that their reputation inspired in younger vampires who understood that crossing the Volturi meant death without trial and without mercy. The festival crowds, wearing red cloaks in commemoration of San Marco, filled the streets and filled the plaza where Edward would emerge from the Volturi Palace, if he remained committed to his plan. The sea of red making it difficult for Bella to navigate, and making it difficult for Alice to park anywhere near the plaza where they needed to be. If Bella was going to reach Edward before he revealed himself to the celebrating masses. Alice's vision showed Edward preparing to step into the sunlight that filled the plaza. His decision made and his resolve firm, despite whatever doubts he might have felt about whether death was truly preferable to existence without Bella, whose loss had made his century of patience and his century of waiting for someone like her seem wasted or seem mocking, given that he had found her only to destroy her life through his presence and his danger. Bella ran through the crowds with Alice's shouted directions guiding her toward the plaza and toward the spot where Edward would emerge, her human speed inadequate for the distance and for the time pressure, but her desperation lending her energy that kept her moving. Despite the exhaustion and despite the jet lag, and despite the fear that she would arrive seconds too late to prevent Edward's death through exposure that would force the Volturi to eliminate him. The clock tower in the plaza showed the time approaching noon, when the sun would be at its highest, and when Edward's sparkling would be most visible to the crowds gathered for the festival. The countdown adding urgency that made Bella push harder and made her ignore the people she collided with as she forced her way through the masses of celebrants who blocked her path toward the plaza, where Edward was waiting in shadows, preparing for his final moments. The moment stretched impossibly as Bella burst into the plaza and saw Edward stepping forward from the shadows beneath the clock tower, his shirt already removed and his chest bare as he prepared to move into the direct sunlight that would make his skin sparkle and would expose him as something other than human to all the witnesses whose presence would force the Volturi to act and to eliminate the threat he represented. Bella screamed Edward's name as she threw herself toward him, her voice cutting through the festival noise and reaching Edward's supernatural hearing. Before he could complete his step into the sunlight, his surprised turn toward the sound of Bella's voice, showing his disbelief and his confusion about whether he was hallucinating or whether Bella was truly alive and truly running towards him through the crowd that separated them. The collision as Bella crashed into Edward and pushed him back into the shadows stopped his exposure, but created scene that attracted attention from the Volturi guards, who'd been watching Edward and waiting for him to complete his violation, so they could eliminate him cleanly and efficiently, without creating the public spectacle that Edward had been planning, as his final act of defiance against the existence that had become unbearable. Without Bella, whose death had made living seem pointless and made his vampire nature seem like curse without purpose. The reunion occurred in shadows beneath the clock tower, with Bella sobbing against Edward's chest and Edward holding her with disbelief and with joy that warred with confusion about how she could be alive when Alice's vision had shown her death, and when Jacob's words on the phone had seemed to confirm that funeral arrangements were being made for Bella, whose loss Edward had been certain was real. Edward's questions about how Bella survived and why she had come to Italy and whether she understood the danger she had just entered by coming to Volterra, where the Volturi would not allow human, who knew about vampires, to leave alive unless that human was transformed, competed with his overwhelming relief that she existed and that he had not actually lost her, through his misguided attempt to protect her by leaving. The explanations would have to wait because the Volturi guards had already surrounded them. The red-cloaked figures making clear through their positions and their expressions that neither Edward nor Bella nor Alice, who had joined them in the shadows, would be leaving the plaza without first speaking with the Volturi leaders, who would decide their fates and who would determine whether any of them would survive this encounter. The Volturi palace existed beneath the city in ancient chambers that had been carved from the hillside centuries before, when the Volturi had first established their power base in Volterra. The underground location providing privacy and providing security that above-ground locations could never offer to vampires whose existence required secrecy and required protection from sunlight exposure that would occur in buildings with windows or in locations accessible to casual human visitors who might witness evidence of vampire nature. The guards led them through tunnels and through passages that showed centuries of wear, the stone walls and the ancient architecture creating atmosphere of weight and age that emphasized the Volturi's power and the Volturi's permanence as rulers who had outlasted empires and who would continue ruling long after current civilizations had fallen and had been replaced by whatever came next in human development and human social organization. The throne room where Aro and Caius and Marcus held court represented the heart of vampire law and vampire power. The three ancient vampires sitting on thrones that elevated them above the supplicants and the criminals who came before them seeking judgment or seeking favor or seeking mercy that the Volturi rarely granted when violations of their laws had occurred. Aro's greeting was friendly and was curious as he examined the three vampires and the human who had arrived in his domain under such dramatic circumstances. His interest in Edward's gift of telepathy and his interest in Alice's gift of precognition, making him view their arrival as opportunity rather than as simply problem requiring elimination through execution that would have been standard response to humans learning vampire secrets. The introductions and the explanations of why Edward had been planning to expose himself and why Bella had come to stop him created entertainment for Aro, whose millennium of existence had made him hunger for novelty and hunger for anything that broke the monotony of ruling vampire world, according to laws that rarely changed and that rarely presented interesting challenges to his authority or his understanding. Aro's request to touch Edward's hand and to read his thoughts revealed everything about Edward's love for Bella and about the events in Forks that had led to this moment. Aro's gift allowing him to access every memory and every thought that Edward had ever experienced through the physical contact that served as conduit for Aro's power, that had made him the most knowledgeable vampire in existence through his ability to learn everything about anyone he touched. The fascination in Aro's face as he processed Edward's memories and as he learned about Bella's immunity to Edward's telepathy, suggested that Bella represented puzzle that intrigued Aro beyond simple interest in enforcing vampire law about human knowledge of their existence and about the requirement that humans who learned vampire secrets be transformed or eliminated. The request to touch Bella's hand and to read her thoughts met with failure when Aro discovered that his gift did not work on Bella any more than Edward's gift worked, her immunity to mental powers extending to Aro's touch-based telepathy and creating unprecedented situation where human could resist the gift that Aro had relied on for millennia to maintain his power and his knowledge about everyone who came before him, seeking audience or seeking judgment. Jane's attempt to use her gift of pain illusion on Bella to test whether the immunity extended to all vampire powers, or whether the immunity was specific to telepathy, provided the Volturi with confirmation that Bella was immune to all mental gifts. Jane's power that could bring vampires to their knees with agony having no effect on Bella, who stood unharmed while Jane intensified her focus, and while the other Volturi members watched with growing interest and growing concern about human who could resist their most powerful weapons. The immunity made Bella both fascinating and threatening to the Volturi, whose power relied partly on Jane's ability to punish anyone who opposed them, and whose security depended on Aro's ability to know the thoughts and intentions of everyone in their presence through his gift that had never before failed to penetrate someone's mind when he touched them with intention of reading their consciousness. Aro's decree that Bella must be transformed into vampire or must be killed represented the only options that the Volturi would accept, given that human knew their secret, and given that human's immunity to their gifts made her potential threat if she chose to expose them, or if she chose to share her knowledge with other humans who might organize resistance against vampire presence in their communities. Edward's desperate promise that he would transform Bella himself and Alice's vision, showing Bella as vampire in the near future, provided sufficient assurance for Aro to allow them to leave Volterra alive, with understanding that the Volturi would verify Bella's transformation and would return to eliminate her if she remained human beyond reasonable timeline. The escape from Volterra occurred in stunned silence as they processed the ultimatum requiring Bella's transformation and removing Edward's choice about changing her into vampire despite his philosophical objections. The return to Forks occurred in atmosphere of unresolved tension, as Edward insisted that the Volturi's ultimatum did not change his fundamental objection to transforming Bella, and as Bella insisted that her transformation had always been inevitable and had always been what she wanted, regardless of external pressure from ancient vampires threatening death, as alternative to immortality that Bella had been requesting since she first understood what Edward was and what becoming vampire would mean for her future with him. The flight back to the United States provided hours for argument and for discussion about what Bella's transformation would mean, and about whether Edward's century-old resistance to creating another vampire like himself could be overcome by necessity or by Bella's own desire for transformation that had existed long before the Volturi had made their decree, demanding that she be changed or killed within reasonable time frame that would allow Edward to fulfill his promise to transform her himself. Edward's position remained that Bella deserved human life and human experiences and human soul. That transformation would steal along with her mortality and her warmth and everything that made her Bella, rather than making her vampire whose existence would continue forever without the human qualities that Edward valued and that Edward believed made life worth living despite the limitations and despite the brevity of human existence compared to vampire immortality that stretched across centuries or millennia. Bella's counter-argument involved pointing out that Edward's departure had already stolen months of her human life and had already demonstrated that living without Edward felt worse than any imaginable consequence of vampire transformation. That mortality without Edward felt like curse, rather than like gift worth preserving at cost of separation from the person she loved and the family she wanted to join as permanent member, rather than as temporary human girlfriend, whose presence created constant danger and constant anxiety about her safety. The philosophical debate about soul and humanity and whether vampire existence constituted damnation continued throughout the journey home and continued after their arrival in Forks, where the Cullen family gathered to discuss what had happened in Volterra and what would happen next regarding Bella's transformation that the Volturi had demanded and that Bella herself had been requesting since she first learned what Edward was and what vampire existence would offer in terms of time together and experiences shared across immortal existence. Alice's support for Bella's transformation, based on her visions showing Bella as vampire in futures that Alice had been seeing for months, made clear that at least one family member believed transformation was inevitable, regardless of Edward's resistance or Edward's philosophical objections that seemed increasingly futile given the accumulating evidence that Bella would become vampire whether Edward participated willingly or whether events forced transformation through circumstances beyond his control. The complications of Bella's continued mortality included not only the Volturi's ultimatum, but also Victoria's ongoing hunt, and the reality that Bella's knowledge of vampire existence made her security risk according to vampire law, that the Volturi enforced through violence and through fear that kept vampire populations in line. Edward's argument that leaving Bella human protected her from vampire nature and protected her from losing her soul ignored the practical reality that Bella's humanity actually made her more vulnerable, rather than less vulnerable, to the dangers that surrounded her through her connection to Edward and through her knowledge of supernatural world that most humans never encountered. The discussion among the Cullen family members about whether to honor Edward's wishes or whether to honor Bella's wishes created division that needed resolution before the Volturi's patience expired and before they returned to Forks to enforce their ultimatum through killing Bella or through transforming her themselves in ways that might not preserve her life or her mind through the transformation process. The vote represented Bella's idea for resolving the family conflict about her transformation and about whether the Cullens would accept responsibility for changing her from human to vampire, despite Edward's objections and despite the complications that newborn vampire would create for family, whose careful control and whose careful integration into human society required all members to maintain restraint and maintain the discipline that vegetarian lifestyle demanded from vampires whose natural instincts drove them toward human blood rather than toward animal blood that provided inferior satisfaction. Bella's request that each family member vote on whether she should be transformed and should be accepted as member of the Cullen family created democratic process that would either validate Edward's resistance or would override his objections through family consensus that Bella belonged with them, regardless of the dangers and regardless of the philosophical concerns about stealing her humanity through transformation that could not be reversed once completed, and that would make Bella vampire forever without possibility of returning to human existence if she changed her mind or if she regretted the choice. Carlyle spoke first as family patriarch and as the vampire whose transformation of Edward and whose creation of the family gave him moral authority and gave him perspective that centuries of existence provided about the costs and benefits of vampire life that he had experienced across nearly 400 years of immortality. his vote in favor of Bella's transformation came with acknowledgement that the choice should be Bella's to make rather than Edward's to deny. That respecting Bella's agency and respecting Bella's informed decision about her own future mattered more than protecting abstract concept of humanity that Bella herself did not value as highly as Edward valued it on her behalf, without consulting her about whether she actually wanted the human experiences that Edward insisted she should have before transformation. Carlyle's explanation that he would be honored to transform Bella himself if Edward continued refusing created alternative path forward that removed Edward's ability to prevent transformation through simple refusal to perform it himself. The offer demonstrating Carlyle's commitment to respecting Bella's choice and Carlyle's belief that transformation represented acceptable outcome for human who understood what she was choosing and who wanted vampire existence despite its costs and despite its irreversibility. Carlyle's own history of choosing vampire existence over death and his centuries of working to maintain his humanity despite his vampire nature made his support for Bella's transformation meaningful because it came from someone who understood both the costs and the benefits of immortality, and who believed that vampire existence could be meaningful and could be ethical, despite the fundamental nature of vampires as predators. His philosophical position that vampires retain their humanity through choices and through actions, rather than through biology or through possession of human soul, that many religions claimed vampires lost through transformation, created framework for understanding Bella's transformation as continuation of her essential self, rather than as death of Bella and replacement with vampire wearing her face. The respect that Carlyle showed for both Edward's concerns and Bella's desires demonstrated his ability to hold multiple perspectives simultaneously, and his understanding that reasonable people could disagree about whether transformation represented gift or curse, depending on individual values and individual priorities. Esme's vote in favor of Bella's transformation reflected her maternal desire to welcome Bella into the family officially and permanently, rather than maintaining the precarious situation where Bella existed as Edward's human girlfriend, whose mortality created constant anxiety and constant awareness that their relationship had expiration date unless transformation occurred to prevent death from separating them. Esme's gentle explanation that she had already accepted Bella as daughter and that making that relationship permanent through transformation seemed natural and seemed right made clear that Esme viewed Bella's humanity as temporary state rather than as essential quality that needed preservation against Bella's own wishes and against Bella's own understanding of what she wanted for her future. The warmth in Esme's voice and the genuine affection in her expression as she voted yes demonstrated that her support came from love rather than from simple pragmatism about the Volturi's ultimatum or about the dangers that Bella's continued humanity created for the family's security and for the family's ability to maintain their cover as normal humans living in Forks. Esme's own transformation story involved dying after losing her infant son and after jumping off cliff in suicide attempt that had left her barely alive when Carlyle found her in morgue and made decision to transform her rather than allowing her to die from injuries that human medicine could not repair. Her experience of losing everything human that mattered to her before transformation and then finding new family and new love and new purpose through vampire existence with Carlyle, made her sympathetic to both Edward's fears about what Bella would lose and to Bella's certainty that what she would gain through transformation with Edward outweighed any human experiences she might miss. Esme's vote reflected her belief that family and love mattered more than mortality or humanity, that Bella's place in their family was already established emotionally, and that transformation would simply formalize what already existed in their hearts and in their commitment to protecting her and including her in their lives. Emmett's enthusiastic yes vote came with jokes about finally having someone to spar with, once Bella gained vampire strength, and once she completed her newborn year, when strength would peak before settling into the permanent enhanced abilities that characterized vampire existence after the initial period of adjustment and adjustment to vampire senses and vampire capabilities. His easy acceptance of Bella as future sister, and his obvious excitement about her joining the family permanently created light-hearted moments in discussion that had been weighted with philosophical concerns and moral questions about whether transformation represented gift or curse depending on perspective and depending on what the transformed person valued about their human existence before change. Emmett's vote demonstrated his belief that vampire existence offered advantages that outweighed the losses. His own transformation after grizzly bear attack, having saved him from death, and having given him centuries with Rosalie, whose love made immortality seem like blessing rather than burden, despite Rosalie's own complicated feelings about vampire existence. Emmett's perspective as someone who had been dying when Rosalie carried him to Carlisle for transformation made him sympathetic to the idea that transformation could be rescue rather than curse, that choosing immortality over death represented rational decision rather than representing theft of humanity or theft of soul, that some vampire philosophy suggested occurred during transformation process. His memories of his human life remained intact despite transformation. His recall of his family and his childhood and his brief adult life before the bear attack creating continuity of identity that suggested transformation changed circumstances without destroying the essential person who underwent the change. Emmett's enthusiasm for vampire abilities and vampire strength and the experiences that immortality allowed made him positive voice in discussion that could have become mired in Edward's darker perspective about damnation and loss that characterized Edward's understanding of what vampire transformation meant. Rosalie's no vote shocked no one given her consistent position that vampire existence represented curse rather than gift, and that transformation stole possibilities and stole futures that humans should be allowed to experience before making informed choice about whether immortality was worth the costs that accompanied the supernatural abilities and the supernatural beauty that vampires possessed. Her explanation for her vote involved recounting her own human story and her own transformation that had occurred without her consent, after violence had left her dying and had led Carlisle to change her into vampire, whose beauty and whose strength could not compensate for the loss of human dreams about marriage and children and normal life that transformation had made impossible, through rendering her eternally frozen at age 18, and through making her immortal predator, rather than human woman capable of bearing children and building normal family. Rosalie's bitterness about her own transformation and her grief about the humanity she had lost made her vote against Bella's transformation logical. even though Rosalie acknowledged that Bella's situation differed from her own, because Bella was choosing transformation knowingly, rather than waking as vampire without memory of consenting to change that had stolen her human future and had replaced it with immortal existence she had never asked for and had never wanted, despite the beauty and the wealth and the abilities that came with vampire nature. The complication of Rosalie's no vote involved her reasoning, which was not that she disliked Bella or wanted Bella to suffer, but rather that she wanted to protect Bella from making choice that Rosalie believed Bella would eventually regret once the reality of vampire existence revealed itself across decades or centuries of immortality, when the initial excitement faded and when the losses became apparent through watching human friends age and die and through experiencing the isolation that came with being predator pretending to be human. Rosalie's description of what she would choose if given the opportunity to return to humanity and to live normal human life, even if that life involved poverty or hardship or any of the difficulties that human existence entailed, created powerful argument for preserving Bella's humanity based on Rosalie's own experience of loss and based on Rosalie's understanding of what transformation would steal from Bella permanently without possibility of reversal or reconsideration. The respect that Rosalie showed for Bella, despite voting against her transformation, demonstrated that Rosalie's position came from genuine concern rather than from hostility or from desire to exclude Bella from the family that Rosalie herself belonged to, despite her unhappiness with vampire existence that she had never chosen and that she would abandon if given the choice. Her acknowledgement that Bella's informed consent made the situation different from Rosalie's own transformation showed Rosalie's ability to recognize distinctions even while maintaining her position that transformation represented loss, that Bella should avoid if possible, despite Bella's current certainty that vampire existence was what she wanted. Jasper's yes vote came with military efficiency and with practical reasoning about the Volturi's ultimatum and about the reality that Bella's transformation had become necessary for everyone's survival, rather than remaining abstract philosophical question about whether humans should become vampires or should be allowed to live their natural lifespans without interference from supernatural beings. His acknowledgement that Alice's visions showed Bella as vampire, and that resisting what Alice saw in their future seemed futile and seemed likely to create worse outcomes than simply accepting what was coming, made his vote practical rather than emotional or philosophical. Jasper's additional comment that he would feel better about the family's safety once Bella was a vampire, who could not be killed as easily as humans could be killed through accident or through attack, demonstrated his strategic thinking and his concern about protecting his family, including Bella, whose humanity made her vulnerable in ways that vampire nature would resolve through transformation, that would give her strength and speed and durability. Jasper's military background and his decades of experience with vampire warfare in the South made him particularly aware of dangers that Bella's humanity created for the family and for herself, through attracting attention from vampires like Victoria, who sought revenge, and through creating vulnerability that enemies could exploit. His gift of emotional manipulation allowed him to feel everyone's emotions in the room during the vote. His awareness of Edward's anguish and Bella's determination, and Rosalie's grief, creating complex understanding of the situation that informed his practical decision to vote yes, despite understanding all perspectives involved. Jasper's own transformation had occurred during the Civil War, when he had been dying Confederate soldier, whom Maria had changed into vampire for use in her newborn army. His experience of transformation without full consent or full understanding, making him sympathetic to arguments about preserving choice, while also making him practical about the reality that sometimes transformation represented better option than death, regardless of philosophical concerns. Alice's enthusiastic yes vote surprised no one given her visions of Bella as vampire and given her friendship with Bella that had developed despite Bella's humanity, and despite the complications that human friend created for vampire family, trying to maintain secrecy and trying to avoid drawing attention from other vampires or from humans who might discover their true nature. Alice's explanation that she had already seen Bella as her sister, and that the vote simply acknowledged what was already true in futures that Alice had been watching for months, made clear that Alice viewed transformation as inevitable, rather than as question requiring deliberation or requiring careful consideration of alternatives. Her excitement about shopping for Bella's vampire wardrobe, and about planning Bella's newborn year, and about all the experiences they would share. Once Bella joined the family, permanently created positive framing for transformation that contrasted with Edward's dark warnings about damnation and loss of soul that accompanied his understanding of what becoming vampire meant. Alice's visions of Bella's vampire future showed happiness and showed belonging, and showed the sisterhood that Alice had been anticipating since her own arrival with the Cullens, when her gift had shown her Bella's eventual appearance in their lives. The certainty that Alice felt about Bella's transformation and about the positive outcomes that would follow made her vote enthusiastic rather than reluctant. Her belief that fighting against what her visions showed was pointless, making her advocate for embracing the future rather than resisting it through philosophical arguments or through attempts to preserve Bella's humanity against Bella's own wishes and against the trajectory that Alice could see unfolding across multiple possible timelines that all converged on Bella's transformation regardless of the specific circumstances or specific timing. Edward's vote came last and came as expected, despite the 5 votes in favour of Bella's transformation, outnumbering his resistance and Rosalie's resistance, his position unchanged by family consensus or by practical arguments about the Volturi's ultimatum, requiring Bella's transformation within reasonable time frame before the ancient vampires lost patience and returned to enforce their decree through violence. Edward's refusal to accept the vote's outcome, and Edward's insistence that he would not transform Bella, regardless of what the family decided, created impasse that Bella had to resolve through negotiation and through compromise that would address Edward's concerns, while still moving forward with transformation that both the Volturi and Bella herself demanded as necessary next step in their relationship and in Bella's future. The compromise emerged through Bella's suggestion that marriage before transformation might satisfy Edward's old-fashioned values while also creating clear timeline and clear commitment to transformation that would follow their wedding. Jacob's reaction to news of Bella's engagement and planned transformation represented crisis in their friendship and represented the painful reality that Bella's choice of Edward meant losing Jacob, whose pack obligations and whose treaty responsibilities would require viewing Bella as enemy once she became vampire. The graduation preparations occupied most of Fawkes High School's attention during the final weeks of senior year, as students anticipated the ceremony that would mark their transition from high school to whatever futures awaited them in college or in work, or in the various paths that 18-year-olds could choose when leaving the structure and the safety of public education that had defined their lives since childhood. Bella's graduation represented her human deadline in more ways than her classmates could understand, the ceremony marking not just the end of high school, but the approaching end of her mortality, as Edward had agreed to transform her after their wedding, which Alice was planning with enthusiasm that overwhelmed Bella's preference for simple private ceremony without the elaborate decorations and the extensive guest list that Alice considered essential for proper celebration of such important milestone. The engagement ring that Edward had given Bella belonged to his human mother and represented connection to Edward's past and to the human life he had lived before Carlisle transformed him during the Spanish influenza epidemic that had killed his parents and had nearly killed Edward himself before vampire intervention had saved him from death and had condemned him to immortal existence as predator, whose nature required constant vigilance and constant control to avoid becoming monster. The Seattle newborn attacks created a pattern of mysterious murders that human authorities attributed to serial killer or to gang violence, but that the Cullens recognized as evidence of vampire activity that violated the careful secrecy that most vampires maintain to avoid drawing attention from human law enforcement, or from the Volturi, whose laws about exposure were enforced through immediate execution of any vampires whose actions threatened to reveal vampire existence to human populations who would panic or who would organize resistance if they understood what lived among them. The escalating violence and the increasing frequency of murders suggested that multiple vampires were involved and that coordination or leadership was organizing the attacks rather than random killings by individual nomads passing through the area on their way to other hunting grounds or other territories where they might establish temporary residence. Alice's attempts to see the future and to identify who was creating the newborns and what their purpose might be met with frustration because her visions kept shifting and kept showing unclear images that suggested someone was making decisions in the moment rather than planning in advance. The spontaneous decision-making creating blind spots in Alice's precognitive abilities that normally would have warned them about approaching threats with sufficient time to prepare defenses or to take preventive action. Edward's protectiveness intensified as the pattern of newborn activity became clearer and as the possibility emerged that the attacks might be connected to Bella rather than representing random vampire violence in nearby city, whose proximity to Fawkes made the situation more concerning, given that newborn vampires were unpredictable and were dangerous even to experienced vampires who might underestimate their strength or their ferocity during the first year of transformation. His restrictions on Bella's activities and his insistence on accompanying her everywhere or on having other family members guard her when he could not be present created tension between them, as Bella felt smothered by constant supervision and constant awareness that Edward viewed her as fragile human, requiring protection, rather than as capable person who could make her own decisions about risk and safety, and about how to live her final months of human existence. The arguments about Bella's independence versus Edward's need to protect her represented ongoing struggle in their relationship between Bella's desire for autonomy and Edward's terror that something would harm her before transformation could make her durable enough to survive the dangers that surrounded them through vampire enemies and through simple human accidents that could kill or could seriously injure someone as breakable as human girl dating vampire whose world involved constant supernatural threats. Bella's frustration with Edward's restrictions led to her sneaking away to visit Jacob at La Push, despite Edward's warnings that the werewolves represented danger, and despite the treaty complications that Bella's presence on the reservation created, given the ongoing tensions between vampires and shapeshifters, whose natural enmity made their current truce fragile and made their cooperation unlikely, despite mutual enemies or mutual threats that should have encouraged alliance between groups whose purposes aligned in protecting Forks and protecting the human populations that both claimed responsibility for defending. Jacob's joy at seeing Bella again, and his hope that her visit meant she was reconsidering her decision to marry Edward, and to become vampire-created painful conversation about Bella's choices, and about Jacob's continued inability to accept that Bella had chosen Edward, despite recognizing that Jacob represented healthier option and more human option for her future, if she could let go of her love for Edward that refused to fade or to diminish, despite months of separation and despite Jacob's devotion, that should have been sufficient to replace what Bella felt for Edward if love could be chosen rationally, rather than simply existing as force beyond conscious control. The motorcycle that Jacob had built for Bella served as excuse for her visits and served as connection between them that Edward disapproved of, but that Bella maintained despite his objections, because her friendship with Jacob mattered to her, and because losing Jacob, along with her humanity, felt like too much sacrifice, even though she understood that her transformation would likely end their friendship permanently through making her the enemy that Jacob's wolf nature was designed to fight, and through making her vampire whose presence on the reservation would violate treaty terms that had kept peace between Cullens and Quilutes for decades. The rides through the reservation and the hours spent in Jacob's garage provided relief from the intensity of Vampire World and provided reminder of the human life that Bella was choosing to leave behind when she married Edward and when she transformed into vampire whose existence would separate her permanently from friends like Jacob, who could not accept what she was becoming, and who could not maintain friendship with a creature that his instincts told him to destroy, despite his love for the human Bella, who would cease to exist once transformation changed her into immortal predator. The pack's discovery of Victoria's involvement in the Seattle newborn situation created urgent crisis as the wolves realized that the red-headed vampire who had been hunting Bella for months had escalated from solo stalking to building army of newborns whose purpose clearly involved attacking Bella and attacking the Cullens who protected her from Victoria's vengeance for James's death. Victoria's strategy of creating newborns in Seattle rather than in Forks provided her with cover and provided her with time to build sufficient force to overwhelm the Cullens through sheer numbers, even though newborns lacked training and lacked the control that older vampires developed through decades or centuries of existence and through experience managing their supernatural abilities and their bloodlust. The newborn army represented approximately 20 newly transformed vampires, whose strength exceeded normal vampire strength during their first year, and whose bloodlust made them unpredictable and made them dangerous even to experienced vampires who normally would have advantages of speed and skill that centuries of practice provided against less experienced opponents. Alice's visions finally cleared enough to show Victoria's plan and to show the approaching attack that would bring the newborn army to Forks with intention of destroying the Cullens and claiming Bella as revenge for James's death that Victoria had been planning since the previous spring, when the Cullens had killed her mate in the ballet studio after his attack on Bella had nearly succeeded in transforming her or in killing her, depending on whether Edward had been able to extract the venom before transformation had progressed too far to reverse. The timeline showed days rather than weeks before the attack would occur, the narrow window requiring immediate preparation and requiring cooperation between the Cullens and the wolf pack. Despite the treaty tensions and despite the mutual distrust that characterized relationships between vampires and shapeshifters, whose species had been enemies for centuries, before the current truce had established territorial boundaries and behavioral rules that both groups respected out of self-interest and out of recognition that open warfare would attract attention from human authorities or from the Volturi, whose intervention would be worse for both species than maintaining their uncomfortable peace. The treaty negotiation between the Cullens and the pack occurred on neutral ground, with Sam representing the wolves and Carlyle representing the vampires. The two leaders discussing terms and discussing strategy for confronting the newborn threat that endangered both their peoples despite their fundamental differences and despite their opposing natures as predators and as protectors of human populations who remained ignorant of the supernatural battles occurring in the forests around their homes. Sam's pragmatic acceptance that Victoria's army represented greater threat than the Cullens represented, and his willingness to fight alongside vampires against common enemy, demonstrated the pack's commitment to protecting Forks and protecting the tribe, even if that meant temporarily cooperating with Cold Ones whose presence on their land would normally trigger immediate attack from wolves whose genetic programming made them respond to vampire scent with aggression and with defensive hostility that override personal feelings or personal relationships. Carlyle's diplomatic approach and his respect for the pack's autonomy and the pack's territorial rights created foundation for cooperation that might not have been possible if Edward or Rosalie had been negotiating instead of Carlyle, whose centuries of experience with vampire politics and whose genuine respect for the Quileute people made him effective ambassador between species that should have been at war. Jasper's history with newborn armies in the south made him essential to the preparation and made him the trainer who would teach both vampires and wolves how to fight newborns whose strength and whose ferocity exceeded normal vampire capabilities during their first year of existence, when the transformation was still fresh and when the bloodlust burned most intensely without the control that time and experience would eventually provide. His explanation of newborn characteristics included their enhanced strength that made them physically more powerful than older vampires. Despite their lack of experience and despite their lack of fighting skills, that came from decades or centuries of existence. Their complete lack of control that made them unpredictable and made them dangerous to everyone, including each other, when bloodlust overwhelmed what little restraint Victoria might have attempted to teach them. Their single-minded focus on blood and on satisfying the burning thirst that consumed newborn awareness and made them easy to manipulate through promises of human prey or through threats of withholding feeding opportunities. Jasper's instructions about newborn combat emphasized never going for the obvious kill, because newborns fought without strategy and without self-preservation instincts that would make them retreat or would make them protect themselves from attacks that might destroy them. Their recklessness and their lack of fear, making them more dangerous than older vampires who valued their existence enough to avoid unnecessary risks. The training sessions occurred over several days as Jasper demonstrated techniques and as he sparred with family members to show how newborns moved and how newborns attacked without finesse or without the calculated movements that characterized experienced vampire fighters who had learned through years of combat or through years of hunting how to use their abilities efficiently and how to read opponents and anticipate attacks. The wolves watched initially with suspicion and with reluctance to participate in training that required close proximity to vampires whose scent triggered their defensive instincts and whose presence on neutral ground felt wrong, despite the practical necessity of learning to fight together against enemy that outnumbered them and that would destroy them separately if they did not coordinate their attacks and coordinate their strategies for dealing with 20 newborns whose combined strength would overwhelm either group fighting alone. Jasper's military background and his decades of commanding newborn armies in Maria's service made him credible instructor, despite the pack's general distrust of vampires. His expertise obvious in his movements and in his explanations of newborn psychology and newborn tactics that he had learned through brutal experience in the Southern Vampire Wars, where he had created and had destroyed hundreds of newborns during his years serving Maria's territorial ambitions. Edward's decision to sit out the battle and to stay with Bella, rather than participate in the fighting-created argument with his family, who needed every fighter they could get against 20 newborns, whose numbers exceeded the Cullen's 7 vampires, even with the pack's 10 wolves adding to their forces that would still be outnumbered 2 to 1 against army whose strength and whose ferocity made numbers matter more than they might in normal vampire combat. His justification that protecting Bella mattered more than participating in the battle, and that his absence would not significantly affect the outcome given Jasper's expertise and the pack's participation, failed to convince his siblings, who viewed his decision as abandonment motivated by his desire to keep Bella safe, rather than by strategic assessment of where he could be most useful during the confrontation, that would determine whether the Cullens survived Victoria's revenge or whether the newborn army would destroy them and would claim Bella as final prize. The compromise involved Edward and Bella camping away from the battlefield in location that would hide Bella's scent from the newborn army, whose tracking abilities would lead them to where they believed Bella was located based on scent trails that Alice and others would lay, to guide the army to the clearing where the ambush would occur, and where the Cullens and the pack would be waiting with advantages of preparation and advantages of choosing the battlefield. Bella's tent in the mountains served dual purpose of hiding her from Victoria's trackers and of providing her with front-row awareness of the danger that Edward and his family faced on her behalf. The knowledge that people she loved were risking destruction to protect her, creating guilt that she struggled with, despite understanding that Victoria's vendetta was not Bella's fault, and was not something Bella could prevent except through her own death, which would satisfy Victoria's revenge, but which would destroy Edward and would leave the Cullens vulnerable to future attacks from other vampires who might view Edward's grief as weakness or as opportunity to challenge family whose reputation for peaceful coexistence might make them seem less dangerous than they actually were. Jacob's role in the plan involved carrying Bella to the campsite because his wolf scent would mask her human scent from vampire trackers, whose abilities to follow scent trails made hiding Bella's location essential to the plan that depended on the newborn army going to the clearing rather than going to wherever Bella actually was located during the battle that would determine everyone's survival. The night before the battle occurred in freezing temperatures that made Bella's human fragility obvious and made Edward's cold marble body useless for keeping Bella warm despite his desire to protect her from the cold that threatened hypothermia and threatened her health in ways that vampire battles could not directly threaten. Given that she would not be present at the fighting, but would be miles away in tent with Edward guarding her. Jacob's arrival at the tent to check on Bella and to verify that she was safely hidden created awkward situation as Edward realized that Jacob's werewolf body temperature could keep Bella warm in ways that Edward's vampire body could not. The necessity of allowing Jacob to hold Bella and to share his heat with her creating torture for Edward, who had to listen to Jacob's thoughts about Bella and had to witness the intimacy of Bella sleeping against Jacob's chest, while Edward sat useless and cold watching them together through the night that seemed endless. The conversation between Edward and Jacob during that long, cold night revealed unexpected respect developing between rivals who both loved Bella and who both wanted what they believed was best for her, despite their opposing views about whether vampire transformation represented gift or curse, and about whether Bella's choice to become vampire was truly informed decision, or was decision made under duress of love and circumstances that prevented clear thinking. Jacob's accusation that Edward was stealing Bella's humanity and stealing her future met Edward's acknowledgement that Jacob might actually be better for Bella than Edward was, that Jacob could offer Bella normal human life with children and aging and eventual death surrounded by family, whereas Edward could only offer Bella immortal existence as predator, whose nature would separate her permanently from humanity and from the normal experiences that Jacob could provide if Bella would choose him instead. The admission from Edward that Jacob represented better choice, but that Bella had chosen Edward anyway created moment of understanding between them, despite their continued rivalry and despite their fundamental disagreement about what Bella's future should involve and about whether transformation represented salvation or damnation, depending on perspective and values. The morning brought preparation for battle, as the Cullens and the pack positioned themselves in the clearing, where Alice's visions showed the newborn army would arrive following scent trails that had been laid to guide them away from Bella's actual location in the mountains, where Edward and Seth were guarding her. The wolves and the vampires working together represented unprecedented cooperation between species that had been enemies since the original spirit warriors had first encountered cold ones on this coastline centuries before the current generation had been born, and before the treaty had established boundaries and rules that both groups followed. Seth's assignment to guard Bella and Edward at the campsite, rather than participate in the main battle, disappointed the young wolf, who wanted to prove himself but whose youth made him more useful as guard than as fighter against 20 newborns. The proposal occurred during one of those rare evenings when Edward and Bella had time alone, without the constant awareness of impending battle, or without the constant pressure of Victoria's approaching army that had been dominating their thoughts and their conversations for weeks since Alice's visions had revealed the scale of the threat and the timeline that gave them days rather than months to prepare for confrontation that would determine whether they survived or whether Victoria's revenge would succeed in destroying them all and claiming Bella as final prize in vendetta that had consumed Victoria since James's death. Edward had planned the proposal carefully, despite the circumstances and despite the danger that surrounded them. His desire to formalize their commitment and to give Bella the human experience of engagement and marriage before transformation stole those possibilities from her, permanently making him determined to ask properly and to ask romantically, rather than simply acknowledging that they had already agreed to marry as prerequisite for Bella's transformation that both the Volturi and Bella herself demanded. The meadow where Edward had first revealed his sparkling skin, and where Bella had first fully understood what he was served as location for the proposal that Edward had been planning since agreeing to transform Bella after their wedding. The significance of the place and the memories it held, making it appropriate setting for moment that would mark official beginning of their path toward marriage and toward transformation that would follow. The ring that Edward offered belonged to his human mother and represented one of the few physical connections Edward maintained to the life he had lived before Carlisle transformed him during the Spanish influenza epidemic that had killed his parents and had nearly killed Edward himself before vampire intervention had changed his fate and had condemned him to immortal existence as predator, whose nature required constant control and constant vigilance. The emerald and diamond ring had survived Edward's century of existence through Carlisle's careful preservation of Edward's few human possessions, and through Edward's own reluctance to part with objects that connected him to parents whose faces he remembered perfectly through vampire memory, but whose voices and whose touches had been lost to time and to the transformation that had frozen his physical age at 17, while allowing his mind to accumulate century of experiences and knowledge that should have prepared him for every possible situation, except for meeting Bella and falling in love with human, whose blood called to him more powerfully than any human's blood had ever called during his 100 years of existence. Edward's explanation of the ring's history and his explanation of his mother's hopes that he would find someone to love and to marry someday made the proposal more meaningful than simple romantic gesture. The ring representing connection to Edward's past and representing his mother's blessing across the century that separated her death from Bella's acceptance of her son's proposal that would lead to marriage that his mother had hoped for, even as she lay dying in Chicago hospital during pandemic that took so many lives. Bella's acceptance came with mixed feelings about marriage that represented commitment she wanted with person she loved, but that also represented attention and ceremony that she dreaded through her natural inclination toward privacy and toward avoiding being center of attention, that weddings inevitably created through social expectations and through family gatherings that would focus entirely on bride and groom. Her agreement to marry Edward satisfied the condition he had set for her transformation and satisfied his old-fashioned values about proper sequence of relationship milestones that his human upbringing had instilled in him despite centuries of existence and despite the modern world's more casual approach to relationships and to the order in which couples experience intimacy and commitment. But her agreement also meant accepting Alice's inevitable involvement in wedding planning and accepting the elaborate ceremony that Alice would insist upon, despite Bella's preference for simple courthouse wedding with minimal witnesses and minimal fuss that would allow her to become Edward's wife without the spectacle that traditional weddings required. The engagement represented promise and represented timeline for transformation that had been vague and had been subject to Edward's continued resistance until the proposal created concrete plan and created specific sequence of events that would lead to Bella's transformation after their marriage had occurred and after she had experienced at least some human milestones before becoming vampire, whose existence would continue forever without possibility of aging or changing or experiencing the normal human progression through life stages that marriage and children and eventual death represented. Keeping the engagement secret from Charlie represented challenge, given that Bella was living in his house, and given that hiding the engagement ring during times when Charlie might see, it required careful attention and required explanations about why Bella was wearing her mother's wedding ring on her right hand, rather than on her left hand, where engagement rings traditionally belonged, according to social conventions that Charlie would recognize and would question. The secret created additional stress in Bella's life that was already complicated by graduation preparations and by the constant awareness that Victoria's army was approaching and that battle was coming that would determine whether she survived to marry Edward or whether Victoria's revenge would succeed in killing her before transformation could make her safe from human vulnerabilities that made her easy target for vampire predators. Charlie's eventual discovery of the engagement would require careful management given his protective father instincts and given his belief that 18 was too young for marriage. Regardless of how certain Bella felt about Edward, or how committed their relationship appeared to be from outside perspective, that could not understand the supernatural circumstances and the supernatural timeline that made marriage and transformation urgent, rather than allowing for the years of dating and the years of life experience that Charlie would prefer Bella to have before making permanent commitments that would define her entire future. The treaty negotiation required multiple meetings between the Cullens and the pack as they worked out details of how they would coordinate their fighting and how they would avoid accidentally attacking each other during the chaos of battle against 20 newborns whose movements and whose attacks would create confusion that could result in wolves and vampires harming each other if they did not establish clear signals and clear boundaries about who would attack which opponents and how they would communicate during combat, when verbal communication would be impossible over the sounds of fighting and over the distances that battlefield tactics would create. Sam and Carlyle served as primary negotiators, whose mutual respect and whose shared commitment to protecting Forks and protecting their respective peoples created foundation for cooperation that might not have been possible if other members of either group had been responsible for establishing terms that would govern their unprecedented alliance. The agreement allowed temporary suspension of treaty boundaries and temporary suspension of the prohibition against vampires on Quileute land so that training could occur, and so that strategy sessions could include both groups working together, rather than coordinating separately and hoping their plans would align during actual battle, when improvisation and adaptation would be required regardless of how carefully they planned their initial approach. The complications of vampire-werewolf cooperation included the fundamental incompatibility of their sense and their instincts that made proximity difficult and made trust nearly impossible, despite logical recognition that they needed each other to survive Victoria's attack that would overwhelm either group fighting alone, but that might be defeated through combined forces that leveraged both vampire abilities and werewolf advantages. The wolves' natural response to vampire scent involved aggression and involved physiological reactions that made remaining in human form difficult when vampires were nearby. The smell triggering transformation impulses that the wolves had to consciously resist during training sessions and during planning meetings, when maintaining human form was necessary for communication. That wolf form would not permit beyond the pack mind that excluded vampires from understanding what the wolves were thinking or planning during discussions that required both species to participate. The vampire's response to werewolf scent was less automatic but equally uncomfortable. The smell offensive to vampire senses and the presence of natural predators creating tension that centuries of vampire existence had ingrained as recognition of threat that should be eliminated rather than cooperated with during battle or during any other circumstances that brought the two species into close proximity. Jasper's training sessions began with demonstrations using his family members as opponents to show the wolves and to remind the Cullens how newborns moved and how newborns attacked without the calculation and without the self-preservation that characterized older vampires, who had learned to value their existence and who had learned to assess risk before committing to attacks that might result in their own destruction if opponents were more skilled or more experienced. The newborn fighting style involved overwhelming force and involved reckless commitment to attacks without considering defense or considering retreat as options. When confronted with resistance, or when confronted with opponents who matched their strength through superior technique. The newly transformed vampires operating on instinct and on bloodlust rather than on strategy, or on the tactical thinking that experience would eventually teach them if they survived their first year of existence, when strength peaked but control remained minimal. Jasper's explanation that newborns never retreat and never hesitate made clear that the battle would involve complete commitment from the newborn army and would require complete destruction of the attacking force, because wounded or defeated newborns would not surrender or would not withdraw, but would continue attacking until they were dismembered and burned, according to the only method that permanently destroyed vampires whose stone-hard bodies could regenerate from injuries that would kill humans instantly. The sparring sessions between Cullens demonstrated vampire speed and vampire strength to the watching wolves, whose own supernatural abilities were impressive, but whose fighting style differed from vampire combat in fundamental ways that required understanding if they were to coordinate effectively during the actual battle without interfering with each other, or without creating openings that newborns could exploit. Emmett's massive strength and his preference for direct confrontation contrasted with Alice's tiny frame and her reliance on seeing attacks before they occurred, through her precognitive gift that allowed her to dodge and to counterattack with precision that compensated for her lack of size and her lack of the physical strength that Emmett possessed. Rosalie's beauty and her grace disguised her deadly efficiency in combat that centuries of vampire existence had taught her, despite her general reluctance to engage in violence that she found distasteful and that reminded her of the violence that had ended her human life and had led to her transformation that she had never wanted and had never asked for when dying on street after attack that had destroyed her human future. Jasper's movements showed his military training and showed his experience commanding newborn armies during the Southern Vampire Wars, his understanding of how newborns thought and how newborns moved, making him deadly opponent who anticipated attacks and who exploited newborn recklessness through patient strategy that turned their aggression against them and that used their lack of restraint as vulnerability rather than as advantage. Edward's absence from the training demonstrations created a hole in the Cullen's fighting lineup that concerned Jasper, who understood that numbers mattered against 20 newborns, and who understood that Edward's telepathy provided tactical advantage through allowing him to read opponents' thoughts and to anticipate attacks before they occurred and before the movements gave a physical warning. Edward's insistence that protecting Bella took priority over participating in battle, that his family and the pack should be able to win without him, represented his continued pattern of prioritizing Bella's safety above all other considerations, including his family's survival and including strategic assessment of where his abilities would be most useful during confrontation that would determine whether they all lived or whether Victoria's revenge destroyed them. The argument about Edward's decision continued through multiple conversations with Carlyle, attempting to convince Edward that Bella could be hidden safely without requiring Edward's constant presence, and with Jasper arguing that Edward's telepathy would save lives during the battle by providing advance warning of newborn strategies if Victoria managed to coordinate her army beyond simple mass attack that relied on numbers and strength rather than on tactical sophistication. The pack's participation in training began cautiously, with the wolves maintaining distance and maintaining skepticism about whether cooperation with vampires was truly necessary, or whether the pack could handle Victoria's army alone, without compromising their principles or their treaty obligations by working alongside cold ones, whose presence violated everything the pack believed about maintaining separation between species. Paul's hostility and his open distrust of the Cullens represented the pack's general feelings about vampires, despite Sam's pragmatic acceptance that cooperation was necessary for survival against enemy that outnumbered them and that possessed strength exceeding even werewolf capabilities during the newborn period. The younger wolf's aggressive posture and his challenging statements to Jasper about werewolf superiority, creating tension that Sam had to diffuse through alpha command that forced Paul to control his responses and to participate in training without deliberately provoking confrontation that would destroy the alliance before battle had even occurred. Jared's more measured approach and his willingness to learn from Jasper's expertise demonstrated that not all pack members shared Paul's hostility toward cooperation, The older wolf's recognition that they were outnumbered and were facing opponents whose newborn strength might overwhelm werewolf advantages, creating pragmatic acceptance of need for vampire lions, despite personal feelings about cooperating with natural enemies whose scent triggered aggression and whose presence felt wrong on instinctive level that rational thought could not entirely override. Leah's participation in training occurred with barely contained rage and with obvious resentment about being forced to work alongside vampires who represented everything the pack existed to destroy. Her bitterness about her own transformation and her bitterness about Sam's imprinting on Emily finding new target in the Cullens, whose presence on reservation land during training sessions violated everything Leah believed about maintaining boundaries and maintaining separation between species that should never cooperate regardless of circumstances. Her fighting style reflected her anger and reflected her recklessness that worried Sam and worried Seth, whose concern for his sister competed with his own enthusiasm about participating in something important and something that would protect Bella from Victoria's army that threatened not just the Cullens, but the entire region, including La Push and the tribe that the pack existed to defend. Seth's youth and his optimism created counterpoint to Leah's darkness. The youngest pack member's genuine excitement about working with the Cullens and his obvious admiration for their fighting skills, making him popular with the vampires despite the pack's general hostility toward cooperation. That treaty and that necessity forced upon them against their preferences and against their instincts. Jacob's position between the two groups gave him unique perspective and gave him mediating role that his friendship with Bella and his tolerance for the Cullens made natural despite his own conflicted feelings about helping protect Bella so she could marry Edward and so she could become vampire that Jacob would be required to view as enemy once transformation occurred and once treaty obligations superseded personal relationships. His fighting skills and his natural athleticism made him quick learner in Jasper's training sessions. His ability to translate vampire fighting techniques into applications that worked with werewolf physiology and werewolf combat style, making him valuable bridge between the two species, whose fundamental differences in size and speed and fighting approach required adaptation rather than simple mimicry of techniques that worked for vampires, but that would not work for wolves, whose larger forms and whose different movement patterns required different tactical approaches. Jacob's willingness to spar directly with Jasper, and Jacob's willingness to let Jasper demonstrate techniques using Jacob as opponent, created trust and created respect between them, despite their rivalry over Bella, and despite their species' natural enmity that made cooperation uncomfortable for both of them, even when they recognized its necessity. The strategy sessions involved detailed planning about positioning and about how the Cullens and the pack would divide the battlefield to maximize their advantages and to minimize the risk of accidentally harming each other during the chaos of fighting 20 opponents whose movements would be unpredictable and whose attacks would come from multiple directions simultaneously without coordination or without strategy beyond overwhelming force. Alice's visions provided framework for understanding how the battle would unfold and provided information about timing that allowed them to prepare ambush rather than meeting the newborn army in open combat that would favor the newborn's superior numbers and superior strength over the Cullen's experience and the pack's coordination. The plan involved letting the newborns enter the clearing following scent trails that would lead them to believe Bella was nearby. The false trails providing motivation for the army to commit fully to the attack, rather than retreating or scouting cautiously when they discovered the Cullens and the pack waiting for them in formation, that would allow coordinated assault from multiple angles. Carlyle's role in planning emphasized minimizing casualties on both sides, despite the reality that the newborns would need to be completely destroyed to end the threat they represented. His hope that some might be spared or reasoned with meeting Jasper's firm insistence that newborn bloodlust made negotiation impossible and made mercy dangerous to those who attempted it. The battlefield existed as clearing in the forest that Alice's visions had shown would serve as optimal location for ambush that would allow the Cullens and the pack to coordinate their attack and to use terrain advantages to offset the newborn's superior numbers and superior strength during their first year of vampire existence, when physical power peaked before settling into the permanent, enhanced abilities that characterize older vampires who had survived past their newborn phase. The positioning of the Cullens and the wolves around the clearing created strategic formation that would allow them to attack from multiple directions simultaneously and would prevent the newborn army from focusing their force on single point, that they might overwhelm through sheer numbers if the defenders were concentrated rather than dispersed around the perimeter. Jasper's military training and his experience commanding newborn armies during the Southern Vampire Wars made him natural tactical leader despite Carlyle's position as family patriarch. The younger vampire's expertise in newborn combat, making his instructions essential to survival, and making his strategic decisions the foundation for battle plan that everyone would follow once the fighting began. The morning of the battle brought clear skies and brought unusual warmth for the Pacific Northwest, where rain and clouds normally dominated the weather patterns even during summer months, when other regions experienced consistent sunshine and consistent warmth. The clearing looked peaceful and looked innocent in the morning light, the grass and the wildflowers creating picturesque scene that contradicted the violence that would soon occur when 20 newborn vampires arrived following scent trails that had been carefully laid to guide them to this location, rather than to the campsite where Bella was hidden with Edward and Seth. The quiet before the battle created tension as everyone waited for Alice's signal that the newborn army was approaching and that the time for final preparations had arrived before combat began and before the careful planning would be tested against the chaotic reality of fighting multiple opponents whose movements would be unpredictable and whose attacks would require instant responses without time for deliberation or for strategic reconsideration. The Cullens took their positions with the ease and the coordination that came from decades or centuries of working together and trusting each other in situations requiring cooperation and requiring absolute confidence that each family member would fulfill their role without hesitation or without error that could cost lives. Carlyle's position near the northern edge of the clearing reflected his role as the family's most experienced fighter, despite his general preference for avoiding violence, his centuries of existence having taught him combat skills, even though his medical practice and his philosophical commitment to preserving life rather than taking life made fighting distasteful and made each kill during the coming battle something he would remember and would regret despite the necessity. Esme's position near Carlisle reflected their partnership and reflected her determination to protect her family, despite her maternal nature that preferred nurturing over violence, her love for her adopted children making her fierce when threats endangered them and making her capable of ruthlessness that her gentle demeanor normally concealed. Alice's positioning took advantage of her precognitive abilities that allowed her to see attacks before they occurred and allowed her to position herself optimally to intercept newborns whose movements she could predict through her visions that showed immediate futures unfolding in response to decisions being made in the present moment. Jasper stayed near Alice as her partner and as her protector. Despite her supernatural advantages, his combat experience and his gift for emotional manipulation that could project calm or could project fear into opponents, making him valuable asset, who could affect the battle's emotional tone and could create psychological advantages that complemented the physical advantages that strategy and positioning provided. Emmett's massive form positioned at the southern edge represented raw power and represented willingness to engage in direct confrontation, that his personality and his enjoyment of physical competition made natural for him despite the dangers and despite the reality that newborn strength might match or might exceed even his considerable abilities during their first year. Rosalie's reluctant participation showed in her positioning and showed in her expression that communicated her resentment about risking herself for Bella's sake, despite recognizing that the battle served the family's interests beyond simply protecting Edward's human girlfriend, whose transformation would occur after the wedding that Rosalie disapproved of, and that Rosalie viewed as waste of human life that Bella should have valued more highly. Her deadly efficiency and her centuries of vampire existence made her a formidable fighter regardless of her attitude about the cause, her speed and her strength making her capable of destroying multiple newborns if the battle required her to fight at her maximum capacity without the restraint that normal vampire encounters might allow. The absence of Edward from the formation created a gap that everyone felt despite understanding his reasoning, and despite accepting that protecting Bella took priority in his mind over participating in battle, that the family and the pack should be able to win without his telepathic abilities providing tactical intelligence about enemy movements and enemy intentions. The wolf pack positioned themselves opposite the Cullens around the clearing's perimeter, with spacing that would allow them to coordinate their attacks without interfering with vampire fighting styles and without creating confusion about which opponents belonged to which species during the chaos of combat against 20 enemies. Sam's alpha position at the eastern edge reflected his leadership role and reflected his responsibility for pack coordination during battle that would test their abilities and would determine whether the alliance between vampires and werewolves could function effectively under pressure. Paul and Jared flanked Sam with positioning that reflected their experience and reflected their roles as senior pack members, whose transformations had occurred years before the recent additions, who were still adjusting to their abilities and were still learning pack dynamics that governed their cooperation during hunts and during combat situations requiring coordination beyond what individual wolves could achieve alone. Quill and Embry positioned themselves at intervals around the clearing with strategic spacing that Jasper had specified during training sessions. Their relative inexperience balanced by their enthusiasm and by their natural fighting instincts, that transformation had enhanced and had focused through pack mind that allowed instant communication during wolf form when verbal discussion was impossible. Leah's positioning reflected her determination to prove herself despite her bitterness about transformation and despite her resentment about being forced to work alongside vampires whose scent triggered her defensive instincts and whose presence felt wrong according to everything her wolf nature told her about appropriate relationships between their species. Seth's assignment to guard Bella and Edward at the campsite had disappointed the young wolf, but had also reflected the strategic decision that his youth and his inexperience made him more valuable as guard than as fighter against 20 opponents whose newborn strength might overwhelm him despite his size and despite his supernatural abilities that transformation had granted. The arrival of the newborn army created sudden shift from waiting to action as Alice's vision showed them entering the clearing from the western approach, where scent trails had guided them, and where their tracking abilities had led them to believe they would find Bella unprotected, or minimally protected, by small force that they could overwhelm through numbers and through the enhanced strength that their recent transformation provided. Victoria led the army with Riley at her side, the two older vampires maintaining careful distance from the newborns, whose bloodlust and whose lack of control made them dangerous even to their creators, and even to those who commanded them through promises of feeding and through threats about withholding prey if they failed to follow instructions. The newborns themselves appeared as chaotic mass rather than as organized military force, their movements jerky and their attention scattered between the scent trails they were following and the vampire and werewolf scents they were encountering that indicated ambush rather than the easy prey they had been promised. The moment of mutual recognition when the newborns saw the Cullens and the pack waiting for them, and when the Cullens and the pack saw the size and the composition of the force they would be fighting created pause before combat began. The brief stillness allowing everyone to assess opponents and to make final mental preparations before violence erupted. Jasper's shouted command to begin the attack triggered simultaneous assault from all sides as vampires and wolves launched themselves at the newborn army that had expected to find single vulnerable human, rather than finding coordinated defense force that outnumbered them once the 17 defenders combined their efforts against Victoria's 20 newborns. The clearing exploded into chaos as vampire speed and werewolf size created confusion and created noise that echoed through the forest as bodies collided and as fighting began in earnest without the restraint or the caution that might characterize normal vampire encounters where opponents assessed each other before committing to combat that might result in their destruction. The battle itself unfolded with the brutal efficiency that Jasper's training had prepared them for, and with the coordination that came from trust and from practice, despite the fundamental incompatibility between vampires and the werewolves, whose cooperation required conscious effort to maintain when instincts screamed at them to attack each other, rather than focusing on the newborns who represented their common enemy. Emmett's strength matched the newborn's strength through technique and through experience that centuries of vampire existence had taught him about leverage and about using opponents' momentum against them, rather than relying solely on physical power that newborns possessed in abundance. His destruction of the first newborn he engaged created opening for Rosalie to attack from the side and to dismember the vampire whose focus on Emmett had left her vulnerable to attack from unexpected direction. The coordination between them, demonstrating the advantage of fighting as pair rather than as individuals whose isolated efforts might be less effective against multiple opponents. Alice's precognitive abilities made her appear to be dancing rather than fighting, as she dodged attacks before they occurred, and as she counterattacked with precision that came from seeing where opponents would be rather than where they currently were positioned, her gift making her nearly impossible to hit and making her deadly despite her small size that newborns might have viewed as vulnerability if they had possessed sufficient awareness to assess their opponents rather than simply attacking with bloodlust-driven aggression. Jasper's protection of Alice and his strategic movement around the battlefield to support family members who were struggling or who were facing multiple opponents simultaneously demonstrated his tactical awareness and demonstrated his ability to read the battle's flow and to respond to changing circumstances as the fighting evolved from the initial clash into the sustained combat that would determine victory or defeat. Carlyle's reluctance to kill showed in his fighting style that focused on disabling rather than on immediately destroying opponents. His hope that some newborns might be reasoned with or might be spared if they surrendered, meeting the harsh reality that newborn bloodlust prevented surrender and prevented any response except continued attack until complete dismemberment made further fighting impossible. His eventual acceptance that mercy was dangerous and that hesitation could cost lives transformed his approach from reluctant fighter to efficient destroyer of threats that endangered his family, his medical knowledge of anatomy making his attacks precise and making his dismemberment of opponents surgical inefficiency, even as his face showed the distaste and the regret that each kill created despite necessity and despite justification, based on self-defense. The Wolfpack's contribution to the battle demonstrated the advantages that their size and their pack coordination provided against opponents who fought as individuals rather than as organized force. Sam's alpha control allowing instant communication and instant coordination of attacks that surrounded newborns and that tore them apart through combined efforts that no single wolf could achieve alone. Paul's aggression and his obvious enjoyment of combat made him effective destroyer of newborns, whose overconfidence and whose lack of experience made them vulnerable to his straightforward attacking style that relied on overwhelming force rather than on the finesse that other wolves employed. Jared's more measured approach and his strategic positioning to support pack members who needed assistance demonstrated his maturity and demonstrated his understanding that winning the battle mattered more than individual glory or individual kill counts that Emmett seemed to be tracking despite the seriousness of the situation. Leah's recklessness and her apparent desire to prove herself, or perhaps her desire to die in combat that would end her pain about Sam and Emily, created dangerous situations that Seth witnessed from his distant guard position, through the pack mind that connected them despite physical distance. Her near-death experience when 3 newborns cornered her and nearly succeeded in tearing her apart before Seth abandoned his post to save her, demonstrated both the dangers of fighting alone and the power of pack bonds that made Seth willing to risk Edward's anger and willing to risk Bella's safety to save his sister, whose life mattered more to him than following orders or maintaining position. Seth's intervention and his successful destruction of the newborn who had been about to kill Leah created moment of pack unity and created grudging respect from Leah, whose bitterness could not overcome her gratitude that her younger brother had saved her life despite the risk and despite the potential consequences of abandoning his assigned guard duty. The systematic destruction of the newborn army occurred more quickly than expected, given the numbers and given the newborn's strength. The combination of Jasper's strategic planning and the Alliance's numerical superiority once vampires and wolves combined their forces, creating outcome that overwhelmed Victoria's expectations and that destroyed her carefully assembled army within minutes of sustained combat. The burning of dismembered newborn parts created smoke and created smell that filled the clearing, as the Cullens ensured that no vampire could regenerate or could survive to threaten them in the future. The methodical disposal of remains representing the final step in combat that continued even after opponents stopped moving and stopped presenting an immediate danger. The single surviving newborn whose surrender Carlyle had accepted, despite Jasper's warnings, represented anomaly and represented test of whether newborns could be reasoned with or whether their nature made them irredeemable during their first year, when bloodlust dominated their awareness and their decision-making. Bree's terrified surrender and her obvious youth created sympathy in Carlyle, despite the danger she represented, and despite the reality that the Volturi's laws about newborn armies made her existence problematic, regardless of her individual culpability or her individual awareness of what Victoria had been planning. The young vampire's explanations about Victoria's manipulation and about the army's creation provided information that might have interested the Volturi, or might have provided evidence about Victoria's violation of vampire law, prohibiting the creation of newborn armies whose lack of control and whose tendency toward exposure made them dangerous to all vampires, whose secrecy depended on maintaining low profile and maintaining distance from human awareness. Carlyle's hope that Bree could be integrated into civilized vampire society, and his hope that she could learn control and could learn to live as the Cullens lived, met immediate challenge when the Volturi arrived to witness the aftermath of the battle and to investigate the newborn situation that had created exposure risk and had created disturbance requiring their attention. The Volturi's arrival represented complication that no one had anticipated and represented threat that exceeded Victoria's revenge in terms of potential consequences for the Cullens and for Bella, whose continued humanity remained violation of Volturi law, despite the promises about transformation and despite the timeline that had been established during the confrontation in Volterra months earlier. Jane's presence with Alec and Dimitri and Felix indicated that Aro had sent significant force to investigate and to enforce whatever judgment the Volturi deemed appropriate regarding the newborn situation and regarding the Cullens' handling of threat that had occurred in their territory. Jane's disappointment at arriving too late to witness the actual fighting, and Jane's obvious interest in testing her gift against the Cullens created immediate tension, as everyone recognized that the Volturi's visit represented evaluation and represented potential threat, depending on what Jane reported back to Aro about what she witnessed and about what she learned during her investigation. The confrontation over Bree's fate demonstrated the Volturi's absolute authority and demonstrated their willingness to destroy any vampire whose existence created problems or created exposure. risk regardless of individual circumstances or individual culpability for situations beyond their control. Jane's dismissal of Carlisle's argument that Bree deserved mercy, and Jane's immediate destruction of the young vampire, demonstrated that Volturi justice operated according to different principles than Carlisle's compassion or Carlisle's hope for redemption. The casual cruelty and the absolute power that Jane wielded created renewed awareness that the Volturi represented ultimate authority in vampire world, and represented threat that could not be defeated through fighting or through resistance, no matter how powerful individual covens might be, in comparison to newborn armies or in comparison to regional threats. Jane's testing of her gift on Edward represented personal interest and represented potential retribution for Edward's previous resistance to Volturi recruitment and for the complications that his relationship with Bella had created. The pain gift that could bring ancient vampires to their knees with agony failed to affect Bella when Jane's frustration at Edward's immunity through Bella's shield led her to attempt using a gift on the human whose presence represented ongoing violation of Volturi law. Bella's immunity to Jane's gift and Bella's immunity to all vampire mental abilities created fascination and created concern among the Volturi witnesses, who recognized that human who could resist their most powerful weapons represented anomaly, requiring further investigation or requiring elimination depending on how threatening her abilities might prove once she transformed into vampire, whose immunity might become even more powerful or might extend to additional protections beyond mental gifts. The Volturi's departure with warnings about monitoring Bella's transformation and with clear implications that they would return if promises were not kept created renewed urgency about wedding and about transformation that had been planned, but that now carried additional pressure from knowledge that the ancient vampires were watching and were waiting for the Cullens to fulfill obligations or to violate agreements that would justify Volturi intervention. The victory celebration occurred in muted fashion despite the successful destruction of Victoria's army, and despite the survival of all Cullens and all pack members who had fought in the battle that could easily have resulted in deaths on both sides given the newborn's strength, and given the sheer numbers that Victoria had assembled for her revenge attack. The relief at having survived, and the satisfaction at having eliminated the threat that had been hanging over them for months, competed with the exhaustion and the awareness that the Volturi's unexpected arrival and their destruction of Bree had demonstrated that greater dangers existed beyond Victoria's personal vendetta, and beyond the immediate threats that the Cullens and the pack could handle through cooperation and through strategic planning. Jane's testing of her pain gift on Edward and Jane's obvious disappointment at Bella's immunity that had prevented the gift from working created new awareness that Bella represented anomaly that interested the Volturi, and that might eventually motivate the ancient vampires to return to Forks to study Bella more closely, or to eliminate her if they decided that her immunity posed threat to their power and to their ability to control vampire populations through fear of Jane's abilities. The warning implicit in the Volturi's departure and in their observation that they would be monitoring Bella's transformation timeline made clear that the Cullens' promise to change Bella was not forgotten and was not negotiable despite the battle and despite the circumstances that had brought the Volturi to witness the newborn destruction. Aro's interest in Alice's visions and in Bella's immunity suggested that the Volturi viewed the Cullens as potential recruits or potential threats, depending on how situations developed and depending on whether the Cullens continued to honor vampire law and to maintain the secrecy that protected all vampires from human awareness and from human response. The tension of the Volturi's visit and the tension of knowing they would return if Bella remained human beyond what the ancient vampires considered reasonable time frame added urgency to wedding planning and added pressure to Edward's promise that he would transform Bella after their marriage, legitimize their relationship according to his century-old values about proper conduct. Bella's visit to Jacob after the battle represented her attempt to maintain their friendship despite the complications and despite Jacob's pain about her choice to marry Edward and to become vampire that Jacob viewed as death rather than as transformation that would preserve Bella's consciousness and personality in immortal form. The pack's injuries from the battle were already healing through their supernatural regeneration abilities that made werewolf physiology resilient and made recovery from wounds that would disable humans for months occur within days or within hours, depending on severity. Jacob's broken bones from fighting alongside Seth to protect Edward and Bella from Victoria and Riley were mending rapidly enough that he could already move without the excruciating pain that had characterized the immediate aftermath of the injuries. His body's accelerated healing representing one of the advantages that balanced the disadvantages of transformation into giant wolf, whose existence required constant vigilance and constant readiness to defend the tribe. The conversation between Bella and Jacob occurred with careful navigation around topics that would cause pain or would cause argument about choices that had already been made and that could not be unmade regardless of how much Jacob wished Bella would choose differently and would choose him instead of Edward. Bella's attempt to explain why she loved Edward and why she wanted vampire existence met Jacob's continued insistence that she was choosing death and was choosing to become monster, whose nature would require her to drink blood and whose nature would separate her from everything human, including her friendship with Jacob. That treaty obligations would require him to view as ended once her transformation occurred. The impasse between them represented fundamental disagreement about whether vampire existence constituted continuation of person or death of person with vampire wearing their face. Jacob's perspective viewing transformation as loss of Bella, while Bella's perspective viewed transformation as evolution of Bella into form that would allow her to remain with Edward across centuries rather than across brief human lifespan. Jacob's final plea that Bella kiss him and see if she felt anything that might change her mind about marrying Edward represented desperate attempt to offer Bella alternative before she committed irrevocably to path that would end their friendship and would make her enemy to the pack that had protected her and had fought alongside the Cullens to save her from Victoria's revenge. The kiss that Jacob convinced Bella to share created unexpected complication as Bella realized that her feelings for Jacob went beyond simple friendship and went beyond gratitude for his support during Edward's absence, that she loved Jacob in ways that were real and were significant, even though her love for Edward remained stronger and remained the foundation for her choices about her future. The realization that she loved two people simultaneously and that her choice of Edward meant hurting Jacob, who deserved better than being second choice, created guilt that Bella would carry forward into her marriage and into her transformation that would permanently end any possibility of romantic relationship with Jacob, whose nature and whose pack obligations made him incompatible with Vampire Bella. The choice between loving Jacob and choosing Edward represented Bella's understanding that love was not always simple or exclusive, but that circumstances and timing and compatibility meant that loving someone was not sufficient reason to build life with them if other factors made relationship impossible or made relationship less fulfilling than alternative that addressed more of her needs and more of her desires. Jacob's warmth and Jacob's humanity represented the safe choice and the normal choice that would allow Bella to maintain her mortality and to experience human life, including children and aging and eventual death surrounded by family, whereas Edward represented the dangerous choice and the extraordinary choice that would transform her into something beyond human, but that would give her eternity with the person she loved more completely than she had ever loved anyone. The mathematics of love and choice were not simple equations where strongest feeling determined outcome, but rather complex assessments of future possibilities and compatibility and what kind of life Bella wanted to live across the years or centuries ahead of her. Edward's understanding when Bella explained what had happened with Jacob and Edward's acceptance that Bella loved Jacob demonstrated the security in their relationship and demonstrated Edward's confidence that Bella's choice of him was genuine, despite her feelings for Jacob, that complicated but did not negate her commitment to marrying Edward and to becoming vampire. Edward's acknowledgement that Jacob represented better choice for Bella in many ways, and Edward's admission that Jacob could offer Bella things that Edward could never provide, including human experiences and human normalcy, showed remarkable maturity and showed his awareness that love sometimes meant recognizing that you might not be the best option for the person you loved, even when they chose you anyway. The conversation created new honesty between Edward and Bella about the complexity of their situation and about the sacrifices Bella was making in choosing vampire existence with Edward over human existence with Jacob, who would have loved her without requiring her transformation or requiring her to abandon humanity. Jacob's departure after Bella's explanation that she loved him, but not enough to choose him over Edward, represented the painful reality that sometimes love was insufficient and sometimes being someone's second choice meant accepting that you had lost, despite doing everything possible to win the person whose happiness mattered more than your own satisfaction or your own desires. His running as wolf through the forest represented his processing of heartbreak and his processing of loss that felt more profound than simple romantic disappointment, because Bella had been his best friend and had been the person who understood him and who had sustained him before his transformation and before his life became complicated by pack obligations and by supernatural conflicts. The howl that Jacob released as he ran expressed the grief and the frustration of loving someone who loved you back but who loved someone else more. The pain of being close enough to see what might have been possible if circumstances had been different, or if timing had been different, or if Edward had never existed to claim Bella's heart before Jacob had opportunity to show Bella what life with him could offer. The announcement of Bella's engagement to Charlie created the expected explosion of paternal concern and paternal objection, based on Charlie's belief that 18 was too young for marriage, and based on his fear that Bella was repeating the pattern that he and Renee had established when they married young, and when their marriage had failed after few years, and after they had discovered that loving each other was not sufficient foundation for building life together. Charlie's fury about Edward proposing and about Bella accepting without consulting her father first represented his feeling that he was losing his daughter to relationship that was moving too fast, and that was making Bella rush into adult commitments before she had experienced enough of life to make informed decision about permanent partnership. His accusations that Edward was controlling Bella or was manipulating her into marriage met Bella's insistence that the choice was hers, and that her certainty about wanting to spend her life with Edward was not based on coercion or on lack of understanding about what marriage meant for her future. The argument with Charlie continued across multiple conversations as he tried various approaches to convince Bella to slow down or to postpone the wedding until she had attended college or had experienced life beyond Forks and beyond the relationship with Edward that had consumed her since she arrived in this town. His threats to forbid the wedding met Bella's reminder that she was legally adult and that his permission was not required, even though his blessing was desired and was hoped for despite his objections. Charlie's eventual reluctant acceptance came not from agreement with Bella's decision, but from recognition that fighting her would only push her away and would only ensure that he was excluded from the wedding and from the major life events that he wanted to witness, even if he disapproved of their timing or their circumstances. His condition that Bella call her mother and inform Renee about the engagement before the wedding occurred represented his hope that Renee might be more successful in convincing Bella to reconsider or to wait, even though Charlie suspected that Renee would be more supportive than he was being about Bella's choice to marry Edward. Renee's reaction to the engagement news surprised both Bella and Charlie through her unexpected support and through her recognition that Bella's relationship with Edward was not comparable to Renee's relationship with Charlie, despite both involving young marriage and despite both involving certainty that the relationship would last forever. Renee's observation that Bella had always been old soul and had always been more mature than her chronological age suggested explained her acceptance that Bella was ready for marriage in ways that most 18-year-olds were not ready, and in ways that Renee herself had not been ready when she married Charlie at similar age. Her blessing and her encouragement created relief for Bella, who had feared that both parents would unite in opposition to the wedding and would create obstacles that would delay the marriage and would delay the transformation that the Volturi's ultimatum made increasingly urgent as time passed and as the ancient vampire's patience potentially wore thin, waiting for the Cullens to fulfill their promise. Alice's wedding planning commenced with enthusiasm that overwhelmed Bella's attempts to maintain any control over the ceremony or any input into decisions about venue and decorations and guest list that Alice considered essential elements requiring her expertise and requiring her vision for creating perfect celebration. The engagement period became dominated by dress fittings and by flower selections and by countless details that Bella found exhausting and found unnecessary for ceremony that she would have preferred to conduct in courthouse with minimal witnesses and minimal attention. Alice's insistence that wedding was an important milestone that deserved proper celebration and proper acknowledgement of the commitment that Bella and Edward were making created tension between Alice's enthusiasm and Bella's desire for simplicity. The compromise involving Bella's agreement to allow Alice to plan elaborate wedding in exchange for Alice's agreement to keep guest list relatively small and to keep ceremony focused on family rather than on extensive social obligations that would require Bella to interact with distant relatives and with acquaintances whose presence would make her uncomfortable. The college acceptance letters that arrived during the engagement period represented the human future that Bella was abandoning in favor of vampire existence. The offers from various universities serving as reminder of what normal 18-year-old would be preparing for as graduation approached. And as senior year ended, Bella's lack of interest in the acceptances and a lack of engagement with the college decision process that should have been exciting and should have been full of possibility created evidence of how completely she had committed to vampire future over human future that college represented. Edward's attempt to interest Bella in attending college before her transformation met her resistance based on the timeline and based on her awareness that delaying transformation increased risk, that the Volturi would lose patience and would return to enforce their ultimatum through violence. If the Cullens continued postponing Bella's change beyond what the ancient vampires considered reasonable time frame, Edward's wedding gift to Bella involved his offer to delay or to reconsider the transformation if she wanted more human experiences, or if she wanted time to ensure that becoming vampire was truly what she wanted, rather than simply accepting it as inevitable consequence of loving him and wanting to be with him across centuries rather than across brief human lifespan. The offer represented Edward's continued hope that Bella might choose humanity and might choose to experience college and might choose to live human life before committing to irreversible transformation that would steal possibilities and would steal experiences that vampire nature would make impossible. Bella's refusal of the offer and Bella's insistence that she wanted transformation immediately after the wedding represented her certainty that delaying would only create more opportunities for something to go wrong and would only increase the risk that circumstances would prevent her transformation and would separate her from Edward permanently through death or through some other disaster that her continued mortality made possible. The setting of the wedding date for August after graduation and before Bella's 19th birthday created concrete timeline that made the approaching transformation real rather than theoretical. The specific date giving everyone, including the Volturi, clear deadline for when Bella's humanity would end and when she would become vampire, whose existence would no longer violate the laws about humans knowing vampire secrets. The countdown to the wedding created mixture of excitement and terror for Bella, who wanted marriage to Edward, but who dreaded being center of attention during ceremony that Alice was planning with elaborate details and with expectations about perfection that made Bella anxious about living up to Alice's vision. Edward's calm acceptance of the wedding planning and his obvious happiness about marrying Bella, despite the circumstances and despite the supernatural complications, created foundation of certainty that their marriage would occur and that transformation would follow according to the agreement they had made and according to Edward's promise that he would be the one to change her rather than allowing Carlisle or another family member to perform the transformation. The final weeks before the wedding involved Last Human, experiences and last moments of mortality that Bella tried to appreciate despite her eagerness to become vampire and despite her lack of sentimentality about leaving humanity behind in favor of immortal existence with Edward. The graduation ceremony represented ending of high school, an ending of the chapter of life that had begun when Bella moved to Forks and met Edward and discovered that supernatural world existed beneath the surface of ordinary human existence. The diploma and the cap and gown that symbolized transition from high school to adult life held less meaning for Bella than they held for her classmates, whose futures involved college and careers and normal human progression through life stages. Bella's future involving transformation and newborn year, an adjustment to vampire abilities that would define her existence more than any human milestone could define those who remained mortal. The relationships with human friends began their slow ending as Bella prepared for transformation that would require her to disappear from their lives and to maintain distance during newborn year, when control would be precarious and when exposure risk would be highest. Angela's gentle friendship and Jessica's oblivious chatter and Mike's continued hopeless interest would all become memories rather than active relationships once Bella transformed, and once the Cullens moved away from Forks to avoid questions about why Bella was not aging and why she looked different from the human girl who had attended Forks High School. The goodbyes occurred without explanation and occurred with the understanding that human friendships had expiration dates when one person was becoming vampire, whose existence would continue long after human friends had aged and had died and had been forgotten by everyone except the immortal, who remembered them perfectly through vampire memory that preserved every detail forever. The anticipation of transformation and the anticipation of marriage created dual focus for Bella's final weeks of humanity as she prepared for both ceremonies that would change her life and would change her nature. Edward's continued anxiety about whether transformation was truly what Bella wanted competed with his acceptance that the decision was made and that resisting further would only create conflict without changing outcome. The love between them and the commitment they shared made the approaching wedding feel right, despite the unusual circumstances and despite the supernatural complications that most couples never encountered during their engagement periods and their preparation for married life together. The wedding day arrived with unexpected sunshine that seemed almost miraculous for the Pacific Northwest, where rain and clouds dominated most days regardless of season or regardless of optimistic forecasts that promised clear skies for outdoor celebrations, that humidity and marine weather patterns typically transformed into damp affairs, requiring backup plans and requiring covered venues. Alice's meticulous planning had included contingencies for rain and for every possible weather scenario, but the perfect blue sky and the warm August air created ideal conditions for the backyard ceremony that Alice had designed and had executed with precision, that left nothing to chance and left nothing undone despite the compressed timeline and despite the challenges of creating an elaborate event with limited notice and with limited preparation time compared to traditional weddings that involved months or years of planning rather than weeks of frantic organization. Bella's preparation for the ceremony occurred in her childhood bedroom, where Alice and Rosalie had taken over the space with makeup and hair tools and the wedding dress that had been carefully selected and carefully fitted to ensure that Bella looked perfect. according to Alice's vision for the day that would mark Bella's transition from Edward's girlfriend to Edward's wife, and would mark the beginning of the final phase before her transformation into vampire, whose existence would continue eternally rather than ending with human death, that mortality guaranteed. The dress itself represented compromise between Alice's desire for elaborate gown with extensive detail and Bella's preference for simple, elegant design that would not make her feel like overdressed imposter playing role that did not fit her personality or her comfort level with being center of attention that weddings inevitably created regardless of how small the guest list or how intimate the ceremony. Alice's enthusiasm about the wedding preparations and Alice's obvious joy about participating in this human ritual that marked commitment and marked the beginning of married life together, created infectious energy that helped Bella manage her anxiety about walking down the aisle and about standing in front of guests while everyone watched her exchange vows with Edward, whose century of existence made him experience with human customs, even though he had never married and had never anticipated finding someone he would want to spend eternity with, until Bella arrived in Forks and changed everything about his understanding of what his immortal existence could include. Rosalie's participation in the preparations occurred with less enthusiasm than Alice demonstrated, but with professional efficiency that showed her experience with formal events and showed her understanding of what was required to create the appearance that Alice and Bella both wanted, despite Rosalie's continued philosophical objections to Bella's choice to become vampire and to abandon the humanity that Rosalie herself wished she could reclaim. The makeup and the hairstyling transformed Bella's appearance in ways that felt strange and felt artificial, despite the objective improvement that the professional techniques created through highlighting her features and through creating polished presentation that photographs would capture and that guests would remember as evidence of the bride's beauty on her wedding day. Bella's discomfort with her reflection and her discomfort with the attention that her appearance would attract competed with her recognition that the wedding was important to Edward and was important to Alice and was the price she had agreed to pay in exchange for the transformation that she wanted and that Edward had promised would occur after they were married, according to his old-fashioned values about proper sequence of relationship milestones. The veil that completed the ensemble represented tradition and represented the formal nature of the ceremony that Alice had planned, despite Bella's preference for casual courthouse wedding that would have accomplished the legal requirements without the emotional intensity and without the public nature of ceremony that involved guests and involved ritual and involved performance of commitment rather than simple signing of documents. Renee's arrival to help Bella finish preparing created emotional moment, as mother and daughter acknowledged that this wedding marked ending of one chapter and beginning of another chapter in Bella's life that would take her far from the childhood and the relationship with Renee that had been unconventional but had been loving, despite Renee's chaotic nature and despite the role reversal that had made Bella the responsible one, managing practical details, while Renee pursued her enthusiasms and her relationships without the adult burden of household management. Renee's acceptance of Bella's choice to marry Edward and Renee's blessing of the relationship, despite Bella's youth, created validation that Charlie had not provided and created maternal approval that Bella needed, even though she would have married Edward regardless of whether her parents supported the decision, or whether they objected based on her age, or based on their concerns about her rushing into permanent commitment. The conversation between Bella and Renee touched on the nature of love, and touched on the question of how anyone knew whether a relationship would last, or whether the certainty they felt in the moment would survive the years, and the challenges that married life inevitably brought through changes and through circumstances that could not be predicted on wedding day, when everything felt perfect and felt permanent. Renee's acknowledgement that her marriage to Charlie had not lasted despite their initial certainty and despite their initial love for each other created honest framework for discussing whether Bella's certainty about Edward was more reliable or was simply the same optimistic hope that all couples felt before reality tested their commitment and tested their compatibility under pressure. Bella's inability to explain why she knew that Edward was different and why she knew that their marriage would last created frustration, but also created acceptance that some things could not be articulated or could not be proven through logical argument, but simply had to be trusted as truth that the heart understood even when the mind could not provide rational justification. Charlie's preparation for walking Bella down the aisle occurred with visible discomfort and with obvious emotional struggle about giving his daughter to Edward, and about acknowledging that Bella was old enough and was certain enough to make this commitment despite Charlie's belief that 18 was too young for marriage, and despite his fear that Bella would regret the choice or would discover that the relationship she believed would last forever would actually end in divorce, like so many young marriages ended when people changed and when the compatibility they thought they had turned out to be illusion or turned out to be insufficient foundation for building life together. His decision to set aside his objections and to participate in the wedding despite his reservations demonstrated his love for Bella, and demonstrated his recognition that fighting her decision would only damage their relationship without changing the outcome that Bella had committed to, regardless of his approval or his support. The moment when Charlie saw Bella in her wedding dress created visible emotion that he struggled to control. His recognition that his little girl had grown up and was leaving him to begin her own life, creating mixture of pride and sadness and loss that fathers experience when daughters married, and when the parent-child relationship transformed into adult relationship between equals, rather than relationship between father and daughter, where father's authority and father's protection defined the dynamic. Charlie's toast that he had been preparing for the reception reflected his mixed feelings and reflected his hope that despite his concerns and despite his fears about Bella's choice to marry so young, the relationship would prove him wrong and would prove to be the lasting love that Bella believed it was, rather than the temporary infatuation that his experience suggested most young relationships represented, regardless of how certain the participants felt about their eternal commitment to each other. The ceremony itself began with guests assembling in the backyard that Alice had transformed into fairy tale setting through strategic placement of white flowers and through strategic arrangement of seating that created intimate atmosphere despite the outdoor venue and despite the number of people who had been invited to witness the vows and to celebrate the union between Bella and Edward. The Cullen family occupied positions of honor near the front as Edward's relatives and as the people who would become Bella's family. Through marriage and through the transformation, that would follow the honeymoon and would make Bella permanent member of their coven, rather than temporary human girlfriend whose presence had created complications and had created dangers that vampire nature made inevitable when mortals became involved with immortal predators. The wolves' absence from the ceremony created noticeable gap, despite the treaty tensions and despite the reality that werewolves attending vampire wedding would violate protocol and would create uncomfortable situation for everyone involved. Given the fundamental incompatibility between the species and given the ongoing complications about Bella's planned transformation, that treaty term suggested would require the pack to view her as enemy once she became vampire. Jacob's decision to send wedding gift despite his pain about Bella's choice and despite his inability to attend ceremony that would formalize her commitment to Edward, demonstrated his continued love for Bella and demonstrated his recognition that their friendship mattered, even when he disagreed with her choices, and even when her choices caused him pain, that watching her marry Edward would only intensify. The human guest from Forks High School and from Charlie's social circle represented Bella's last connections to normal human life that transformation would sever permanently once she became vampire, whose existence would require disappearance from their lives and would require maintaining distance during newborn year, when control would be precarious and when exposure risk would be highest. Angela's genuine happiness for Bella and Jessica's envious admiration and Mike's resigned acceptance that Bella had chosen Edward created a cross-section of responses that wedding guests typically displayed when witnessing marriage between people whose relationship they had observed and had formed opinions about based on external observation that could not fully understand the depth or the nature of connection between bride and groom. The walk down the aisle with Charlie represented symbolic transition from daughter to wife and represented Charlie's acknowledgement that Bella belonged to Edward now, rather than belonging to her father, whose protection and whose authority would no longer govern her choices or her life. Once she spoke the vows that would make her Edward's partner and would make their commitment official in eyes of law and in eyes of community that witnessed the ceremony. Bella's focus on Edward waiting at the altar and Bella's awareness of his expression as he watched her approach created tunnel vision that blocked out the guests and blocked out everything except the man she was marrying and the future they would share together across centuries, rather than across the brief human lifespan that most couples anticipated when they exchanged vows promising to remain together until death separated them. Edward's appearance in his formal wedding attire created striking image that Bella's imperfect human vision could barely process, despite months of seeing him and despite her familiarity with his features. That vampire nature made supernaturally perfect and made supernaturally beautiful in ways that mere human attractiveness could not match. His expression as Bella approached showed his joy and showed his disbelief that this moment was actually occurring after his century of solitary existence and after his century of believing that he would never find mate or would never find someone whose company he would want to keep across immortal existence that stretched endlessly forward without natural conclusion. The love in his face and the certainty in his posture as he took Bella's hand from Charlie created foundation for the vows they would exchange and created foundation for the marriage that would begin this evening and would continue after transformation made Bella immortal partner, rather than a mortal wife whose human lifespan would eventually end unless vampire intervention prevented death and prevented separation. The vows themselves followed traditional format that countless couples had spoken across centuries of marriage ceremonies. The familiar words about love and honor and commitment taking on additional meaning when spoken between human and vampire, whose relationship involved complications and involved dangers that normal couples never encountered during their courtship or during their married lives together. Edward's promise to love Bella for better or worse, and through sickness and health, carried additional weight, given that his vampire nature meant that worse could be devastating and could be deadly if his control failed, or if circumstances overwhelmed his century of practiced restraint against the bloodlust that her scent triggered more powerfully than any human scent had triggered during his entire existence. Bella's promise to love Edward until death separated them carried irony that only she and the Cullens understood, given that death would not separate them, because transformation after the honeymoon would make her immortal and would make their marriage literally eternal, rather than lasting only until one of them died according to normal human mortality. The exchange of rings formalized the commitment and created physical symbols of the marriage that both would wear as evidence of their relationship and as reminder of the promises they had made to each other during ceremony that transformed them from individuals into married couple whose lives would be joined legally and emotionally and eventually supernaturally. When Bella's transformation completed her integration into Edward's world and into the Cullen family, whose acceptance of her had already occurred emotionally, but would become official through her change from human to vampire. The kiss that sealed the marriage created applause and created tears from guests who responded emotionally to the ceremony and to the obvious love between bride and groom, whose connection was evident to everyone watching, even though most guests could not understand the full depth or the full complexity of the relationship that involved species differences and involved supernatural elements beyond human comprehension. The reception began with traditional elements, including the first dance and the cutting of the cake, and the toasts from family members and friends who shared memories and shared wishes for the couple's future happiness together. Charlie's toast reflected his mixed emotions and reflected his hope that Edward would take care of Bella and would make her happy despite Charlie's concerns about her age and despite his fear that the marriage wouldn't last or would not provide the fulfillment that Bella anticipated. Emmett's toast included humor and included teasing about Edward finally finding someone who could tolerate him, and about Bella's bravery in marrying into the Cullen family, whose eccentricities and whose unusual lifestyle would require adjustment and would require acceptance of differences that most in-laws never encountered. Esme's toast spoke to maternal love and spoke to her joy at welcoming Bella officially into the family that Esme had created through decades of nurturing and through decades of providing the emotional center that held the Cullens together as unit, rather than as simply collection of vampires sharing residence. Alice's toast celebrated her vision coming true and celebrated the friendship that had developed between her and Bella. Despite the species difference and despite the complications that human friend created for vampire family, trying to maintain secrecy and trying to avoid drawing attention from other vampires or from humans who might discover their true nature. The dancing and the celebration continued through the evening, as guests enjoyed the party that Alice had created, and as Bella gradually relaxed into the role of bride, whose wedding day was proceeding successfully, despite her earlier anxiety and despite her fear that something would go wrong, or that her discomfort with being center of attention would ruin the ceremony or the reception that so many people had worked to create. Jacob's arrival late in the reception created surprise and created complicated emotions as Bella saw her best friend who had stayed away from the ceremony, but who had come to the reception to wish her well and to say goodbye before she left for honeymoon, and before she transformed into vampire, that treaty obligations would require Jacob to view as enemy, despite his love for the human Bella, who would cease to exist once transformation changed her nature. The dance between Bella and Jacob provided opportunity for private conversation and provided opportunity for them to acknowledge the end of their friendship and the end of the possibility that had existed before Bella made her final choice to marry Edward and to become vampire rather than choosing Jacob and choosing to remain human, with all the experiences and all the possibilities that humanity offered. Jacob's rage when Bella mentioned that transformation would occur after the honeymoon, and Jacob's anger about Edward risking Bella's life through physical intimacy before transformation made her durable enough to survive vampire strength created scene that Sam and Seth had to manage by restraining Jacob and by removing him from the reception, before his fury escalated into violence or into transformation that would expose the supernatural reality to human guests, whose ignorance protected them and protected both vampires and werewolves from exposure that would violate the fundamental secrecy that both species depended upon. The confrontation and the painful goodbye represented the final ending of Bella's friendship with Jacob, whose place in her life would not survive her transformation, and whose loss she would carry forward into her vampire existence as a reminder of what she had sacrificed and what she had chosen to abandon in favor of immortality with Edward. The departure from the reception and the beginning of the honeymoon journey occurred with traditional fanfare, as guests threw rice, and as Bella and Edward left in car, decorated with traditional just married signs that human customs dictated for newlyweds beginning their life together. The flight to Rio de Janeiro and the journey to Isla Esme represented beginning of their marriage and represented the final human experiences that Bella would have before transformation changed her permanently into vampire, whose existence would differ fundamentally from the mortal life she was leaving behind through her choice to join Edward in immortality, rather than living human lifespan that would eventually separate them through death, that Edward could not prevent and could not accept as acceptable ending to relationship that he wanted to continue forever. The journey to Isla Esme began with the flight to Rio de Janeiro that carried Bella and Edward across continents and across hemispheres to the southern coast of Brazil, where Carlisle's private island existed as isolated paradise that would provide privacy and will provide seclusion for honeymoon, that required absolute separation from human populations, whose presence would complicate the intimacy and would complicate the adjustment that Bella and Edward needed to navigate as newly married couple whose physical relationship had been constrained by Edward's fear of harming Bella through vampire strength, that required constant control and required constant awareness of her human fragility that made every touch potentially dangerous and made every moment of closeness require vigilance that Edward had maintained throughout their courtship and their engagement. The island represented Carlyle's gift to Esme decades earlier, when he had purchased the property as romantic gesture and as private retreat, where they could exist without pretense and without the constant performance that living among humans required from vampires whose nature demanded careful restraint and demanded careful management of their supernatural abilities that would expose them if witnessed by humans, whose response to vampire revelation would range from fear to violence depending on circumstances and depending on individual reactions to discovering that predators walked among them, wearing beautiful faces and hiding deadly natures. The approach to the island by boat from the mainland created Bella's first view of the tropical paradise that would be their home for the next weeks, while they explored their marriage and while they experienced the honeymoon that traditional human customs dictated should follow wedding ceremony and should precede the beginning of married life together in their permanent residence, where routines and responsibilities would replace the romantic isolation and the focused attention that honeymoon period provided to newlyweds. The white sand beaches and the lush tropical vegetation and the house that Carlyle had built on the island created postcard-perfect scene that seemed unreal or seemed too beautiful to be actual place where Bella would be staying, rather than simply image from travel magazines showcasing exotic destinations that most people could only dream about visiting during vacations that represented brief escapes from normal life, rather than extended stays in paradise that Bella's marriage to Edward made possible through the Cullen family's wealth and through their ownership of properties around the world. The house itself reflected Carlyle and Esme's aesthetic preferences and reflected their wealth that centuries of careful investment and careful management had accumulated through compound interest and through strategic decisions about property and about assets that maintain or increase their value across decades and across centuries of economic changes and market fluctuations. The first night on the island created anxiety for Bella, whose lack of experience and whose awareness of Edward's century of existence and Edward's superhuman strength made her nervous about the physical intimacy that marriage implied, and that Edward had insisted should wait until after wedding, formalize their commitment according to his values about proper sequence and proper respect for the institution that marriage represented in his early 20th century understanding of relationships and morality. Edward's gentleness and Edward's careful attention to Bella's comfort and Bella's responses demonstrated his awareness of her humanity and demonstrated his determination to avoid harming her despite his vampire nature that made every touch dangerous and made every moment of intimacy require absolute control. That century of practice had taught him, but that passion and desire threatened to overwhelm if he allowed himself to lose focus on her fragility and on the careful modulation of strength that safety required. The consummation of their marriage occurred with Edward's constant monitoring of his strength and with his constant awareness of the bruises that his marble-hard skin created on Bella's soft human flesh. Despite his attempts to be gentle, and despite his attempts to moderate his responses to avoid crushing her, or avoid damaging her through the supernatural strength that he could never fully suppress, even when he was trying to be careful, and even when he was consciously restraining himself to the maximum degree possible. The morning after revealed the extent of the damage that Edward's touch had created despite his care and despite his conscious effort to control his strength throughout the night, the bruises on Bella's arms and on her shoulders and on her hips, showing purple and showing extensive in ways that made Edward feel horror and made him feel guilt about having hurt the person he loved most, despite all his precautions and despite all his attempts to be gentle with her human body that could not withstand vampire touch without injury, even when that touch was meant to be loving and was meant to be careful. His immediate vow never to touch Bella again until after transformation made her durable enough to survive physical intimacy without damage represented his response to seeing evidence of harm he had caused, his self-loathing, and his fear that he had proven himself to be monster rather than husband, creating immediate crisis in their honeymoon that should have been joyful and should have been celebratory, rather than becoming source of guilt and becoming source of conflict between them, about whether physical intimacy was too dangerous to continue, or whether the bruises represented acceptable cost of experiencing closeness that Bella wanted, despite the pain and despite the marks that would fade within days through human healing processes that would repair the damage and would erase the evidence of their first night together. Bella's frustration with Edward's refusal to touch her, and Bella's argument that the bruises did not matter and did not diminish her enjoyment of their first night together, met Edward's absolute conviction that harming her was unacceptable, regardless of her willingness to accept bruises as consequence of physical relationship with vampire whose nature made gentleness difficult and made safety impossible when passion reduced control and reduced awareness of the careful modulation required to avoid crushing human bones or avoid tearing human skin through simple touch that vampire partners would not even notice, but that human partners experienced as painful and as damaging. The days following their first night involved Bella's attempts to seduce Edward and to convince him that withholding physical intimacy punished her for his guilt, rather than protected her from dangers that she was willing to accept as price of experiencing closeness with husband, whose century of abstinence and whose vampire nature made him inexperienced with managing intimacy that involved human partner, requiring care beyond what vampire partners would require during physical relationships that carried no risk of harm when both parties were equally indestructible. The standoff between Edward's refusal and Bella's desire created tension that dominated their honeymoon and created frustration for Bella, who had anticipated that marriage would remove the barriers and would remove the restrictions that Edward had maintained during their engagement, when he had insisted that physical intimacy should wait until wedding made their relationship official and made their commitment permanent according to his values and according to his understanding of proper conduct. The irony that marriage had actually increased restrictions rather than removing them created bitter humor in situation that should have been romantic and should have been fulfilling of the promises that marriage implied about joining together and about sharing physical and emotional intimacy without the barriers that propriety or concern about appropriateness might create before marriage formalized the relationship and made sexual intimacy acceptable according to Edward's old-fashioned moral framework that governed his behavior despite his century of existence in an increasingly permissive modern world. The days of paradise without physical intimacy involved swimming and chess and conversations that deepened their emotional connection, even while physical connection remained forbidden by Edward's self-imposed prohibition against touching Bella in ways that might create additional bruises or might create additional harm that his vampire nature made inevitable whenever passion reduced his awareness and reduced his control. The tropical setting and the isolation and the beauty of the island created romantic backdrop that made the physical distance between them more frustrating and made Edward's refusal more difficult for Bella to accept, despite understanding his reasoning and despite recognizing that his guilt came from love and came from horror at having hurt her, rather than from lack of desire or from lack of attraction that marriage might have diminished once the mystery and the anticipation had been satisfied through consummation that revealed the physical reality rather than leaving it to imagination. Bella's eventual success in wearing down Edward's resistance and in convincing him that she wanted physical intimacy despite the risks and despite the bruises that would result came through a combination of persistence and seduction, an argument about her right to make her own choices about her body, and about acceptable risk that she was willing to take for experiences she valued more than the safety that Edward's protection would provide through abstinence. Edward's capitulation and his agreement to resume physical intimacy with more care and with more attention to her responses represented compromise between his desire to protect her and his recognition that denying her agency and denying her choices about what risks she would accept was patronizing and was unfair, regardless of his good intentions and regardless of his genuine concern about harming her through loss of control that intimacy created when vampire nature reduced awareness and reduced the careful monitoring that safety required during every moment of contact between marble-hard vampire body and fragile human flesh. The subsequent nights involved more careful lovemaking and involved Edward's hypervigilance about Bella's responses and about any indication that he was causing pain or causing damage beyond the acceptable bruising that Bella had declared was worth the cost of experiencing closeness with her husband, whose touch she craved despite the physical consequences. The improvement in Edward's control and the reduction in visible damage created relief for both of them and created possibility that their physical relationship could continue without the extreme injuries that first night had produced through inexperience and through underestimation of how difficult controlling vampire strength would be when passion reduced awareness and reduced the constant monitoring that safety required during intimacy, that mixed pleasure with pain in ways that Bella accepted, but that Edward continued to struggle with, despite her reassurances and despite her obvious desire for continued physical connection. The illness that began during the second week of their honeymoon manifested initially as nausea and as exhaustion that Bella attributed to physical exertion and to adjustment to tropical climate that differed dramatically from the cool, damp weather of Forks that had characterized her environment for the past year and a half, since moving from Arizona's desert heat to Washington's perpetual rain and moderate temperatures. The persistence of symptoms and the worsening of nausea beyond what simple adjustment would explain created concern that prompted Bella to consider whether food poisoning or tropical illness might explain the sickness that was interfering with honeymoon activities and was making her feel miserable despite the paradise setting and despite the romantic context that should have made her feel happy and should have made her feel fulfilled rather than ill and exhausted in ways that sleeping and resting did not seem to improve or alleviate. The realization that her period was late, combined with the nausea and with the exhaustion, created impossible thought that Bella initially dismissed as absurd, because vampire and human reproduction should not be possible according to everything they understood about vampire nature and about vampire biology, that rendered vampires frozen and unchanging from the moment of transformation, that stopped all biological processes except those necessary for vampire function. The conversation with Edward about the possibility of pregnancy met his immediate certainty that pregnancy was impossible because male vampires could not create life despite maintaining physical form and physical capabilities that might suggest otherwise. His scientific understanding of vampire nature and his century of existence, making him confident that what Bella was suggesting could not have occurred despite the symptoms that suggested pregnancy, despite the biological impossibility that should have prevented conception between vampire and human, whose biological systems were incompatible according to all available knowledge about how vampire reproduction worked, or rather, how it did not work, given that vampires were frozen at transformation and could not create new life through normal biological processes. The phone call to Carlisle from the island sought medical expertise and sought explanation for symptoms that were concerning Bella and were concerning Edward, once he began to consider that perhaps vampire biology was not as completely understood as they had believed, and perhaps possibilities existed that no one had documented or had encountered during the centuries that vampires had existed and during the countless interactions between vampires and humans across history. Carlisle's questions about Bella's symptoms and Carlisle's requests for specific details about timing and about the nature of the illness led to his tentative diagnosis that pregnancy was possible despite the apparent impossibility that male vampires who retained venom in their bodies might retain reproductive capability despite the frozen nature of their physical form that prevented aging and prevented change in most respects. But that might not prevent the creation of life through union with human female whose biology remained active and remained capable of conception, even when the male partner was technically dead and technically frozen according to vampire physiology. The confirmation that Bella was pregnant created immediate crisis as Edward processed the information, and as he recognized that the thing growing inside Bella represented threat to her life and represented danger that could kill her before transformation could make her safe from human vulnerabilities. That pregnancy would intensify through the demands that fetus would make on her body, and through the growth rate that half-vampire child would demonstrate if vampire nature dominated development, rather than human gestation timeline that normally allowed 9 months for fetal development. Edward's immediate insistence that pregnancy must be terminated to save Bella's life met Bella's immediate protective response that the baby was hers and was part of her and was something she wanted to keep, despite the danger and despite the medical reality that carrying half-vampire fetus to term would likely kill her through the physical demands and through the rapid development that would exceed human pregnancy timeline and would stress her body beyond what human physiology could withstand. The emergency return to Fawkes represented Edward's attempt to bring Bella to Carlisle and to bring her to medical expertise that might be able to terminate pregnancy safely and might be able to save Bella from the consequences of continuing pregnancy that would almost certainly kill her. According to Carlisle's assessment, based on the symptoms that Bella was describing, and based on the rapid progression that suggested accelerated development beyond normal human gestation, that typically allowed 9 months for fetal growth and development. The flight home and the journey back to the Cullens occurred in atmosphere of crisis, and occurred with Edward's constant pleading that Bella consider termination to save herself and to preserve the possibility of transformation that would allow them to have eternity together, rather than allowing pregnancy to kill her and to end their marriage after only weeks, rather than after the centuries that they had anticipated when they exchanged vows promising to remain together forever through whatever challenges they might face. Bella's absolute refusal to consider abortion and Bella's determination to carry the pregnancy regardless of personal cost created fundamental conflict between her bodily autonomy and Edward's desperate desire to save her life, even if saving her required ending pregnancy that she wanted and that she had already bonded with. Despite the early stage, and despite the danger that medical assessment indicated the pregnancy represented to her survival, the arrival at the Cullen house brought them back to family and brought them back to support system that would help them navigate the impossible situation and would help them determine what could be done to preserve both Bella and the baby, if any possibility existed for dual survival, rather than having to choose between Bella's life and fetus's continued development that Edward viewed as parasitic threat, while Bella viewed as precious child deserving protection. Rosalie's immediate alliance with Bella and Rosalie's fierce protection of Bella's choice to continue pregnancy created unexpected support and created barrier against Edward's attempts to convince Bella to terminate pregnancy that Rosalie viewed as precious and viewed as miracle despite the danger, because Rosalie's own barrenness and Rosalie's own inability to have children made any pregnancy sacred in her eyes, regardless of circumstances and regardless of risks involved to the mother carrying the child. Edward's desperate phone call to Jacob asking for help created a alliance no one anticipated, as Jacob came to protect Bella from both the pregnancy and from Sam's pack that wanted to destroy the abomination before it could be born and could threaten their people according to treaty obligations and according to their understanding of supernatural threats. Bella's rapid deterioration began immediately upon returning to Forks, as the pregnancy progressed at supernatural speed that confirmed everyone's worst fears about the half-vampire fetus, whose development exceeded human gestation timeline and whose growth occurred at rate that measured weeks in days and that measured months in weeks, according to observations that Carlyle made through careful monitoring and through medical assessment of Bella's condition that worsened with each passing day as the baby grew stronger and as Bella grew weaker from the physical demands that the pregnancy placed on her human body. The fetus's need for blood became apparent when Bella's attempts to eat normal food resulted in immediate rejection through vomiting that prevented her from absorbing nutrients and prevented her from maintaining the caloric intake that pregnancy normally required to sustain both mother and developing child. The rejection of human food, suggesting that the baby's vampire nature dominated its nutritional needs and its dietary requirements despite the human womb that contained it, and despite Bella's human biology that should have dictated what the fetus required for development. Rosalie's suggestion that Bella try drinking blood represented desperate solution to nutritional crisis that threatened both Bella and the baby through starvation, that normal food could not address if the fetus required blood according to its vampire nature, rather than requiring the proteins and carbohydrates and vitamins that human fetuses derive from maternal diet through placental transfer. The idea repulsed Bella initially through her human instincts and through her cultural conditioning that made drinking blood seem horrifying and seem unnatural, despite her intellectual understanding that vampire nature required blood consumption, and despite her acceptance that she would drink blood herself. Once transformation made her vampire whose survival depended on blood intake, whether from animals or from humans, depending on dietary choices and moral framework. Carlyle's procurement of human blood from hospital blood bank provided supply that would allow testing whether blood consumption would help Bella absorb nutrients and would help sustain her through pregnancy that was literally consuming her from inside as the baby grew and as it broke down her body to fuel its own rapid development. The first attempt at drinking blood occurred with Rosalie's support and with her encouragement that this would help the baby and would help Bella survive the pregnancy that everyone except Bella and Rosalie believed should be terminated to save Bella's life before the fetus killed her through its parasitic demands on her body. The taste and the smell that should have been revolting to human senses actually appealed to Bella in ways that suggested the baby's influence on her body and suggested that the fetus was somehow communicating its needs through her system and through her responses to stimuli that normal humans would reject, but that she found tolerable and even satisfying once she overcame initial psychological resistance. The immediate improvement in Bella's condition after consuming blood demonstrated that the baby required blood for its development and demonstrated that human food could not sustain pregnancy, whose supernatural nature required supernatural nutrition that only blood could provide according to the vampire half of the baby's genetic heritage. The drinking of blood became routine despite the grotesque nature of the solution, and despite Edward's horror at watching Bella consume blood through straw, as though drinking milkshake rather than drinking substance that should have revolted her human nature and should have triggered disgust rather than acceptance. Rosalie's careful management of blood supply and Rosalie's attentive care for Bella created bond between them that had not existed before, despite years of Bella's relationship with Edward, and despite Bella's integration into the Cullen family through her engagement and through her marriage, Rosalie's protection of the pregnancy, and Rosalie's support for Bella's choice to continue carrying the baby, despite the danger creating alliance based on shared commitment to preserving the life growing inside Bella, regardless of cost to Bella herself or cost to relationships with family members who believed termination was necessary to save Bella from death that pregnancy would inevitably cause. The fetal growth continued at an alarming rate, despite the blood consumption that sustained Bella, and that allowed the baby to develop according to its accelerated timeline that compressed 9 months of human gestation into matter of weeks that would culminate in birth, occurring far sooner than anyone had anticipated when pregnancy was first discovered during honeymoon on Isle Esme. Carlyle's monitoring revealed that the fetus was growing exponentially and was developing at rate that suggested birth would occur within month of conception, rather than within the 9 months that human pregnancy normally required, the supernatural timeline creating urgency and creating awareness that whatever was going to happen would happen soon and would require immediate response rather than allowing time for careful planning or for gradual preparation for birth that normal pregnancy timeline would permit. Bella's body showed visible signs of the strain as her abdomen expanded rapidly to accommodate the growing fetus whose size exceeded what human pregnancy at comparable stage would produce. The baby's accelerated growth creating physical stress that manifested in broken ribs and in internal injuries that Carlyle identified through examination and through Bella's descriptions of pain that was becoming constant and was becoming severe as the baby grew stronger and as its movements became more forceful and more dangerous to Bella's internal organs that were being compressed and were being damaged by the fetus that did not seem aware of the harm it was causing or did not seem capable of moderating its movements to avoid injuring the mother whose body hosted it. The broken ribs occurred when the baby kicked or moved with vampire strength that human ribs could not withstand. The fractures creating pain that made breathing difficult and made movement agonizing for Bella, who tried to minimize complaints and tried to maintain appearance that everything was manageable despite obvious suffering that increased with each day of pregnancy. Edward's anguish at watching Bella deteriorate and Edward's continued pleading that she terminate pregnancy before it killed her met Bella's stubborn insistence that she would carry the baby to term regardless of personal cost and regardless of medical advice that pregnancy would likely result in her death if allowed to continue without intervention. His ability to read the baby's thoughts through telepathic gift that worked on the fetus, despite not working on Bella herself, created unexpected connection between Edward and the child that he had initially viewed as monster and had initially wanted destroyed to save Bella from the consequences of continuing pregnancy. The baby's thoughts revealed awareness and revealed love for Bella that the fetus expressed through mental communication that Edward could hear and could interpret, despite the baby's lack of verbal language and despite its undeveloped brain that should not have supported the complex thoughts and the complex emotions that Edward perceived when he focused on the baby's consciousness. The revelation that the baby was person rather than simply parasitic growth changed Edward's perspective gradually as he heard the baby's thoughts about Bella and as he perceived the fetus's awareness of her voice and her touch and her love for the child that she protected, despite the danger and despite everyone's objections that pregnancy should be terminated. The baby's love for Bella and the baby's awareness of Edward as father created emotional connection that Edward had not anticipated and had not prepared for, given his initial view that the fetus represented threat rather than representing child deserving protection and deserving acceptance as member of the family. Edward's description of the baby's thoughts to Bella created shared understanding between them about what they were protecting and about why Bella's insistence on carrying to term made sense despite the medical reality that pregnancy might kill her before birth could occur or before transformation could save her from the injuries that pregnancy had already inflicted. The naming of the baby occurred during one of the conversations between Bella and Edward about the pregnancy and about the child whose gender remained unknown, but whose presence had become central to both their thoughts and both their emotional lives, despite the danger and despite the complications that the pregnancy had created for their marriage and for their relationships with family members who remained divided about whether Bella's choice should be supported or should be opposed through intervention if necessary to save her life. Bella's suggestion that they combine their mother's names created Renesmee as name for girl, or created EJ for boy, the names representing connection to both families and representing acknowledgement of the grandmothers who would never meet the child, but whose memory would be preserved through the naming that honoured them and honoured their influence on Edward's life and on Bella's life before supernatural complications had transformed their existence into something beyond normal human experience. The plan for delivery involves cesarean section that Carlisle would perform when Bella's body could no longer sustain the pregnancy, or when the baby's development reached point where birth became necessary to save both lives. If both lives could be saved through medical intervention and through transformation, that would need to occur immediately after delivery to prevent Bella from dying from the injuries that pregnancy had inflicted and that birth would likely worsen. The surgical approach represented necessary compromise between natural birth that Bella's body could not survive given the baby's size and strength, and the medical reality that extracting the baby would require cutting through Bella's abdomen and through her uterus in ways that would create catastrophic bleeding and would create injuries that only vampire venom could repair through transformation that would change Bella from dying human into vampire, whose supernatural healing would reverse the damage and would preserve her life despite the trauma that delivery would inflict. Jacob's imprinting anxiety created additional emotional complication as he worried that his wolf nature might randomly imprint on someone and might steal his feelings for Bella through genetic imperative that would override his conscious choice and his conscious devotion to the woman he loved despite her marriage to Edward and despite her pregnancy with half-vampire child. The fear that imprinting could occur at any moment and could redirect his entire emotional life towards stranger, whose significance he would not choose, but whose importance would become absolute through biological programming beyond his control, made Jacob hyper-aware of every woman and every girl he encountered as potential imprint, whose appearance would end his hope that Bella might someday choose him over Edward if circumstances changed, or if Edward's fears about harming Bella proved justified and led to separation. Bella's moments of joy during the pregnancy occurred when she felt the baby move and when she imagined holding her daughter, whose existence she had committed to protecting, despite everyone's warnings and despite the medical evidence that pregnancy was killing her slowly but inevitably if delivery and transformation did not occur soon enough to prevent fatal complications. Edward's nightly ritual of singing to Bella's stomach and speaking to the baby, whose thoughts he could hear, created family bonding that helped Bella feel connected to Edward despite their disagreement about the pregnancy and despite his initial desire to terminate what she viewed as their child deserving protection. The baby's responses to Edward's voice and the baby's apparent recognition of her father through the thoughts that Edward perceived created evidence that the fetus was aware and was developing personality and consciousness that would survive birth and would make her actual person rather than simply biological result of conception between incompatible species. The family dynamics during the pregnancy revealed divisions and revealed loyalties that had not been apparent before crisis, forced everyone to choose sides between supporting Bella's autonomy and supporting Edward's desire to save Bella through ending pregnancy that medical assessments suggested would kill her. Rosalie's obsession with the baby and Rosalie's constant presence guarding Bella and caring for her needs created uncomfortable intensity that made others question whether Rosalie's motivations were entirely about supporting Bella's choice, or whether Rosalie was using Bella and was using the baby as proxy for the children that Rosalie herself could never have due to vampire nature that rendered her barren and rendered impossible the motherhood that Rosalie had wanted before transformation had stolen her human future. Alice's departure from the house to avoid witnessing Bella's death, that Alice's visions showed as increasingly likely outcome, created painful absence and created evidence that not everyone could maintain hope or could maintain pretense that everything would work out, despite medical reality and despite supernatural complications that no one fully understood or could predict with certainty. Carlyle's preparation for emergency delivery involved assembling supplies and involved creating sterile environment in the Cullen house that would allow surgical intervention without requiring hospital admission, that would expose the supernatural nature of the pregnancy and would create questions that could not be answered without revealing vampire existence to human medical personnel. The plan included immediate transformation after delivery through vampire venom injection that Edward would administer to save Bella from bleeding out and to save her from the internal injuries that pregnancy had created, and that delivery would worsen through surgical trauma necessary to extract baby, whose size and whose position made natural birth impossible even if Bella's body had been strong enough to survive labor and delivery. The baby's continuing development and continuing drain on Bella's body created countdown, as everyone recognized that delivery would need to occur soon, or Bella would die before birth could happen, and before transformation could save her from injuries that pregnancy was inflicting. The broken bones and the internal bleeding and the complete exhaustion that characterized Bella's final days of pregnancy made it obvious that her body was failing and that the baby was taking everything Bella had to sustain its growth and its development toward birth, that would either save them both or would kill Bella before transformation could reverse the damage. Edward's desperate attempts to bond with the baby and to prepare for fatherhood competed with his terror that he would lose Bella, and that the pregnancy that she had insisted on continuing despite all warnings would result in her death, and would leave him alone with child, who had cost him the person he loved most in his century of existence. The sudden crisis began when Bella's placenta detached unexpectedly, and when the baby began dying from lack of oxygen and from lack of nutrients that placental connection had been providing. The emergency requiring immediate delivery despite lack of preparation and despite the chaos that sudden surgical intervention would create, without proper sterile environment or proper planning for the complications that would inevitably arise. Bella's spine breaking under the stress, and Bella's screams of agony created panic as everyone recognized that birth was happening now, rather than according to the planned timeline, and that emergency response would determine whether either Bella or the baby survived the catastrophic failure of pregnancy that had been deteriorating for weeks. Edward's desperate surgical intervention involved biting through Bella's womb with his teeth when surgical tools proved too slow, and when the baby's dying thoughts created urgency that overrode all concerns about proper medical procedure or proper sterile technique that normal caesarean would require. The extraction of Renesmee through emergency delivery that resembled animal birth more than human surgical procedure created trauma and created catastrophic bleeding as Bella's uterus and abdomen opened, and as blood loss accelerated toward fatal levels that would kill Bella within minutes unless transformation occurred immediately. The moment when Bella held her daughter for the first time, and the moment when she saw Renesmee's face, created brief joy before Bella's heart stopped and before clinical death occurred, while Edward injected venom desperately into every major vessel and every accessible location, hoping to spread the transformation agent quickly enough to save her before brain death made transformation impossible, or made revival impossible even with vampire venom. Jacob's grief at losing Bella, and Jacob's rage at the monster that had killed her, drove him into the house with intention to destroy Renesmee and to eliminate the creature whose existence had cost Bella her life according to everyone's predictions, and according to medical reality that pregnancy had been killing Bella slowly, and that delivery had killed her quickly through trauma that human body could not survive. The moment when Jacob saw Renesmee, and when imprinting occurred, stopped his murderous intention instantly and redirected his entire existence toward protecting the baby whose life he'd been planning to end seconds before genetic imperative had transformed her from enemy into the most important person in his world, whose safety and whose happiness would become his purpose and his reason for existing across whatever years or decades his wolf nature would allow before age or injury claimed him. Jacob's entry into the Cullen house occurred with murderous intent and with absolute certainty that destroying Renesmee represented justice and represented the appropriate response to the monster whose existence had killed Bella and had ended the life of the person Jacob loved most despite her marriage to Edward and despite her choices that had led to this moment of tragedy and loss. His wolf nature and his pack obligations and his personal grief all aligned in singular purpose to eliminate the half-vampire abomination whose birth had cost Bella her life according to everyone's predictions and according to the medical reality that pregnancy had been unsustainable and that delivery had been catastrophic for Bella's fragile human body that could not withstand the trauma of bearing supernatural child. The rage that drove Jacob through the house and up the stairs toward the room where Renesmee lay with Rosalie guarding her represented his need for vengeance and his need to make someone pay for Bella's death, even though killing the baby would not bring Bella back and would not undo the choices that Bella herself had made to protect the child at cost of her own survival. The moment when Jacob saw Renesmee created instantaneous shift in his entire existence, as imprinting occurred with force and with completeness that overwhelmed every other thought and every other emotion that had been driving him seconds before. The genetic imperative that he had feared and had dreaded throughout his time as wolf finally triggering in response to the tiny perfect face of the baby whose existence he had been planning to end, but who became in that instant the center of his universe and the person whose protection and whose happiness would define his purpose across whatever years his wolf nature would grant him. The imprint bond that formed between Jacob and Renesmee operated at a level beyond conscious thought and beyond rational decision-making. The biological programming that governed wolf himself nature, determining that this child represented his perfect match and his ultimate purpose, regardless of her age or her species or the circumstances of her birth, that had killed the woman Jacob had loved before imprinting, had redirected his entire emotional life toward protecting the baby who needed him and who would need him as she grew and as she developed into whatever she would become as half-human and half-vampire hybrid. Rosalie's fury at Jacob's presence near Renesmee and Rosalie's immediate protective response to shield the baby from the wolf, whose species represented natural enemy to vampires, created confrontation that would have escalated into violence if Jacob's imprinting had not been obvious to everyone watching, as his expression transformed from rage to wonder, and as his entire demeanor shifted from threatening to protective in ways that could not be faked and could not be hidden from vampires whose centuries of existence had taught them to read body language and to recognize genuine emotional states. The explanation of what had happened and the explanation of what imprinting meant for Jacob's relationship to Renesmee created complicated situation as everyone processed that Jacob's devotion to Bella had been replaced by genetic devotion to Bella's daughter, whose existence Jacob would now protect with his life and whose needs Jacob would prioritize above everything, including his pack obligations and his personal preferences about how he wanted his life to proceed. Edward's initial rage at Jacob for imprinting on his infant daughter, and Edward's immediate violent response to the idea that Jacob would have any claim on Renesmee's future, competed with his understanding that imprinting was not choice and was not something Jacob had wanted or had planned given his love for Bella and given his previous opposition to the pregnancy that had resulted in Renesmee's birth. The explanation that imprinting did not involve romantic feelings until the imprint was old enough for such feelings to be appropriate, and that Jacob's role would be whatever Renesmee needed, whether that was protector or brother figure, or friend or eventually romantic partner, if she chose that path when she was mature enough to make such decisions, helped Edward accept situation that he could not change, and that actually provided additional protection for Renesmee, whose safety would be guaranteed by Jacob's imprint bond that made her welfare more important to Jacob than his own survival or his own happiness. The pack implications of Jacob's imprint created immediate resolution to the treaty crisis that had been building as Sam's pack had debated whether to destroy the hybrid before she could become threat to the tribe and before she could violate the treaty terms that prohibited vampire creation of immortals on Quellude land. The pack law that prevented wolves from harming anyone who another wolf had imprinted on created absolute protection for Renesmee, regardless of her hybrid nature and regardless of any threat she might theoretically pose. The imprint bond overriding all other considerations, including treaty obligations and including the pack's general policy about eliminating supernatural threats before they could harm the tribe. Sam's acceptance of the imprint and Sam's recognition that Jacob's bond with Renesmee changed everything about the situation, created peace between the Cullens and the pack that had seemed impossible hours earlier when Sam had been planning assault on the Cullen house to destroy the hybrid, whose existence violated natural law and violated the comfortable boundaries between species that treaty had established. Bella's transformation progressed through the 3 days of burning that vampire venom created as it spread through her cardiovascular system and as it changed every cell in her body from human to vampire through process that was described as the most painful experience that anyone could survive without losing consciousness or losing sanity during the transformation period. Edward's vigil at Bella's side throughout the 3 days involved constant monitoring of her condition and constant listening for any sign of consciousness or any indication that the venom was working and was successfully transforming her rather than simply destroying her body without accomplishing the change that would make her vampire. The silence of Bella's mind to Edward's telepathy meant that he could not hear her thoughts during the transformation and could not know what she was experiencing during the burning that should have made her scream and should have made her thrash, but that she endured with supernatural stillness that suggested either that she was not conscious during the transformation or that she had found some way to manage the pain without external expression. The venom's progress through Bella's body could be tracked through the changes in her appearance and through the changes in her scent that gradually shifted from human to vampire as the transformation completed its work of reorganizing her molecular structure and of replacing her human biology with vampire physiology that would make her immortal and would make her indestructible compared to the fragility that had characterized her human existence. Her skin gradually became paler and gradually took on the marble-hard quality that characterized vampire flesh that could not be cut by normal means and could not be damaged by normal weapons. Her features became more refined and more symmetrical as vampire beauty enhanced what had been attractive human appearance into supernatural beauty that would make her stunning and would make her impossible to look at without being affected by the aesthetic perfection that vampire nature created in all its members, regardless of how they had looked as humans. Carlyle's monitoring of Bella's transformation provided medical perspective and provided reassurance that the changes were progressing normally and that the venom was working as expected despite the complications of Bella having been clinically dead when Edward had injected the venom into her system in desperate attempt to save her from the catastrophic injuries that delivery had inflicted. The question of whether vampire venom could successfully transform someone who had already died, or whether some spark of life had to remain for transformation to work, had been answered through Bella's case, where Edward's immediate response and Edward's thorough injection of venom into every major vessel and every accessible location had apparently preserved enough biological function for the venom to work despite the heart having stopped, and despite the massive blood loss that should have made transformation impossible. Edward's agony during the 3 days of waiting involved not only concern about whether Bella would survive the transformation, but also guilt about whether he should have listened to her about the pregnancy and whether his initial opposition had been wrong, given that Renesmee was clearly person and clearly deserved existence, despite the cost that her birth had inflicted on Bella. The baby's presence in the house and the baby's rapid development that continued after birth at accelerated rate, that suggested she would mature quickly, rather than following human developmental timeline, created additional complication as Edward struggled to bond with daughter while worrying about whether wife would wake as vampire, or whether something would go wrong during transformation and leave him without Bella, and leave Renesmee without mother, who had sacrificed everything to bring her into existence. Renesmee's care during Bella's transformation fell primarily to Rosalie, whose obsession with the baby and whose fierce protectiveness created situation where other family members had limited access to the newborn whose needs and whose development required constant attention. The baby's growth rate that continued after birth at pace that suggested weeks rather than months would bring her to physical maturity meant that she changed visibly from day to day, and meant that her development occurred at rates that made normal infant care challenging, because strategies that worked one day would be obsolete the next day as she grew and as her abilities expanded. Her gift of sharing thoughts and sharing memories through touch became apparent almost immediately as she communicated with those holding her through images and through sensations that she projected into their minds, the ability suggesting that she had inherited supernatural abilities from both parents, and that her hybrid nature gave her capabilities that neither pure vampire nor pure human would possess. Jacob's constant presence and Jacob's devotion to Renemi created complicated family dynamic, as the Cullens adjusted to having werewolf in their house constantly and having to tolerate his scent and his presence despite the natural antipathy between vampires and shapeshifters, whose species had been enemies for generations. His imprint bond and his absolute commitment to Renesmee's welfare made him tolerate vampire presence, and made the Cullens tolerate his presence despite discomfort, and despite the fundamental incompatibility between species that normally could not coexist in close proximity without violence. The explanation to Charlie about Bella's condition and about why he could not see her during her supposed illness required careful construction of lies that would protect vampire secret, while explaining Bella's absence in ways that Charlie would accept without becoming suspicious about what was really happening. The third day of transformation brought anticipation and brought anxiety, as everyone recognized that Bella's change should be completing soon, and that her awakening would reveal whether she had survived the transformation successfully, and whether her personality and her consciousness had survived intact despite the trauma of death, and despite the 3 days of burning that transformation required. Edward's hyper-awareness of every change in Bella's condition, and Edward's constant monitoring of her heartbeat that was slowing as the transformation neared completion, created tension that affected everyone as they waited for the moment when Bella's heart would stop completely, and when she would open her eyes as vampire whose existence would continue eternally, rather than ending with the death that delivery had caused. The final moments of transformation occurred as Bella's heart struggled through its last beats, and as the venom completed its work of changing every cell and every system in her body from human biology to vampire physiology that would sustain her without heartbeat and without breathing, and without any of the biological functions that human life required. The slowing rhythm and the weakening beats created countdown that Edward monitored with anguish and with hope, competing for dominance in his emotions about whether Bella would wake as herself, or whether transformation might have changed her personality, or might have damaged her consciousness through the trauma of death and rebirth as different species entirely. Bella's eyes opening revealed the red color that characterized newborn vampires whose first feeding would be human blood according to natural vampire instincts that drove newly transformed vampires toward human prey before they learned control and before they adjusted to vampire existence enough to choose alternative diet if they were committed to vegetarian lifestyle that the Cullens practiced. The crimson that filled Bella's eyes came from the human blood she had consumed during pregnancy to sustain Renesmee. the blood still present in her system when transformation occurred, providing the characteristic newborn coloring that would fade to gold over time if she maintained animal diet, or would remain red if she chose to feed on humans, according to traditional vampire dietary practices. The awakening itself occurred with Bella's consciousness returning, and with her awareness expanding to encompass the enhanced senses and the enhanced capabilities that vampire nature provided through transformation that had changed everything about her physical existence while preserving her personality and her memories and her essential self. Despite the species change, her first moments as vampire involved processing the overwhelming sensory input that vampire perception provided through enhanced vision, an enhanced hearing, an enhanced sense of smell that made everything more intense and more detailed than human senses could perceive. Edward's face above her and Edward's expression of relief and joy created her first clear vampire memory as she recognized him and recognized that transformation had succeeded and that she had survived despite the death that had occurred during delivery. The unusual control that Bella demonstrated immediately upon she waking surprised everyone who had expected newborn bloodlust to dominate her awareness and expected her to struggle with the overwhelming thirst that characterized newly transformed vampires, whose first instinct was to hunt, and whose first desire was to satisfy the burning in their throats through consuming blood regardless of source or consequences. Her ability to resist the pull toward human scent, and her ability to maintain rational thought despite the thirst, suggested that perhaps her mental preparation during the 3 days of burning had helped her develop control, or perhaps her supernatural mental shield that protected her from vampire mental powers also provided some protection from the overwhelming instincts that normally dominated newborn vampires during their first weeks or months of existence. The theory that Bella's consciousness during transformation and Bella's mental discipline during the burning had allowed her to prepare for vampire existence and had allowed her to develop control before waking, as newborn represented new understanding about transformation process and represented possibility that newborns could be less dangerous and less uncontrollable if they were conscious during transformation, and if they used the 3 days of burning to prepare mentally for vampire existence rather than simply enduring the pain without using the time productively. Carlyle's fascination with Bella's control and Carlyle's interest in studying whether her mental shield somehow extended to protecting her from normal newborn instincts created scientific curiosity that competed with simple relief that Bella had survived and had maintained her personality and her relationships despite the transformation that had changed everything about her physical nature. Meeting Renesmee as vampire rather than as human mother created emotional reunion as Bella saw her daughter with perfect vampire vision, and as she held Renesmee without fear of breaking her through clumsy human coordination or through human weakness that had made caring for newborn dangerous when Bella had been dying human rather than immortal vampire. The bond between mother and daughter and the communication through Renesmee's gift of sharing thoughts and memories created connection that transcended verbal language and created understanding that Bella had not been able to achieve during pregnancy, when her human body had been failing and when her focus had been on survival rather than on preparing for motherhood. Bella's first hunt as vampire occurred with Edward guiding her, and with careful attention to her responses and her control, that continued to surprise everyone who had expected newborn bloodlust to overwhelm rational thought and to drive her toward human prey rather than toward the animal blood that vegetarian vampires consumed according to their ethical choice to avoid harming humans, despite the inferior satisfaction that animal blood provided compared to human blood that vampires. Nature designed them to crave above all other sustenance. The forest surrounding Forks provided abundant wildlife and provided opportunities for Bella to practice her hunting skills and to learn how to use her enhanced speed and her enhanced senses to track prey and to feed without the mess or the inefficiency that inexperience typically created during newborns' early hunts, when coordination and control had not yet developed through practice and through adjustment to supernatural abilities. The mountain lion that became her first kill represented appropriate prey for Vampire, whose strength and whose speed exceeded any animal's capabilities. The hunt itself, teaching Bella about her new abilities and about the predatory instincts that vampire nature had awakened in her consciousness, despite her continued rationality and her continued connection to her human values and her human identity. That transformation had preserved even while changing everything about her physical existence and her sensory experience of the world. The exhilaration of the hunt and the satisfaction of feeding on animal blood rather than on human blood created foundation for Bella's acceptance of vampire nature and created confidence that she could maintain vegetarian lifestyle despite the constant awareness of human scent and despite the natural drive toward human prey that her instinct suggested would provide superior satisfaction. Edward's pride in Bella's control and Edward's relief that she had not struggled with bloodlust in ways that most newborns struggled created joy that their relationship had survived transformation and that Bella remained herself despite becoming vampire, whose enhanced beauty and whose enhanced capabilities made her more than she had been as human, but did not erase the essential personality and the essential values that had defined her before transformation. The discovery of Bella's gift occurred gradually as the family recognized that her mental shield that had protected her from Edward's telepathy and from Aro's mind reading during their human encounters had not only survived transformation, but had strengthened and had expanded in ways that made it potentially defensive weapon rather than simply passive protection that benefited only Bella herself. The shield that blocked vampire mental powers from affecting Bella could be extended with practice and with concentration to protect others from gifts like Jane's pain illusion or Alex's sensory deprivation or any other vampire ability that worked through mental or psychological attack rather than through physical force that shields could not block. The implications of Bella's gift and the potential applications for protecting the family from the Volturi's most powerful weapons created strategic advantage that might prove essential if the ancient vampires ever decided that the Cullens represented threat requiring elimination, or if circumstances created conflict that required defending against vampire abilities rather than against simple physical attacks that vampire strength and vampire speed could address. Kate's arrival with the Denali clan provided opportunity for Bella to train her shield and to learn how to extend her protection to cover multiple people simultaneously rather than simply protecting herself through the passive barrier that had existed since her human life. When Edward's inability to read her thoughts had first suggested that she possessed unusual mental defenses, Kate's gift of electrical shock that could incapacitate vampires through touch provided perfect training tool because Bella could practice extending her shield to protect others from Kate's ability, while Kate provided immediate feedback about whether the shield was working or whether gaps remained, that allowed her electrical gift to affect those Bella was attempting to protect from the supernatural attack. The training sessions revealed that Bella's shield responded to her emotional motivation and to her determination to protect those she loved. The shield expanding more effectively when she visualized protecting her family and when she connected emotionally to the importance of keeping them safe rather than simply trying to extend an abstract barrier through intellectual effort alone that did not engage the emotional foundation that powered her defensive gift. Renesmee's rapid growth continued at accelerated pace that measured her development in weeks rather than in years as human children developed. Her physical maturation and her intellectual development proceeding simultaneously in ways that made her seem older than her actual age, measured in days or in weeks since her birth, that had nearly cost Bella her life, and that it had required transformation to save Bella from death. The communication through Renesmee's gift of sharing thoughts and memories through touch allowed her to express complex ideas and to demonstrate understanding that her lack of verbal language would not have allowed if she had been limited to normal infant communication methods that required months or years of development before complex thoughts could be expressed through words. Her relationship with Jacob deepened as his imprint bond guided his responses to her needs and guided his role in her life as protector and as companion, whose devotion to her welfare never wavered and never questioned, despite the complications that his attachment to infant created in terms of how others perceived the relationship and how they worried about its future implications when Renesmee matured, and when the imprint bond might evolve from protective devotion into romantic attachment. The discovery that hybrid children like Renesmee were not unprecedented came through research that Carlyle conducted into vampire history and into documented cases of vampire human reproduction that had occurred throughout centuries of vampire existence, despite the general belief that such reproduction was impossible due to vampire nature being frozen and unchanging from moment of transformation. The rarity of hybrid children and the rarity of their survival beyond birth created situation where documentation was limited and where knowledge about hybrid development and hybrid capabilities remained largely unknown, even among ancient vampires who had existed for millennia and who had accumulated vast knowledge about vampire nature and vampire abilities across their centuries of observation and experience with supernatural phenomena. The question of whether Renesmee would continue growing indefinitely, or whether her growth would slow and would stabilize at some point, remained unanswered because no one knew enough about hybrid development to predict her future trajectory or to anticipate what she would become as she matured beyond infancy and beyond the rapid growth phase that currently characterized her development. Irina's sighting of Renesmee playing in the snow with Bella and with Jacob created catastrophic misunderstanding, as Irina mistook Renesmee for immortal child, whose creation violated the most serious vampire law, and whose existence threatened all vampires through the exposure risk that uncontrollable vampire children represented when their eternal youth and their lack of impulse control made them impossible to hide from human populations who would inevitably discover their existence and would inevitably respond with fear or with violence that would threaten all vampires. The immortal children who had been created during earlier centuries when vampire laws were less established, and when consequences of creating vampire children were not yet understood, had resulted in exposures, and had resulted in witch hunts, and had resulted in organized human responses that had threatened vampire secrecy, and had threatened vampire survival through mobilizing human populations against the supernatural predators living among them, wearing human faces and hiding deadly natures. Irina's grief over her mother's execution by the Volturi for creating immortal child, and Irina's continued resentment toward the Cullens for siding with werewolves who had killed Laurent, made her report to the Volturi immediate, and made her testimony against the Cullens absolute, despite the Denali clan's friendship with Carlisle and despite decades of peaceful coexistence between the covens. Her belief that she was preventing another immortal child disaster, and her belief that she was protecting vampire society from exposure risk that the Cullens' supposed violation created, made her feel justified in reporting them to the Volturi, despite knowing that such report would result in the Cullens' destruction if the Volturi found her testimony credible and found the evidence sufficient to justify enforcing the immortal child law through violence. The Volturi's swift response to Irina's report demonstrated their absolute commitment to enforcing the law against immortal children and demonstrated their willingness to destroy entire covens if necessary to eliminate the threat that vampire children represented to all vampires through the exposure risk and through the uncontrollable nature of children whose minds could not develop beyond their physical age at transformation, regardless of how many years or centuries they existed as vampires. The gathering of the Volturi Guard and the gathering of the ancient vampire kings themselves to travel to Forks to witness and to judge the Cullens represented unprecedented show of force and represented the seriousness with which the Volturi viewed any violation of the immortal child law that protected all vampires from human discovery and from human response that could threaten vampire existence if humans organized effectively against them with knowledge about vampire vulnerabilities and vampire weaknesses. Alice's vision of the Volturi coming to destroy the Cullens created immediate crisis as the family recognized that explanation and that demonstration that Renesmee was not immortal child, but was hybrid, who aged and who learned, would not be sufficient to prevent the Volturi from attacking. If they wanted excuse to eliminate the Cullens whose gifts and whose numbers made them potentially threatening to Volturi authority, that depended on maintaining absolute power and maintaining absolute control over vampire populations worldwide, the decision that someone needed to provide proof that hybrids were not dangerous and that hybrids were not immortal children whose existence violated vampire law created desperate search for other hybrids whose existence would demonstrate the Renesmee, represented natural phenomenon rather than representing violation of laws designed to protect vampire secrecy from exposure that immortal children inevitably caused. Alice and Jasper's sudden departure without explanation and without telling anyone where they were going or why they were leaving created fear that they were abandoning the family and created confusion about whether Alice's visions had shown the Volturi's victory and whether she was fleeing rather than staying to face destruction alongside the rest of the Cullen family, whose fate she had shared for decades. The clues that Alice left suggested that her departure served purpose, and that her absence was strategic rather than representing abandonment. But the lack of clear explanation and the lack of communication about her plans created uncertainty that made the family's preparation more difficult and made their confidence more fragile as they recognized that they would face the Volturi without Alice's precognitive abilities to warn them about coming attacks or about the Volturi's strategies during confrontation. The gathering of witnesses from around the world represented the Cullen strategy to survive the Volturi's judgment by demonstrating that Renesmee was not immortal child, and by showing enough support from other vampire covens that the Volturi would hesitate to attack when destruction of the Cullens would require fighting through multiple witnesses who would spread word about Volturi aggression if they survived the confrontation. The calls to friends and to allies from Carlisle's centuries of travel and from the family's connections to other covens brought vampires from every continent and from diverse backgrounds who agreed to witness Renesmee's nature and to testify that she was not immortal child, but was hybrid, whose growth and whose learning proved she was different from the vampire children whose creation had been outlawed centuries earlier. The Denali clan arrived first as Carlisle's closest allies and as vampires whose own history with immortal children made them particularly sensitive to the law and particularly understanding of why the Volturi enforced the prohibition so absolutely after the exposures and disasters that immortal children had caused throughout vampire history. Tanya and Kate and Garrett and Eleazar and Carmen brought their support and brought their willingness to stand with the Cullens despite the risk, because their friendship with Carlisle and their respect for his integrity made them trust that he would not have violated the immortal child law, and made them willing to risk Volturi anger by supporting the Cullens against the accusations that Irina had made. Eleazar's gift of identifying other vampires' abilities and Eleazar's history working with the Volturi before joining the Denali clan provided valuable intelligence about what the Cullens would face and provided strategic advice about how to prepare for confrontation with the ancient vampires, whose power and whose guard made them nearly invincible when they chose to enforce their laws through violence. The Irish coven, consisting of Siobhan and Liam and Maggie, arrived with cautious support and with the willingness to witness Renesmee, but with clear understanding that they would not fight the Volturi if conflict occurred, because opposing the ancient vampires meant certain death, according to centuries of vampire history, when no one had successfully resisted Volturi judgment once the kings had decided that violation had occurred and that punishment was warranted. The Amazon coven of Zafrina and Senna and Kachiri brought their exotic gifts and brought their fierce independence that made them willing to support the Cullens despite the risk, because they respected strength and respected the courage required to face the Volturi, rather than fleeing or surrendering without resistance that most covens would choose when confronted with Volturi power. The Egyptian coven, represented by Benjamin and Tia and Amun and Kebi, brought powerful gifts, including Benjamin's elemental manipulation that gave him control over earth and water and air and fire in ways that made him potentially the most powerful vampire gift anyone had encountered, besides the Volturi's own collection of talented guard members, whose abilities had been collected across millennia of recruiting the most gifted vampires. Amun's reluctance to allow Benjamin to be exposed to the Volturi, and Amun's fear that Aro would want to collect Benjamin for the guard, created tension within the Egyptian coven about whether supporting the Cullens was worth the risk of losing Benjamin to voluntary recruitment that Amun feared would separate him from his most prized coven member, whose power and whose loyalty Amun valued above all other considerations. The nomads, including Peter and Charlotte and Randall and Mary, arrived independently with varying commitment to the Cullens' cause, but with universal agreement that immortal child law existed for good reason, and that if Renesmee was not immortal child, then the Volturi had no legitimate reason to destroy the Cullens, whose only crime would be existing with hybrid child whose nature violated no established law. The Romanian coven, consisting of Stefan and Vladimir, represented ancient enemies of the Volturi, whose hatred for the Italian vampires and whose desire for revenge against the Volturi for destroying their own empire centuries earlier made them eager to witness any conflict that might weaken Volturi authority or might create opportunity to challenge the rule that the Volturi had maintained for millennia through fear and through ruthless elimination of any vampires who threatened their supremacy. The witness gathering created unprecedented assembly of vampires in one location and created situation where the Cullen's house became headquarters for diplomatic effort and for strategic planning that would determine whether they survived the Volturi's judgment. Each witness who arrived met Renesmee and observed her growth and her learning and her communication through her gift. Each witness recognizing that she was not immortal child, but was something different that existing vampire law did not address. Bella's training with her shield intensified as Kate worked with her daily to expand her range and to strengthen her ability to protect multiple people simultaneously from mental attacks that the Volturi would employ. The recognition that Bella's shield might be only defense against Jane's pain ability made her training essential to survival strategy despite her newborn status. The plan involved presenting Renesmee to allow the Volturi to see that she aged and learned, with hope that truth would prevent violence once error was proven. The underlying concern remained that Volturi's real motivation might be eliminating potential rivals rather than enforcing law. The snowy field existed as neutral ground between the Cullen house and the forest where the Volturi would emerge. The open space providing clear sight lines and providing terrain that would allow both sides to assess each other before any confrontation began, or before any violence erupted from misunderstanding or from deliberate aggression that the Volturi might choose if they decided that the Cullens represented threat requiring elimination, regardless of whether immortal child law had actually been violated. The January cold created landscape of white that stretched across the clearing where witnesses gathered on the Cullen side and where everyone waited for the Volturi's arrival that Alice's visions had shown would occur at specific time and would involve the full force of the guard and would involve all three kings, whose presence indicated the seriousness with which they viewed the supposed violation and the determination with which they intended to enforce their judgment once they had assessed the situation and once they had determined whether Renesmee represented illegal immortal child or represented something else that existing laws did not address. The Volturi force that emerged from the forest represented centuries of accumulated power and represented the most formidable collection of vampire abilities that had ever been assembled in one place. The guard members whose gifts had been collected across millennia of recruiting talented vampires creating army, whose capabilities exceeded any opposition that individual covens could mount against them if the Volturi chose to destroy those who violated their laws or those who threatened their authority. Jane and Alec led the guard with their devastating mental abilities that could incapacitate opponents through pain or through sensory deprivation. Dimitri's tracking gift ensuring that no vampire could hide from Volturi justice once they had been marked for elimination. Felix's enormous strength providing physical enforcement when mental abilities proved insufficient, and dozens of other guard members whose gifts and whose loyalty to the Volturi made them nearly invincible when acting as coordinated force under the king's direction. Aro and Caius and Marcus advanced behind their guard with the confidence and the authority that 3,000 years of ruling vampire world had created, their ancient faces showing neither concern nor uncertainty about the confrontation that would determine the Cullen's fate and would determine whether the witnesses who had gathered would leave alive or would be destroyed along with the Cullens if the Volturi decided that everyone present represented threat or represented knowledge that needed to be eliminated to maintain Volturi secrets and to maintain Volturi supremacy. Aro's curiosity and Aro's collector's interest in talented vampires competed with Caius's paranoia and Caius's desire to eliminate any potential rivals before they could grow strong enough to challenge Volturi authority. Marcus's ancient apathy and Marcus's disinterest in vampire politics, making him least dangerous of the three kings, but also making him least likely to advocate for mercy or for investigation that might reveal truth and might prevent unnecessary violence. The witnesses who stood with the Cullens represented 30 vampires from covens around the world, their presence creating silent testimony that the Cullens had friends and had support that would make destroying them costly, even if the Volturi could ultimately triumph through superior numbers and through superior abilities that the guards' collected gifts provided. Garrett stood with the Denali clan, his American revolutionary spirit and his commitment to freedom making him vocal advocate for the Cullens' right to be heard before being judged. Zafrina's exotic beauty and her powerful gift of visual illusion, making her valuable ally whose ability to blind opponents or to create false perceptions might prove essential if conflict occurred. Benjamin's youth and his incredible elemental gift made him wildest card in the assembly, his power potentially exceeding even the Volturi's abilities if he could be convinced to use his gift offensively rather than simply defensively, as Amun had trained him to use it, in order to avoid drawing Volturi attention that might result in recruitment attempts or might result in elimination if the Volturi viewed him as threat. The wolves stood with the Cullens in formation that demonstrated the alliance and demonstrated the supernatural cooperation that treaty had made possible, despite centuries of enmity between vampires and shapeshifters whose natures made them enemies under normal circumstances. Jacob and Sam led their respective packs with unity that the threat had created, their combined forces representing 10 giant wolves whose size and whose ferocity made them dangerous opponents even for vampires whose speed and whose strength normally gave them advantages over most adversaries. Seth's position near Bella and near Edward demonstrated his friendship that had survived species differences and had survived the complications that supernatural politics created for relationships that cross boundaries between vampires and werewolves. Carlyle's diplomatic approach and Carlyle's advance toward the Volturi to initiate conversation rather than waiting for them to make first move demonstrated his commitment to peaceful resolution and demonstrated his hope that explanation and evidence would prevent violence that no one wanted, despite the Volturi's apparent readiness to destroy everyone present if they determined that laws had been violated or that threats existed. His centuries of friendship with Aro and his history of maintaining cordial relationships with the Volturi, despite philosophical differences about vampire lifestyle, made him natural ambassador whose reputation and whose integrity might create opening for dialogue, rather than immediate conflict that Caius seemed to prefer, based on his expression and based on his history of advocating for elimination of potential threats before they could develop into actual challenges to Volturi authority. The explanation that Carlyle offered about Renesmee's nature and about her hybrid status that made her fundamentally different from immortal children, whose creation the law prohibited, met immediate skepticism from Caius, whose paranoia made him interpret everything as threat, and whose desire to eliminate the Cullens regardless of evidence made him argumentative about whether hybrid children represented loophole in immortal child law, or represented new threat that required elimination despite not being specifically prohibited by existing regulations. Aro's request to touch Edward and to read his memories through his telepathic gift that worked through physical contact created opportunity for Volturi King to see everything that had happened from Edward's perspective and to understand the pregnancy and the birth and the transformation that had resulted in Renesmee's existence and in Bella's transformation into vampire whose newborn control exceeded anything Aro had witnessed during his 3 millennia of existence. The fascination in Aro's expression as he processed Edward's memories and as he learned about Bella's pregnancy and about Renesmee's development created hope that understanding might lead to acceptance rather than leading to destruction that Caius advocated, and that the guards seemed prepared to implement immediately if the kings gave order to eliminate the Cullens and their witnesses. Aro's request to meet Renesmee directly and to touch her hand to read her thoughts through his gift represented critical moments when evidence would either convince the ancient vampire that no law had been violated or would fail to convince him and would result in conflict that would determine whether anyone survived the confrontation or whether the Volturi would destroy everyone present to eliminate any witnesses who might spread word about Volturi aggression or about Volturi misjudgment regarding immortal child accusation. The moment when Bella carried Renesmee forward to meet Aro created terrible vulnerability as mother and daughter approached the most dangerous vampire in existence, whose decision would determine their fate and would determine whether the family survived, or whether everyone would die in the snowy field, defending child who had done nothing wrong, except existing as unprecedented hybrid, whose nature violated no established law. Renesmee's use of her gift to share her thoughts and her memories with Aro through touch created direct communication that words could not achieve. Her ability to show him her awareness and her development and her love for her family, providing evidence that she was person deserving protection rather than creature requiring elimination according to laws designed for different situation entirely. Aro's delight at experiencing Renesmee's gift and Aro's fascination with her hybrid nature created temporary relief as his expression showed interest rather than showing condemnation that Caius clearly wanted, and that the guards seemed prepared to implement through violence if given order to attack. The complication that Irina's false report had created became apparent as Aro acknowledged that Renesmee was not immortal child, and that no law prohibited hybrid children whose existence had not been anticipated when immortal child law had been established centuries earlier after disasters that uncontrollable vampire children had created through exposing vampire nature to human populations. The question became whether Aro would accept this evidence and would leave peacefully, or whether he would find other justification for destroying the Cullens, whose gifts and whose numbers made them potentially threatening to Volturi supremacy, regardless of whether they had actually violated any laws. Chaos's argument that hybrid children represented unknown threat and represented potential danger that justified preemptive elimination, regardless of current evidence, created tension, as the aggressive king advocated for destroying Renesmee and destroying everyone who defended her, based on principle that anything unknown should be eliminated before it could become actual threat to vampire society or to Volturi authority. The philosophical debate about whether potential threats justified violence or whether actual violations were required for Volturi intervention represented deeper question about Volturi authority and about whether they ruled through law or through simple power that made their decisions absolute regardless of justice or regardless of evidence. The stalemate that developed created dangerous situation where Aro's curiosity and his interest in the Cullen's gifts competed with Caius's paranoia and with the political reality that backing down without taking action might make the Volturi appear weak or might make them appear hesitant when their authority depended on absolute certainty and on absolute willingness to enforce their judgments regardless of opposition. The balance teetered between peace and war, between understanding and destruction, between justice based on evidence and violence based on fear, that anything unusual or anything unprecedented represented threat requiring elimination before it could challenge established order. Jane's attempt to use her pain gift on the Cullens, to force compliance or to demonstrate Volturi power, met immediate failure as Bella's shield expanded to protect everyone on their side from the mental attack that should have brought them to their knees with agony, but that instead had no effect because Bella's gift blocked Jane's ability from reaching anyone Bella was protecting through her extended shield. The shock on Jane's face and the shock in the Volturi ranks as their most powerful weapon failed created shift in the confrontation's dynamics, as everyone recognized that the Cullens had defense against abilities that normally made Volturi invincible when dealing with opponents who could not resist mental attacks that Jane and Alec could deploy. Alec's attempt to use his sensory deprivation gift to blind and deafen and numb everyone into helplessness met similar failure, as Bella's shield blocked his ability as effectively as it had blocked Jane's pain gift. The demonstration that both of the Volturi's most devastating mental weapons were useless against the Cullens, creating a situation where conflict would require physical confrontation rather than simple mental domination that the Volturi typically employed when destroying covens or when enforcing their laws. The sudden vulnerability and the sudden recognition that the Cullens could defend against the Volturi's primary weapons made Aro reconsider whether attacking was wise or whether peaceful resolution was preferable to battle that might cost the Volturi significant casualties, even if they ultimately won through superior numbers. Alice's return with Nahuel and Hoylen created final evidence that convinced Aro that hybrid children were not unprecedented and were not threats requiring elimination. The appearance of another hybrid who had lived for 150 years without exposing vampire nature or causing problems for vampire society, demonstrating that Renesmee represented natural phenomenon rather than representing violation of laws or representing danger to vampire secrecy. Nahuel's testimony about his own hybrid nature and about his development and about his stabilization after 7 years of rapid growth provided Aro with information he needed to justify leaving without destroying the Cullens, the evidence making it politically acceptable for him to withdraw without appearing weak or appearing to back down from enforcing vampire law. Hoylen's testimony as Nahuel's aunt and as witness to hybrid development across century and a half provided additional evidence that hybrids could be raised safely and could exist without threatening vampire secrecy or threatening human populations who remained ignorant of supernatural beings living among them. The documentation and the living proof that Alice had brought from South America served the purpose that her departure had aimed to accomplish, her strategic absence having been about finding evidence rather than about abandoning family as everyone had feared when she and Jasper had left without explanation. Aro's declaration that the Cullens had violated no law and that Renesmee would be allowed to live created relief and created victory that seemed impossible moments earlier when conflict had appeared inevitable and when destruction had seemed certain for at least some of those gathered in the snowy field. The Volturi's withdrawal represented not submission, but pragmatic recognition that attacking would be costly, and that justification for violence had evaporated once evidence proved that immortal child accusation was false, and that hybrid children were not prohibited by existing vampire law. Caius's fury and Caius's obvious desire to attack regardless of evidence demonstrated that the victory was narrow and that circumstances could have easily resulted in different outcome if Aro had been less curious or less interested in avoiding casualties that battle would inevitably create. The celebration after the Volturi's departure expressed relief and expressed joy that everyone had survived and that Renesmee would be allowed to grow up without threat hanging over her existence. The witnesses departed gradually with promises of friendship and with agreements to maintain contact with the Cullens, whose courage and whose gifts had impressed everyone who had come to stand with them against the Volturi's judgment. Jacob and Renesmee's future, together through the imprint bond that would guide their relationship as she matured, represented hope and represented the love that would sustain them across whatever years they had together before mortality or circumstances separated them. Edward and Bella's cottage that Esme had built for them as wedding gift provided private space for their family and provided beginning for their eternal existence together as vampires whose love had survived transformation and had survived the trials that pregnancy and birth and Volturi threat had created. Bella's gift to Edward involved lowering her shield and allowing him to hear her thoughts for the first time since they had met. The moment when Edward finally heard, "I love you," spoken in Bella's mind, creating completion and creating intimacy that her shield had prevented throughout their relationship. The promise of forever and the certainty of their love and the family they had created through choices and through sacrifice represented the happy ending that had seemed impossible when Bella first arrived in Forks and first met the beautiful strange boy who would change her life and would change her nature and would give her eternity that she had always wanted with him. And so we reach the end of this journey from ordinary to extraordinary, from human fragility to immortal strength, from uncertain girl to confident woman who chose her path and embraced transformation that love made possible and that determination made real despite every obstacle and every warning about what she would lose or what she would sacrifice through becoming a vampire whose existence would continue eternally. Bella's transformation completed what began when she first saw Edward in the cafeteria, and what continued through every choice she made toward immortality with him. Her story representing the power of knowing what you want and pursuing it despite fear and despite others' objections about whether your choice serves your best interests. The family built through choice rather than through blood, and the love that transcends species, and the courage to face ancient powers defending what matters most remind us that some bonds cannot be broken, and that some loves do last forever, when commitment and sacrifice create foundations strong enough to withstand any challenge. Rest now, dear Twilight souls, knowing that Bella and Edward and Renesmee have their forever together, their story complete and their love eternal as the night that surrounds them, and as the family that protects them through whatever challenges eternity might bring. Sweet dreams, and good night.